On this episode of Mythbusters,
Fly, fly, that's it, come on, fly.
high flyers Adam and Jamie get caught up in a tall tale from the world of physics. They're asking, if birds in a truck take flight, does the trailer get lighter?
They're all flying.
And Carrie, Grant, and Tori get all bent out of shape on the biggest build of their myth-busting careers.
Jamie makes it look so easy when he does it.
If a boat traveling at 25 miles an hour crashes into a channel marker, will it split in two? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
Is everybody ready for diving?
and Jamie Heineman.
Gets me all worked up just looking at it.
That was beautiful.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
That was heavy.
Joining them, Grant Imahara,
Are you feeling lucky, punk?
Tori Belleci,
Somebody order some exploding pants?
and Carrie Byron.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Okay, Adam, what have you got for us?
Here's the story. A guy's driving behind a big truck, and every time the big truck gets to a bridge, it stops, the driver of the truck gets out, bangs on the side, and then proceeds across the bridge. He runs into the truck driver at a gas station and says, "Why are you banging on the truck?" And the truck driver says, "Well, I got a load of birds, and they're over the weight limit of most of these local bridges. So whenever I get to one, I bang on the truck, they fly around, and my truck is lighter."
Clever.
So the myth for us is, if you're driving around with a truckload of birds and they take flight, is your truck lighter?
So the question is, will a container full of flapping, feathery friends lighten the load? For years, this simple concept has had big-brained boffins baffled. On campus, it's a conundrum that's frazzled physicists, not to mention the furor on the fan site. Sounds like a job for the Mythbusters.
Should we start small or should we go for the whole enchilada all at once?
Well, obviously, eventually we're going to need a truck, but I think we can start right now by going out, catching a bird, building a chamber, and seeing if it weighs the same when the bird is sitting in it as opposed to when the bird is flying in it.
Okay, well, I got some pretty sensitive scales downstairs and I can probably dig up a net somewhere.
Let's do it.
All right.
For this myth to take flight, our dynamic duo have to land some pigeons. And in a scene straight from Hitchcock, the birds appear from nowhere. Pigeon whisperer Adam and accomplice Jamie use a variety of snares, nets, and snacks.
The birds will be too fat to fly.
But their pigeon stalking comes to zero, and they realize they need some help. Enter Kate Martin, pigeon wrangler.
Brought you some pigeons.
Awesome.
Come on, you guys. 2 pigeons in an official pigeon carrier.
Look at that.
Finally, Adam's all pigeoned up and ready to begin small-scale testing. A clear plastic chamber will double up as a truck trailer, and when activated, a vibrating floor will encourage the pigeons to take flight. But this is your gig, Adam. Why don't you take us through it?
I've got my bird flying chamber here. It's got a closed top. The bottom is a screen, which I can vibrate by plugging it into this battery. The whole thing is standing on top of a very sensitive scale. First thing I'm going to do is turn on the scale, which will zero it out. Then I'm going to put the birds in. I'm going to see the birds weigh a certain amount. Then I'm going to turn on the platform, which will vibrate. Hopefully they'll fly around, and we'll see if there's any difference.
So, if the myth is true, when the pigeon gets some air, the combined weight of the chamber and bird will come down. Sounds simple.
Fly, fly, that's it, come on, fly. Come on, take off, take off, take off.
Now there's your problem. The bird just ain't flying.
I don't blame him, I mean, because it's
We
not
can
like...
barely get a full wingspan in there.
Yeah, you know, he's running into the sides.
Maybe we need to build a bigger chamber.
So plan B is a bigger chamber and better motivation to fly than a vibrating floor. What have you got, Jamie?
My current favorite is thinking about setting up a weed whacker-like affair, and we could put like a half a dozen motors so that there's just it's just kind of whizzing around. I mean, I can't imagine this would hurt them. I mean, you could, it doesn't hurt you, right?
No.
For our animal-loving viewers, let's be clear. Adam's pain threshold is way below the pigeon's. So if Adam's okay, the bird will be too.
All right, so if you haven't been paying attention, my first attempt at the small-scale pigeon experiment did not work because the chamber was too small and the pigeon didn't want to fly. I have fixed those problems. I believe I'm going to hang this, use a different pigeon annoying technique, and I'm using a bigger tank so he can actually fly around. I feel like calling this guy Jackson for some reason. Now, I have a nephew whose name is Jackson, and I have another nephew whose middle name is Jackson. He doesn't remind me of either of them.
Okay, Jackson, you're up. Now remember, all you gotta do is what you were born to do. Fly.
Freaked me out, but it's not doing anything to him.
Come on, come on, come on, Jackson, come on, come on, come on. Whoa, whoa.
That's pigeon for fly. It's also desperate because if they can't get Jackson to take off and stay airborne, this myth is grounded.
Okay guys, check this out. I found it on the internet.
Whoa.
Is that photoshopped?
Apparently not. And supposedly the boat hit the channel marker at 25 miles per hour.
Seriously? That split up the middle like, what, 15 feet?
17 feet, actually.
Ha! You know what I see in our near future?
Yeah, crashing boats.
Absolutely.
This tall tale of hijinks on the high seas has two halves, literally. We know it happened because it's been well documented, but the myth is in the details. Apparently, in this watery fender bender, the boat bifurcation occurred at 25 miles per hour. Fact? Or has someone got their facts bent out of shape?
So what's the plan?
All right, this is what we do. We rent one of these speedboats, we take some insurance out, and we crash it into a channel marker.
And we tell them we're going 25 miles an hour.
Exactly.
Okay, why not? Well, the $350,000 price tag and a bad rep with insurance companies is why not. But all is not lost. Down at John Beery Yachts, our trio of thrill seekers get the opportunity to experience the power behind the powerboat. And Sean, their high-speed chauffeur for the day, has even heard of the myth.
So the myth that we're working on here today actually came from the internet. There's this photo going all over of a sports performance boat, not yours, but one sort of like that, that apparently was going 25 miles an hour and bifurcated itself on a channel marker 17 feet deep. Now, do you think that's possible at that kind of speed?
In my opinion, no. The photograph that I viewed, that boat had to have been traveling at a much greater rate of speed to do the damage that I saw.
Well, with a top speed of 150 miles per hour, faster we can do. But unfortunately, someone is going to quite literally miss the boat.
Rochambeau. Odd man out.
No! You're in the chase boat!
You gotta be kidding me!
With just room for two, it's all but one aboard.
That is loud!
It's really loud. It's not like a quiet sport, is it?
With engines and hearts racing, Grant discovers his voice hasn't broken.
Okay. There aren't any seatbelts in this thing, are there?
With the speedo approaching 100 miles an hour, no wonder Grant's nervous.
Wow. Great.
Are you trying to hold my hand?
No, I'm just trying to hold on to something.
By now, the guys at Donzi Performance Boats have realized Carrie and Grant can't afford the fuel for this trip, never mind the boat. And this myth investigation is anchored at square one. The Mythbusters are trying out for CSI. That's Crash Scene Investigation. They're asking, can you bifurcate your boat in a collision with a channel marker? The only evidence they have is this photo and accompanying reports that the boat was traveling at 25 miles per hour. To find out if this is possible, our team want to replicate myth conditions and impale their own boat. But with a brand new boat way out of their price range, our crack team of researchers has found the bargain of a lifetime.
This is
Not
gonna be
too many holes?
No, this is gonna be great.
No, I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
Do you think it's seaworthy?
I don't know if it's seaworthy, but it's definitely crash worthy.
We got this boat for a bargain. It was only $1,500. We're talking about boats that can be up to $350,000. So we were a little apprehensive about when it showed up, what it was gonna look like. Turns out it's amazing. The structure is perfect. It may not have an engine, but we'd have to take that out anyway. So we're really, really excited.
No wonder Carrie is excited, because with the full-scale boat dry docked in the Mythbusters Marina, the team can move on. And first up are some small-scale crash tests. And this 1/10 model is a great starting point.
Oh, I love this boat. It's my favorite boat. I don't want to crash it.
Okay, we need to crash these boats over and over. I need to make several of them. So I need to make a mold of this particular model boat. I'll make a silicone mold. I'll paint silicone over this in 2 halves, make a mother mold on top of that. Then I'll be able to pull it apart and lay up any material I want inside the mold.
Done. Okay.
And to match the motorboat in the Myth, Tari's material of choice is fiberglass. It's nasty and noxious, so Tari is banished outside to finish up, which he does by gluing the hardened halves together. And before you can say bifurcation, Tari's got himself some mighty fine toy boats.
He's pretty, isn't it?
Meanwhile, Grant has been working on a rig to tow the models into a replica channel marker, simulating the mythical impalement impact. His remote-controlled winch and trolley is calibrated so the boat crashes into the steel pole in exactly the same place as the Myth, just to the left of the bow. But hold on, where'd the H2O go?
So you at home might be wondering why we're doing our small-scale experiments on land as opposed to water, since ostensibly the Myth is about a boat on water. Well, there are 2 reasons. First, water, not unlike many primal forces, doesn't scale correctly in miniature. It has a different response than it does in full scale. Now, the second reason, and I think more importantly, is that this Myth is about kinetic energy, a mass at a certain velocity hitting an object. And that we can certainly do on land.
So this is a dry run in more ways than one. Take us through it, Carrie.
This is the setup for the small-scale experiment. We have a fiberglass boat, which is 1/10 the scale of our real-life boat. It's also weighted to 1/10 the scale. It's sitting atop a trolley that Grant's created with a smart wheel so that it can correct itself all the way down a long cable, which is being pulled through a pulley into a channel marker, which is set stably into the ground. The entire thing's being controlled by a winch, which Grant can remote control from this end, and hopefully in the end we'll have a perfect bifurcation as it crashes into that end of the shop.
3, 2, 1, go.
No mythical split, just a glancing blow.
Well, the boat's intact.
And with everything to scale, there's only one thing for it: more speed.
Should we ramp it up?
Sure.
Unfortunately, the only thing ramping up is the frustration level, as the kinks and glitches in their system work themselves out.
Well, that's not gonna work.
I see one problem.
It's one of those days, everything that can go wrong
Oh, we bifurcated the trolley.
goes wrong. But as Edison nearly said, myth-busting is 1% genius and 99% perseverance. And their patience is rewarded when they get some realistic collisions with the channel marker.
That was cool.
But despite increasing the speed, the impact and resulting damage peaks at glancing blow.
Oh, that was cool.
But Grant's frustrated, and his OCD kicks in. That's obsessive crash disorder. He wants to see some damage and hands Tari a challenge.
I will give you $5, and if you can ram this into the channel marker and break it.
Ooh, $5?
I'll give you $10.
That's a whole week's salary, and Tari can't resist.
$10.
Okay, so it can be done. And the team suspect the angle of attack was key. Like in the myth, Tari was aiming to the left of the bow, and he adds a turn into the pole.
If it can do it like that, that shows me maybe the turn is the way to go.
Let me try it again, just going straight. and see what happens.
With an attempted head-on collision, it's back to glancing blow. And with that discovery, the small-scale tests are back on track. To be sure, Tori once again adds that last-minute twist. And what do you know?
Well, that tells us a lot. It tells us it's better to hit the marker at a turn as opposed to just going straight into it.
Finally, a result. But it's been a long and frustrating day, and Carrie and Grant feel the need to let off some steam.
I am so sick doing small-scale experiments.
Pete Townsend, eat your heart out.
Okay, so how crazy was that it took Tori smashing that boat by hand into the pole before we could find out that we need a turn at the last minute to split it?
You know, I think these variables are just too tough to scale down. I think if we're going to test this for real, we need to go to full scale.
I propose we do this on land because this myth is really about kinetic energy. It's the mass, which is the boat, hitting the channel marker with a certain velocity. And doing it on water doesn't buy us anything extra.
Yeah, and I think it'd be a lot easier to control on land.
Among top-level physicists, it's a fundamental question with a hotly debated answer. If the weight of a truck full of birds is X, when the birds take flight, is it now X minus the weight of the birds? That is, does the truck get lighter? Adam and Jamie's first foray in this myth fell flat, so it's time to look outside the box. Cue the aerodynamicist to speak some geek.
We need your help. We've got a story that's come up that we're testing right now. It is a question that is all over the fan sites. It's if you're driving with a truckload full of birds and they take flight inside your truck, is your truck actually lighter while they're flying around?
That's actually a very often told physics urban legend.
Can you tell us something about the mechanics of flight that would apply to this? I mean, we know birds flap their wings and there's lift involved, there's downward pressures. What's going on here that we need to be focusing on?
Well, the basic premise of all flight, whether it be a helicopter or a plane or a bird flapping its wings or just even gliding, is that it takes air and deflects it downward, and the downwards force on the air will in turn cause a reaction force upward that will help lift whatever the object is against the force of gravity.
Wait, a helicopter and a bird are actually using the same physical principles to fly?
Absolutely. It all comes down to Newton's laws.
So let's get this straight. To get airborne, you push down on the air beneath you hard enough to lift your own weight. And because the principle works for birds and helicopters alike, Jamie and Adam have an idea, which means the pigeons get a break.
Pigeons are what the myth is about, but pigeons sometimes don't do exactly what you want them to do. So we figure that a similar sort of a thing that might show the same phenomenon, if there is one, would be a little helicopter that we can control.
But it's not as simple as that. Flying a chopper in an enclosed space creates turbulence, making it hard to hover. So to run the bench test, Adam's built this rig, which will allow it to lift but keep it centrally tethered at the same time.
Excellent. 52.0. 52.6.
Adam has measured the weight difference of the container with and without the chopper. Now, the question is, when the helicopter takes off, will the chamber get lighter?
Hey, look, lift off! We got lift off! Look at that!
The scale is not changing.
52.6, 52.6. Dude, that's liftoff. I so did not expect this rig to work. All right.
In a break from Mythbuster tradition, Adam has success with a scale test.
I know that my helicopter weighs 0.6 of a pound. So if the myth was true, I should have seen that meter go from 52.5 or 6 to 52 flat.
But that's not the whole story. This myth is about birds, and trust Jamie to get straight to the heart of the problem.
We gotta try it in a truck or something close to it with the birds.
So it's full scale ahead. And after a Mythbuster makeover, this trailer, standing in for the truck and the myth, will be full of flying birds for the final test weigh-in.
That's cool. You look like a little animal in a circus cage.
With the front fitted with clear plastic, Jess and Jamie are done. And it's time for a flight test. There are no scales yet, so this test is simply to confirm the birds are comfortable spreading their wings. If they don't, Adam and Jamie are back to square one.
Hey!
But it's immediately obvious there's plenty of room. So, final prep on the big rig begins. The flight motivators go in first. These rotating foam tubes are supposed to keep the pigeons in the air.
There we go.
We have liftoff. Next, the team makes sure there are no nooks or crannies where the pigeons can land and take a rest. It works for Mythbusters. But how about the pigeons?
You ready?
Ready? I have no idea what's going to happen here.
So Adam and Jamie have finally got Jackson and Friend to fly in an enclosed space. Now comes the tricky bit, catching a flock more birds, letting them loose in the trailer, and accurately weighing them. The story of the bifurcated boat has brought Carrie, Grant, and Tori close to breaking point. And to prevent this parable of split personality from sinking without a trace, it's land ahoy. With the decision to move on to terra firma, the team is on firmer footing, because by supersizing their crash test rig, they have a ready-made plan. As before, the reinforced channel marker is at ground zero. Grant's winch system will be replaced by a tow truck, and the boat trailer, modified with a smart wheel, will steer accurately towards its date with disaster. But there's one final piece of the plan, how to get that last-minute turn.
If we learned anything from our small-scale tests, I think the turn is probably one of the most critical things. So there has to be some way for us to steer it into the channel marker at the last second.
To get the boat to turn where we want it, maybe we could do is make a set of smart wheels at the front of the boat, and this will steer the boat wherever we want it to go. And then what we could do is put like a crossbar here, and we'll put a post in the ground, so when this bar hits that post, it'll turn the wheels into the marker.
Cool. Sounds good.
So it's a done deal, and the newly named Mythity Split ups anchor and ships out.
Say goodbye to the Mythity Split.
Its port of call, a familiar dockside destination with an impeccable Mythbuster pedigree.
We're back here at the Alameda runway. This is the site of some of our more famous myths. And in fact, I'm sitting on the X right here, which is going to be our channel marker. It's also the spot where our compact in the end smashed into each other.
Hoping to match that spectacular smash with a big bang of their own, the team embark on what's to become their toughest build ever.
Bueno! That's Spanish for good.
Carrie and Grant begin by raising the channel marker into position.
Now that we have the pole in place, the next step is to weld around the bottom of the pole to hold it in place to the plate. Then we're going to lay that heavy girder to the back of this pole and then triangulate railroad track to it. So it's going to be completely stationary and not going to move when we smash the boat into it. I'm just excited we got the pole in place. I'm gonna do my pole dance. Not what you expected, huh?
While Grant and Carrie have been cranking up the heavy metal, Tori has been trashing his trailer and adding the smart wheels. Now they can steer with a single cable tow, and when the hull of the Mythity Split hits the channel marker, the trailer won't be in the way. Finally, he adds these 55-gallon drums, which, when filled with water, will weigh the same as the missing engines.
This whole myth is about mass moving at speed. So it's important that we have the correct mass as we're moving at the speeds that we're going to test.
Meanwhile, Carrie and Grant are making triple sure the channel marker stays put when the mythity split hits.
The next step we have, or at least the next really big step we have, is that we're going to drill holes in various places all around this giant structure here so that we can implant foot-long pieces of rebar into those holes, weld them to this structure. So not only is this going to be the heaviest thing you've ever seen, but it's also going to be clawed into the ground.
Things are going so well, Grant finds time to hang around.
The prep for the boat myth is going great so far. I just hope that the weather holds out.
Just had to mention the weather, didn't you? And as the rain gets heavier, the problems mount, and the work on the final stages slows to a crawl.
I'm so over this one. I'm pretty much over this one.
With Old Testament-style flooding, maybe they could rename their boat the Ark.
Yeah, I think we were a little bit worried that the fans might be upset that we weren't doing this on the water. Well, now we are.
Despite the tough conditions, they pull through.
Jamie makes it look so easy when he does it.
And push on for a tow test of the trailer.
I'm so excited. It works. It looks really cool. We got like a boat car, or a car boat. I'm not sure which one.
And with just the trigger to rig for the critical last-minute turn, it's all hands on deck.
We've mapped out exactly where the bow should hit the channel marker, and this, I'm drilling a hole right here for the trigger, which will turn the wheels, slam the boat into the channel marker, therein bifurcating the boat, or not.
So the build is finally complete, and Carrie and Tori celebrate. The boat is moved into position, gently. No one wants the wheels to come off now.
All right, now for the moment of truth.
At the opposite end of the track, Grant has the truck all hooked up and ready to tow.
So these are chains connected to the tow truck. Got our shackle. This is a breakaway rope for safety. And then the cable. I think we're ready to take up slack.
And as twilight descends, they're wet, cold, but ready to put this tale to the test.
All right, take it slow and then take it up to 25 miles an hour on my count. Ready?
Ready.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
This is it. Remember, they're asking if a speedboat at 25 miles per hour plus channel marker equals this kind of boat-splitting destruction. We're about to find out.
5 miles per hour.
Can you guys go faster?
10 miles per hour.
But suddenly, disaster.
Did we lose the cable?
Cable broke.
As Tori said, that's not good. The breakaway rope that's designed to break on impact snapped under the strain of the tow. And with this last-minute failure in the fading light, Team Unity is the first casualty.
So for all the other things where we tow something big into something else and it crashes, we use a breakaway rope. And, you know, there's a standard one that we've been using, which is a blue marine rope. We know its breaking strength is 6,000. But on this particular one, Tori really didn't want to use that. He wanted to use this. So, but tomorrow, I think what we're going to do is go back to what we used to use that was working.
Dude, we've never used the blue rope.
We always use the
No,
blue
we
rope.
haven't.
Yes, we do.
Not for the breakaway.
Yes, we do. No, we don't.
Seeing as Grant and Tori are rejecting each other's reality and substituting their own, this argument is on a road to nowhere. Let's come back tomorrow. Bifurcated Boat has once again brought our wet and mild Mythbusters to breaking point.
We always use the
No,
blue
we
rope.
haven't.
Yes, we do.
Not for the breakaway.
Yes, we do.
But all that actually breaks are their voices. And in the cold dark of the next day, they once again prepare the good ship Mythity Split for its 25-mile-an-hour collision.
Cool.
Positions, everyone. Jess takes her place in the tow truck, and the rest of the team stand by, level with the crash zone.
Okay, Jess, are you ready?
Ready when you are.
All right, here we go in 3, 2,
1, drive.
All right, we're at 5 miles per hour.
Okay, gosh.
Now we're at 10 miles per hour. 15 miles per hour.
Yeah! It's picking up. Come on.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is gonna happen.
20 miles per hour.
Oh, it's perfect.
That's 25.
Here it goes, here it goes, here it goes, here it goes.
Wow!
It's beautiful. It hit it right on target.
Great job, you guys.
Well, the rig worked. And big things hitting big things always equals happy Mythbusters.
Look how much damage it didn't do to the channel markers.
Yeah!
Oh.
But look at where the trailer is. It totally turned. It turned.
It worked.
25 miles per hour, you can see it for yourself. No bifurcation.
I guess the story might not have happened exactly as it was reported.
So we're gonna say 25 miles an hour, it's busted.
Oh, the story's busted at 25, and so is our trailer.
Dude, it worked perfectly
Definitely.
though. It turned right into the channel marker.
Busted. Busted.
So, busted is the unanimous verdict. And a closer look at the boat reveals no evidence to the contrary.
Whoa.
God,
this is some serious damage, but no bifurcation.
Yeah, look at it.
Look at that, you guys.
It definitely indented, and it did do the turn.
It did do the turn exactly as we predicted.
I just don't think there was enough speed behind that momentum.
No, definitely.
If we were going faster, though, I could definitely see it splicing through this thing.
Considering how much damage is done here, yeah, maybe if we were going a lot faster.
Regular viewers will guess what's coming next. But for the uninitiated, the Mythbusters are never quite satisfied until...
I want to see some carnage.
So now the big question is, how are we going to try to do another run with this trailer? Because we want to try to see if we can get a bifurcation at 50 miles an hour. That's going to be the tricky part.
We don't got a lot of time here, and we need to fix the trailer. So we're going to try some quick and dirty methods to try to get this thing rolling. It doesn't have to roll well, it just has to go. So our first try is going to be to take that corner, chain it to the channel marker. And then we're going to take the other corner, and we're going to try to pull on it and maybe get the trailer to sort of reshape itself, almost sort of square.
It rolls! We might be able to do this again.
Then we're going to try to cut off the first two wheels so that the axles that are kind of bending into each other are gone. And then we'll just start dragging it. If it rolls at all, we're going to stick the boat on it, we're going to throw it back there, and we're going to drag it into this bad boy.
Yeah!
Looks good.
Yeah!
Huh?
I think we can do another run.
You get one single bad run, and that's it. One.
That's right. One single bad.
The prospect of high-speed carnage does wonders for the morale. And even another icy shower during the reset can't dampen their spirits.
Consider your next vacation to the runway at Alameda. Beautiful views of San Francisco and the Bay Bridge. Plenty of space to stretch out and smash big things into other big things. Rain? We got plenty of it. So call your travel agent. The runway at Alameda. Okay, escape plan, same as last time. If the boat's coming at you, run.
All right, so we busted the 25 mile an hour myth.
Yep.
So let's do this one.
All right.
Count it down.
Jess, you ready?
I'm more than ready.
All right, on my countdown. Ready in 3, 2, 1.
The question is a fan site favorite. If the birds in a truck take flight, is the truck lighter than when the birds are at rest? To answer, Adam and Jamie have weight on their minds.
The more I think about this, the more I think that not only do we need a really sensitive scale, but we also, well, if you think about the birds moving around in this truck, they're going to be shifting the weight of it. It's like, you know, you or I dancing on a bathroom scale. It's not a consistent weight. So we want to be able to graph the weight of this thing as it changes. We want to be able to look at the final thing as like points on a graph over time.
Well, you know, there are these things called load cells. They're an instrument that detects pressure, and maybe we could use those as a sensor that we put in each corner of the truck body and plug them into a computer. In fact, and now that I think about it, there was this company that approached me some time ago that has a computer that's made to take like 16 sensor inputs.
It could easily take the load cells as inputs, and they probably could graph it any which way we want.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Why don't you call those guys and I'll get on finding us some load cells.
Okay.
Hey, Adam, how about this one?
This is going to be what weighs our truck. This is a load cell. We're going to put one under each corner, and as the trailer sits on this piece of metal will bend a little bit. That bend will be registered by a crystal on the side here, which will output a change in voltage through this wire that will be read by our computer and output as points on a graph over time. It measures up to 500 pounds down to a sensitivity of like 1/10 of an ounce. It is perfect for our needs.
And with this computer collating that info while providing a real-time graph of the changing weight of the trailer, Grant's inner geek gets out.
Sweet.
Now, all they need is a bunch of birds, and Jamie, undaunted by their recent failure, has a cunning plan.
I figure Jackson can be sort of a stool pigeon, I think they call it. And because
that's a good solution, I think.
If he gets a bunch of visitors, we'll have a bunch of pigeons. All right?
I love it. I think it's great.
Good luck, Jackson.
Surrounded by bird feed, Jackson settles in for the free buffet. But once again, the local pigeons are just too smart. So the undaunted Jamie has been daunted.
I'm giving up.
And the only bird brain in a net is Adam.
We're not defeated by the task of catching pigeons. Even though it's not critical to this myth, it's a point of pride. We're going to catch some pigeons with Mythbusters' invention. And I think it's going to be a web shooter.
It's the motto Mythbusters live by. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Jamie and I have discussed various plans, and I think we're going to build something similar to a potato cannon of plumbing parts made into an air chamber with an electrically operated valve and manifold that spreads 4 tennis balls with this net between them around our unsuspecting pigeons.
You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow, that was cool.
That was cool. It works on Adam, but as we've seen, the pigeons round here are a lot smarter than the TV hosts. Shh, Jamie's hunting pigeons.
Now listen, I know that there are many tried and true methods for catching pigeons that are quite simple, and I know that you're going to email them to us. The fact is, we wanted to try a Mythbusters solution.
But despite hardware Rambo would be proud of, the local pigeons remain as free as birds. Which means en route to the full-scale test, Kate, the pigeon wrangler, gets another call. And once again comes up trumps.
How many is that? I think we got 36.
That ought to do it.
With the birds taken care of, Adam and Jamie can concentrate on setting up. And the abandoned naval yard is just perfect.
This is the same location that we used for Killer Cable Snap, and we used it because it's got a big flat welding grid that is a nice level surface. For Killer Cable Snap, we used it to weld to and anchor all the stuff for the cables. For birds on a truck, it makes a perfect platform for the trailer to be on because we need it super level. The next thing that we're going to do is jack this trailer up and put it on blocks. On the top of each block, in each corner, each of the 4 corners, will be a thing called a load cell.
With all 4 load cells in position, Grant and Jess set up at the command center. They'll monitor the weight of the trailer throughout the experiment.
Okay, so we've calibrated all of our load cells, which are the sensors that are going to tell us if there are any changes in the weight of the truck. Those are going into a computer. The computer's going to record all of that information along with video in real time, so we can see if, when the birds fly up, if there are any changes in the weight.
And with the pigeons in position and not flying, the team has starting weight.
Okay, so that's a difference of 11 pounds with the birds in place. I'll zero everything out to that, and that'll be our starting point, right?
Right. So if the weight drops while the birds are flying, the myth is confirmed. It's go time.
Stand by, and I'm recording now.
Okay, I'm spinning the motors.
Jess, in 3, 2, 1, go.
welcome back. Here's where we stand. We're trying to bust the myth that if you're driving with a truckload full of birds and they all take flight inside that truck, is it lighter than when they're just sitting there? We tried a bunch of scale experiments, but all of the chambers we used for scale experiments were too small for the birds to fly around in, so we had to go full scale right away. This is our full-scale rig. It's sitting on 4 load cells. We've got calibrated computer equipment reading exactly the weight of those birds when they're sitting there. They're all going to fly at the same time. They can't land anywhere, but these foam batons that are spinning and make them fly around. We're going to test this myth for real and see if it's true.
So the bird truck myth is about to shake its tail feathers.
Jess, in 3, 2, 1, go. They're all flying.
It's beautiful. Most of them are flying. That's great.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to call it, all right?
All right.
All right, we're done.
Okay.
And stopping.
Woo! That worked better than I thought it would. They all flew for like a good maybe 15 seconds.
That's great.
And the high-speed camera captures the moment.
All the work we did is to get this shot that you can see them all flying and be weighing it all at the same time. It's just stunning.
Yeah, it's all there, and this is synced with what's on the computer. This is great. Good job, you guys.
Nice work. Awesome.
But getting a truckload of birds to fly isn't the point. The question is, does the trailer get lighter?
So there's no difference when they were in the air.
No, but you can see minor fluctuations happening very quick. But
Well, what I see is the fluctuations have about the exact same amplitude both above and below the 0 point. I mean, it's a noisy signal, but here it's clear there's no difference.
Yeah, that's great.
Dude, that is beautiful. And although the data is quite noisy, which of course it would be with so many variables of 20 birds, it proves that the birds on a truck do not change the weight of that truck in any significant way.
So the myth is busted, but Jamie and Adam still aren't quite satisfied.
I think we busted this myth with the pigeons flat out. The data looks beautiful, but it's a bit noisy. This helicopter is going to be a very clean and stable signal. We should be able to see it on the graph much more steady than we see the birds. And this is the nail in the coffin for this myth. If we see no change in the weight of the trailer with a helicopter in it, it's busted again and once and for all.
Stepping up for the tricky task of flying the remote-controlled chopper is M5 shop assistant Chris. And his boss Jamie is full of encouragement.
Chris is well motivated to not crash the helicopter. It's a fairly expensive helicopter, so it'll just come out of his pay if he does any harm to it. Either that or I'll fire him.
With thoughts of unemployment crowding his mind, how could he fail?
Chris, we're ready to go when you want. Get that thing just a foot off the ground. Okay. Come on, baby. Whoa! Did you get a reading? Hold on. We're gonna have to take a look.
Can you kill it?
Unsurprisingly, that brief, disastrous flight doesn't yield any results.
Dude. All right. Why don't you go back to the shop and get your other helicopter, and we'll try and get a reading off of that one.
Let's try another one.
Yeah.
Chris, despite Jamie's ominous silence, believes he's still employed and soon returns with his own model chopper.
Chris, hover that puppy as you will.
Hey, Chris, tense much?
It's off.
Yeah! Okay, perfect. Shut it down. That was perfect.
There was no bother with that hover. But what about the results?
It's off the ground.
And the line's stable.
The line is totally stable.
And then when it gets back down.
Give me some, man. That is beautiful.
Perfect.
No wonder they're pleased with themselves. This is the myth that just wouldn't die.
This myth has been very persistent. It's been all over the fan site, it's been all over the web, and I'm glad we finally put it to rest. You can see what's going on here. It's very clear, especially with the helicopter. The helicopter is sitting there, its weight is on the trailer. And at a certain point, the props speed up appropriately. The weight is shifted away from the feet of the helicopter, and instead it's replaced by air pushing down on the trailer. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There's no free lunch here.
Busted. Totally busted.
Well, I thought we did a great job of it. I mean, the rig worked really well.
Do you think this is going to somehow curb the furious debate on the fan site?
Of course not.
Yeah, I bet it won't either, but man, this is the final word because nobody else has ever gotten 20 birds flying simultaneously in a truck while weighing it every 10th of a second in your face. It's busted.
It's busted.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori have drowned the myth that at 25 miles per hour, you can have 2 boats for the price of 1. But it wouldn't be Mythbusters if the team didn't ramp it up in an attempt to replicate the results.
So we've already busted the myth. Bifurcated boat, 25 miles per hour into a channel marker, it's busted. But that's not what this is about. This is about actually splitting the boat in 2. So we set up a tow cable on each side of the channel marker. We're going for 50 miles an hour, and we're going to get this boat to split. Absolutely.
All right, on my countdown. Ready in 3, 2, 1.
The target speed is 50 miles an hour, and our tow trucker has his foot to the floor.
35.
Come on, faster, faster, punch it.
Well, it didn't bifurcate, but it was still pretty cool.
Once again, the mythity split didn't. As per the myth, contact was just to the port side, but despite the increased speed, the result was still only a glancing blow.
The way these are made is very, very strong. It's beautiful. It's not likely that something is going to split down the middle.
Yeah, you'd have to get a really good shot at a high velocity.
And whoever split that boat must have been going a lot faster than 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's
I'm guessing more like 80 or 90.
With the trailer gone, but the boat still intact, the team have to get creative to get satisfaction.
I need more carnage. We still have the crane, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the boat up about 100 feet and drop it on the ground. Then I'll be satisfied.
Go, 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 go!
Yeah!
Oops. I'm thinking that went down like a lead balloon with the crane driver.
We are in so much trouble.
Not yet. Yeah, we're kind of in trouble. A little trouble.
Yep, I wouldn't want to be the one to tell Jamie.
Whoa!
Oh!
Dang!
Okay.
Well, as Adam would say, there's your problem.
Did we get insurance on this truck? Anyone?
All right, I know we didn't get bifurcation, but crashing that boat into the channel marker, that was cool.
I mean, we have a picture, we have a police report, and we know this kind of damage is possible.
Even at 45 miles per hour, we couldn't get that kind of damage.
So unlike the boat, this one's busted?
Busted.
Busted.
On this episode of Mythbusters, Jamie and Adam sing for science to see if sound waves can actually extinguish a fire.
Is my voice enough to put out this flame?
It's an audio investigation that leads to another Mythbusters world first. Before it all escalates into a sonic boom.
Beautiful! could not have gone better.
Then Tori, Carrie, and Grant test hypnosis myths.
Sleep, sleep, sleep.
First up, can you plant a suggestion to make someone do something against their will?
I like that.
And then Jamie and Adam stage a scene.
Movie star!
To test the myth that hypnosis can enhance your memory.
2, 3, and begin.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Danger is my middle name.
And Jamie Heineman.
The behavior, we're going to make you into a coat.
Between them, over 30 years special effects experience. Joining them, Tori Belleci, Carrie Byron.
Don't try what you're about to see at home.
And Grant Imahara.
He's alive!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. When it comes to busting sound myths, Adam and Jamie are kings. They love cranking the volume to 11, in the name of science, of course.
Now you're just gonna have to give me hand signals because I can't hear a damn thing.
And now, the Master Blasters are at it again with a new groundbreaking sonic saga.
What's the myth?
Quite simply, it's that you can extinguish a fire using only the power of a human voice.
You're making that up.
I am not. It actually comes from an early 20th century naturalist named Charles Kellogg, who claimed far and wide that he could put out fires using only his voice.
And didn't he also invent cereal or something?
No, wrong guy.
Charles Kellogg, unlike the cereal guy, was a vocal genius. In the early 1900s, he traveled the states in a hollow redwood tree and wowed audiences with his bird impersonations, which could supposedly put out fires. He claimed he could do this not with his exhaled breath, but with the sound waves themselves. As sound travels through air, it creates pressure waves. These pressure waves can cause air molecules to vibrate, and if they vibrate enough, a flame can apparently be blown out.
Do we have a plan?
Well, I think we have a reasonable plan. Kellogg claimed he could put out a fire with his voice, and he demonstrated it. We should find out how, replicate that demonstration, and see what we get.
Okay.
Okay, so all they've got to do is replicate Kellogg's demonstration. But as the boys delve deeper, they realize it's more complex than that.
From the reading that I've done, it doesn't appear that he's like lighting a fire somewhere and then just singing it out. It seems to be a very specific thing called a sensitive flame.
A sensitive flame is a bit like a Bunsen burner, but thanks to a protective glass tube and a special latex diaphragm, the flame actually reacts to sound waves. It's vastly different from a regular fire, but because this is what Kellogg sang at, the first step for this myth is for Adam to build one of his own.
We got a sensitive flame! There's no way the air from my breath is affecting that flame inside the glass. We've got a sensitive flame.
Yeah! I think it's doing it over here as well.
You can clearly see the flame reacting to Jamie and Adam's voices.
Awesome.
But what exactly is going on?
What I have here are the rudiments of Kellogg's exact experimental setup for using his voice to extinguish fire. It consists of gas feeding into a chamber that has a membrane on it. And the membrane moves in relation to the sound in the room and affects the pressure of the fire. You can see as I'm talking, the fire is moving, and it doesn't have to do with my breath, it has to do with the sound of my voice.
With the so-called sensitive flame fired up, Adam's got a copy of a 1905 gramophone recording of Kellogg singing like a bird.
All right, here's a little history. Oh, his human voice was analyzed and found to be normal under 4,000 hertz. However, his bird voice soared into the inaudible above 14,000 hertz. His voice reputedly had a range of 12 1/2 octaves, while the normal range of a singing voice is just 2 1/2. We will see. Kellogg's bird voice is astonishing. I don't care whether he's whistling or grabbing his neck and doing this or whatever. That it comes out of a person is amazing.
The high-frequency bird voice makes the flame go ballistic, but extinguished it ain't.
That's kind of spooky, actually.
Isn't it? There's a specific, like, bird call of Kellogg's that makes the flame, I think, do the largest sort of differential dance, like bango, 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 like that.
Is he saying red rum?
Despite their lack of success, all is not lost. It's possible that Adam's CD of a recording made over 100 years ago is simply not good enough quality.
I'm going to try to put this flame out using my dog voice.
So to keep testing this myth, the boys must come up with a way of replicating Kellogg's full vocal range before Adam goes barking mad.
No, my dog voice doesn't work.
Look into my eyes. Deeper. You will fall into a deep, deep sleep.
What are you doing?
Trying to hypnotize Grant.
Why?
We're working on hypnosis myths.
Hypnosis has long sparked a spiral of myths about its so-called powers. Myths that are about to get the Mythbusters treatment, starting with an all-time classic.
An evil hypnotist can plant a post-hypnotic suggestion that forces you to do something against your will.
Ah, you mean like in the movies when there's like a sleeper agent and they give him a code word, he wakes him up and he kills people?
Exactly, except we probably won't kill people.
Who is the most effective assassin? Well, I would think anyone who manages to conceal his identity as an assassin. One who doesn't know he's an assassin.
It's another mad movie plotline. An evil villain uses hypnosis to plant a trigger that turns an ordinary person into the perfect assassin without them even knowing.
I must kill Papschbeer. Will that be with cream and sugar, sir?
So is this Hollywood hocus pocus, or can it really happen?
All right, so which one of us is going to get hypnotized?
Unfortunately, it's not that easy. Apparently, not everyone can be hypnotized. So I think, first of all, we need to go find a hypnotist, find out which one of us is susceptible. And whoever that is, that's the person that gets the post-hypnotic suggestion.
Great. Let's go find a hypnotist.
To put this myth to the test, the starting point is to see if any of them can actually be hypnotized in the first place.
Here we have a hypnotherapist and a neurotherapist. They're going to figure out which one of us can be hypnotized. For this test, we need post-hypnotic suggestion. And if none of us can be hypnotized, we're stuck.
And first up is Tori. The plan is that Carrie and Grant will monitor his progress with the help of neurotherapist Cynthia and her EEG machine.
So what's this, like if I get a wrong answer, then you shock me?
While clinical hypnotist Seth will try to put him under her spell.
Just keep on focusing on my hand, noticing that your eyes start to feel heavy. Allow that feeling of heaviness to get more and more heavy.
She's using a common technique called progressive relaxation.
That's right. And just let a gentle wave of relaxing energy go from your head all the way down to your feet, to your toes. A gentle wave.
Carrie and Grant will know Tori's been hypnotized when the EEG machine shows his brain's electrical activity has halved.
Do you know what percentage of people are able to be hypnotized?
Easily 85%.
85?
To some degree.
Despite the odds, they're not off to a good start because even after 10 minutes, Tori's brain activity has only dropped by 5%.
I would want to see it get to about half of what it was. So if he was about 9.5, I'd like to see it at about maybe 4.
Tori's inability to relax means he's out of the race. So next up is Carrie, and the boys have high hopes for her.
I actually think that she's a reasonable candidate to be hypnotized.
Why?
I don't know, it's kind of a gut feeling.
Could you tell her to do things and she does them?
No, that's definitely not the reason why.
But their hopes are ill-founded because Carrie won't go under either.
I think I would start to get relaxed enough that I was almost in a sleep-like state, but then I'd be like, oh, I'm trying to be in a sleep-like state. I'm trying so hard. So it's almost like I couldn't let myself completely relax.
So with the score standing at 0-2, it all boils down to Grant. But will Mr. Science submit to Seth?
Deeply, deeply down. More and more relaxed.
Despite Grant's initial discomfort, after 5 minutes, things are looking good.
Like a rag doll, deeper down.
The EEG machine shows Grant's brain activity has already dropped from a level 9 to a 4.
I think he's in a deep state. I think he's more hypnotizable. There you go, look at that.
And what that means is he's just the kind of highly suggestible subject they're looking for.
Grant would make a good subject for a post-hypnotic suggestion. He's a very susceptible person.
You're the winner.
Okay, what does that mean?
Well, you know what that means. Now we're gonna see if we can hypnotize you and see if we can get you to do something that you wouldn't normally do.
She's not gonna embarrass me or anything.
Don't worry, it won't be too humiliating.
Popular in the early 1900s, Charles Kellogg was a naturalist come showman with an extraordinary talent. Not only could he sing like a bird, but he could also supposedly extinguish a sensitive flame with his voice. But when the Mythbusters tried to replicate this feat, they failed to douse anything. But in case the 100-year-old recording they used was of insufficient quality, they've now called in the big guns.
Hey, Roger. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Come to help us do some detective work? Yeah.
Sound engineer Roger has brought a tone generator to replicate the full vocal range of Kellogg's bird voice.
In Kellogg's day, this was the way that you generated a precise frequency. This is what they used to tune pianos and other things, I believe. Not that I've ever done it, but these days we have things called tone generators, and so we'll be able to get any frequency that we want within any conceivable range.
But before getting into a frequency frenzy, let's get a few things straight. Sound is vibrations traveling through the air in waves. Its frequency is a measure of how many times the sound wave vibrates in 1 second. The higher the frequency, the higher the pitch. Kellogg's bird voice could supposedly reach a barely audible frequency of 14,000 hertz, something that the tone generator can match.
I'd love to sweep all the way up through and into the inaudible range, because again, we keep on seeing in all the material Kellogg said that he thought it was the high frequency that affected the flame more than low frequency.
Roger cuts straight to the chase and tunes into 14,000 hertz, but the flame keeps burning bright.
So, work down?
So the team decides to change tactic and lower the frequency, and what do you know?
Hey! What was that at?
At 166 hertz, the opposite end of the spectrum to Kellogg, and the sensitive flame does go silent. But Adam's not entirely satisfied.
This is a rig that utilizes fire, it's true, but I can put this fire out by doing that. That's the rig failing to maintain a fire. That's not a fire being extinguished. And I think that's a really key difference. What I'd like to do now that I've got all this equipment set up is just put a candle in front of the speaker and see what kind of responses I get out of it.
It's an ordinary household candle, about as simple as fire can get, and unlike the sensitive flame, has no special trappings to make it reactive to sound.
Ready? What? Yeah.
They start with high frequencies, but get nowhere fast.
No appreciable effect on the flame at all.
It's not until they lower the tone that they get the result they're after. So at low frequencies from a tone generator, a flame can be extinguished with sound. The low-pitched sound sends out a pressure wave which vibrates the air so much that the flame gets snuffed out.
My question now would be, could you and I replicate that with our voices? Can we pipe our voices through this thing? Yeah.
So, can the human voice replicate this feat? Time to tackle this myth karaoke style. Just like in real life, Adam is loud but he's not very deep. And the candle keeps candling on.
That's as low as I can go.
Will Jamie be able to do any better?
Ladies and gentlemen, right now I'd like to bring up to the mic a very good old friend of mine, Mr. James Heineman. Let's bring him on out. Come on.
Jamie's voice is lower and has more effect on the flame. But after a few bars, feedback starts interfering with the test.
I think we need more separation from between the microphone and the speaker. So like Jamie singing from the other room? Yeah. Okay, let's try that.
Jamie resumes his performance from an impromptu sound booth.
Am I on?
Oh yeah.
Jamie's dulcet tones ring out, but the candle keeps on keeping on.
Is that all the volume we've got?
Yeah.
In desperation, Jamie adopts the birthday cake approach.
That seems to be working.
But it doesn't look like he'll be getting his wish anytime soon.
Getting dizzy.
I feel like we can conclude from this that even the amplified human voice can't put out a naked flame.
So it would seem.
Can you really be hypnotized to do something against your will and without your knowledge?
Will that be with cream and sugar, sir?
The team has already determined that Grant is a suitably susceptible subject. So, all that remains now is for Carrie and Tori to figure out what they want him to do.
I'm a little apprehensive as to what the other two might have come up with in their little minds.
And apprehensive he should be.
There's no way he would ever do anything goofy or feminine to his robot, like paint a big heart on it.
Carrie and Tori's brainstorm has yielded 2 post-hypnotic suggestions to place in Grant's brain.
I like that.
The plan is when Tori says the words quantum physics, Grant will suddenly decide to draw love hearts on his beloved robot, Deadblow, something he would never normally do. And when Carrie yawns, he'll jump up and down, something he might normally do. It's back into the chair for Lab Rat Grant, and it's only a few minutes before the souped-up EEG machine shows that Grant's brain activity has dropped by 50%.
It's kind of creepy. He looks like a zombie.
Seth wants to make doubly sure he's feeling compliant before slipping him the post-hypnotic suggestions.
In a moment, I'm going to ask you to tell me your name. When I count to the number 3, you will not be able to remember your last name. 1, 2, and 3. What is your name? Grant. And your last name?
It's working. He can't say his last name.
With Grant well and truly under, Seth plants the seeds of post-hypnotic suggestion, starting with one he would never normally do.
When you hear the words quantum physics on your robot, you're going to draw a beautiful, feminine heart.
Oh my God. She just gave him the command, and he agreed to it without cracking a smile.
He can't. I know he's not that good an actor.
So far, so good. Now for the much easier second suggestion.
Whenever you see Carrie yawn, you are going to have this uncontrollable urge to jump up and down.
He looks like he's putty in her hands.
I'd like you now to get ready to come back.
So the seeds have been sown. They'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if they've taken root. Jamie and Adam are trying to overturn conventional firefighting techniques by putting out fires with the human voice. But the results so far aren't about to set the world ablaze.
So where are we at with this myth?
Well, we have successfully demonstrated that we can put out a fire using a sound, but we have not demonstrated that a human voice can do it.
Doesn't that mean it's busted?
Not exactly. I mean, just because we can't do it doesn't mean it can't be done. Remember shattering a wine glass?
When Adam and Jamie tried to shatter a wine glass with their unamplified voices, they got nowhere fast.
Not surprisingly, I don't think I can do it.
It wasn't until they unleashed the power of rocker pro Jamie Vandera that they got their lucky break.
I think it's time to bring in some professionals.
Like some singers.
Exactly.
Cue local a cappella group Hookslide with their most bizarre gig to date.
All right, guys, so instead of entertaining crowds of people, it's a physics problem today.
Today's challenge is to extinguish a candle using their voices, with a little help from Roger.
Whenever you're ready, take it away and try and put out that candle.
Sure, they can hold a harmony, but are they firefighting material?
One of you hit a really specific note.
Once again, it's the low frequencies that have the most effect, so bassist Jonathan gets his chance for a solo. At first, even his lowest low doesn't work.
Do the buzz, see if you get the beat.
But as the saying goes, if at first you don't succeed, well... Now, what's he doing to make that sound?
I'm doing two things at once. Firstly, I'm just singing normally. And then I'm also buzzing my lips together, pushing air through my lips. And you do them together.
It turns out that it is possible to put out a flame with an amplified human voice. Of course, we can't leave it there. On the tails of that success, I think we should set up a bigger flame and some bigger speakers and put John to the test.
With mission accomplished on the candle, it's time to turn up the heat to record-breaking proportions.
This is our next test bed to try and put a fire out with sound or a voice. This is simply propane that you'd hook up to your barbecue. It's really simple.
To put out a 4-foot flame like this, they're going to need to go for broke with some monster loudspeakers.
This is perfect for any home theater system.
These speakers should blast the low-frequency noise out so loudly that the air molecules vibrate more violently, causing a greater air current. But will this wind current be strong enough?
We're going to kind of supersize it here. We've got a much bigger flame, much bigger speakers. We'll see whether we can get the same effect.
It's back to the booth for our beatbox bassist. Blowing raspberries in the name of science. Try as he might, even at a whopping 146 decibels, Jonathan's raspberries are no match for the bigger burn.
I think it's time to move on to tones. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Roger, it's all up to you now. You ready?
Ready.
Armed with $80,000 worth of audio equipment, is there anything Roger can do to put out this fire? He works his way through the frequencies and cranks it up to a bone-jarring, painfully loud 155 decibels. But even that can't put out the fire.
There's stuff falling off of the ceiling.
So far, I'm not seeing anything in any of our experimentation that yields or seems to yield a practical firefighting technique.
But Jamie's got one last idea.
We're going to give it one last shot. We've reconfigured the speakers so they're more or less coming at the flame in one wall. Frankly, we're a little baffled. We don't know what else to do.
Will the V formation be V for victory? Roger cranks up the bass and Adam's on his hands and knees praying for a sweet spot. It's less about intricate planning and more about trial and error. But suddenly...
Oh my God.
It's a red-letter day for science, because at 55 hertz and a room-shaking 149 decibels, they've achieved a world first. No one has ever put out a fire of this size with sound until now.
This is yet another in a long line of cases in which I completely didn't expect the result we got at the very end of the day. Everything we'd done up until we got that flame to go out was telling me not gonna happen. Difference between a candle and a real fire is significant, and we were not gonna get any positive results, and we did. That's stunning. I love being wrong.
But it's not over yet, because before this myth is extinguished, there's an explosive twist to the tale. It's like any other morning at Mythbusters, except today, Grant is a ticking time bomb. Yesterday, he was implanted with 2 post-hypnotic suggestions. It's time to see if those seeds have taken root.
All right, so the 2 triggers are, one, we're saying quantum physics, and that's gonna cause Grant to pull out his marker and go draw hearts on his robot. And then the second one is Carrie's gonna yawn, and that's gonna get him to jump around. So either way, it should be a very entertaining day.
Neither Carrie nor Tori have spoken to Grant about yesterday's hypnosis session. As far as he's concerned, he's designing a Diet Coke and Mentos rig. So, bring on the trigger words.
You know what I can do is make something that will just push them all in really quick.
I don't know, that just seems like a lot of extra work.
I think you're getting too complicated.
I mean, it's not like this is quantum physics.
That was the trigger.
Okay.
But the robot remains graffiti-free. Maybe the more subtle suggestion will stand a better chance.
I have some
carry-ons once and twice, but nothing. The triggers are enough to give him the giggles, but not enough to him under their power. So, what went wrong?
I had a clear idea of what they wanted me to do. And all through, I was trying to say, okay, well, maybe, hopefully I'll forget, and then it'll be subliminal, but it just kept coming back, you know?
So it didn't work on Grant, but is it a little too soon to call this one game over for the myth?
I think the real problem is you always knew you were going to get a suggestion while you were under. You didn't know what it was, but you always knew.
All right. Well, maybe what we do is we find somebody from the crew who believes in hypnosis and wants to change. While they're under, we secretly put a post-hypnotic suggestion in there.
I have the perfect candidate. Alice, who's one of our producers, wants to stop chewing the tops of her pens. And she is a big believer in alternative healing techniques, like hypnosis. So I say we bring her in, give her hypnosis for chewing the tops of the pens, but while she's under, we give her our own suggestion.
Producer Alice has been working with Jamie and Adam on another story and has no idea what this team is up to. She thinks she's here to be hypnotized to kick her disgusting pen-chewing habit.
Just allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to double the relaxation.
But what she doesn't know is that while she's under, something devious is going on.
So we're going to give her post-hypnotic suggestions the same way that we gave you. We're going to give her one that is something that she could easily do, like grabbing her ear. And then the second one we're going to do is completely against her moral fiber, something she would not do.
And that is?
Slapping me in the face.
With the session in full swing, it's time to plant the first suggestion.
When you hear the word Adam, would it be okay with you if you were to scratch your ear?
I don't like the idea of this. This is trickery.
She's on.
Despite an encouraging start, it doesn't look like producer Alice is going to take the bait.
I did not agree to this before.
Looks like this myth is sinking faster than a lead balloon.
She knows we're trying to sneak in some post-hypnotic suggestions, and it's not working.
We didn't even get to the fun part. I wanted to see what she would do if we told her to do something totally crazy, like slap me.
Instead, it's a slap in the face for post-hypnotic suggestion. It works fine in the movies.
I must kill the queen.
But in the real world, well, even hypnotists say it can't be done.
Hypnosis can't control you. You have to want to accept the suggestion. But if you don't want to do it, it's not going to happen.
I'm so sad. I really wanted this one to work.
You wanted to get slapped in the face?
Well, we did get a good result. I mean, as soon as the hypnotist tried to make Alice do something against her will, she came right out of the hypnosis.
So it is just like they say, you never really go totally unconscious.
And most hypnotherapists and hypnotists agree that you can't make anyone do anything that's against their moral fiber.
So this one's busted?
Busted.
It's too bad, because I kind of wanted to take over the world.
Grant, Carrie, and Tori have been having so much fun exploring hypnosis myths
Like it's quantum physics.
that Adam and Jamie can't help but join them.
What are you doing?
Carrie, Grant, and Tori are doing hypnosis myths. And as long as they're exploring the subject, there is one I have always wanted to try.
Now, what's that?
Well, it's that you can remember more details under hypnosis than under normal circumstances. Like the police could put you under hypnosis and you'd remember all sorts of things about a crime you witnessed that you had no conscious memory of witnessing.
It's one of the most pervasive myths associated with hypnosis. But can going under really unleash a vast resource of hidden memories?
What are we going to do?
I'm thinking you and someone that they don't know enacting some kind of altercation while they look on, and after it, we'll give them a questionnaire of questions they have to answer about details they witnessed, and then we'll put them under hypnosis, give them the same questions, and see if they remember more.
So we need to get some actors.
Precisely.
Hey, guys.
So to put this myth to the test, they've enlisted the help of local actors Ryan and Brian to stage a scene that will take place in front of Carrie, Tori, and Grant.
The goal of this scene is to elevate their stress levels a little bit, make them view something that's slightly uncomfortable, and then they're going to have to remember exactly what happened. We're going to fill our little scenario with a bunch of details that they're supposed to remember. And we're going to see if they can remember more of those details under hypnosis than under normal conditions.
Of course, this is all going to come as a total surprise to our 3 guinea pigs, who have no idea of this hypnosis hijinks.
Action.
The basic scene is that Ryan and Brian are going to be delivery men with attitude,
Wait. You're a big man, huh? Big star?
who push Jamie over the edge.
Well, that ought to work.
That is perfect. This is going to be an ideal test.
Yeah, there's a lot for them to remember there.
What's important for this myth is that there are plenty of actions and words to remember. But Adam wants to leave a series of visual clues as well.
Look at that.
A tattoo here, a few name tags there, and some company logos for good measure. These are the kinds of quality clues which, if remembered, could break a real-life crime case. But over at M7, will an unsuspecting Carrie, Tori, and Grant be able to remember more of these clues when under hypnosis? Only the camera crew have been let in on the little secret, so they can record it going down. So, let the scene be seen.
I have a package for M7.
I can take it.
You're that guy, man.
Hey, how's it going?
This is the guy from the show, right? You're from the show where they blow stuff up and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Do you mind if I get a signature though?
A whole array of clues are being dropped as the scene gets underway, but are any being picked up by the team?
Cool. Just put something like, live the myth, live the dream, or something like that.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, I'm
At
serious.
first, they don't take much notice.
Can I take a picture of you and me? I'm gonna wear the beanie.
Until things escalate.
Wear the beanie.
Leave the hat alone. It's cool.
Oh, what?
We gotta
Oh,
get
what?
back
You're
to work here.
Big TV star, huh? Yeah, you don't
Now, the scene has got their undivided attention.
You know what? You know what? Screw that.
What?
No photo,
Just
no
sign.
package. God, movie star.
Vlad, somebody's got time for this. Vlad.
When was that?
The only way that any of that would make sense if some music started and he started taking his clothes off or something.
If it was like a...
With the show over, it's time to let them in on the scam.
How did you like that?
That was pretty funny.
It was crazy.
We constructed that whole scene to give you guys a bunch of facts to try and remember. The myth is that under hypnosis, you might remember more about a crime or an event that happened in front of you than you would under normal conditions.
That's good.
So we wrote down a whole bunch of details about the physical appearance of those guys and about the narrative of exactly what happened, and we have those questions in here. We're going to ask you guys this questionnaire, not under hypnosis, and then under hypnosis, and see if there's a difference in the results.
None of us had a clue. None of us were in on it. It's just going to be an interesting test to see if we do better before and after the hypnosis.
Well, now that I know it's a memory test, I'm hoping that I paid close enough attention to these people to be able to describe them.
Time to find out as Tori, Carrie, and Grant submit to the Mythbusters memory exam.
I feel like I'm back in high school.
No, because if you were back in high school, you'd be cheating off of me.
I'm going to cheat off of you. I'm going to cheat off Grant. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and begin.
They're going to be asked the same set of questions before and after hypnosis.
Right.
Questions about the culprits' names, their distinguishing features, and even their smell.
That's a weird question.
We'll test their range of recall across all the senses.
I think that's it. I'm done. I can't remember anything else.
So how do they rate their recall?
I mean, I know there's a lot of details that I probably got wrong. I remember things, but I don't remember specifics about those things.
He's not kidding. Although they could all remember some general info about the scene, no one was able to recall anything critical that could lead to an arrest in a real-life case. But will hypnosis help paint a clearer picture before this case goes cold? In Voice Fire Extinguisher, Adam and Jamie have something to shout about. They've just used amplified sound waves to put out a record-sized flame. So, where does that leave the myth?
Are we ready to call this one?
I think based on what we've gotten so far, yeah. I think Charles Kellogg's original claim, the source of our myth, that you can put out a fire with an unamplified human voice, is totally busted.
And yet, like any good myth, there is an element of truth here.
No, I could not believe the results we got when our singer was able, although amplified, to put out that candle with his voice.
Yeah, and with a tone generator and a truckload of amplifiers and speakers, we were able to put out a pretty good-sized flame, which is really impressive.
And yet I don't feel like we can let this one rest here.
Well, what about explosives? I mean, sound's a pressure wave, and explosives create a pressure wave. And as far as I know, they actually put out oil rig fires with explosives.
Sold. Let's do it.
Okay.
The Mythbusters have used explosives for just about every occasion. From redecorating a house to adding a touch of flair to an 1812 overture. And now they're going to use them to fight fires.
Once again, we find ourselves at the Alameda County Bomb Range. JD, Frank Doyle are helping us out. We're going to try and put out a fire with explosives.
In other words, they're going to fight fire with firepower, a technique that was developed to put out arguably the most dangerous infernos of all, oil well fires.
This technique was made famous by the late Red Adair, probably the most famous firefighter ever. He put out over 2,000 fires in his career. The guy was amazing.
But how exactly did he do it? Well, that's perfect territory for the Mythbusters and the logical extension of their firefighting with sound investigation.
Sound is nothing but pressure. In the case of a sound wave, we've got repeated cycling of this pressure wave over and over again to create something that you hear. The theory of using an explosive to put out a fire is that the single pressure wave the explosive creates removes all of the oxygen from the fire so it can't burn.
To put this theory to the test, the first thing they're going to need is a fire, and that's Jamie's department.
This flame rig works by pressurizing a tank full of gasoline. It simply pushes the gas out the bottom of the tank, down the pipe, and out the nozzle. We have gasoline coming out here, and we've got an ignition source here, which is just a neon transformer that's being shorted across the two lines there, so it makes a spark jump. Okay, systems check in 3, 2, 1. That worked perfectly. Was that beautiful or what? Look at that thing.
Yeah, it doesn't get much neater than that.
With the fire rig fired up, Adam works on an explosives delivery system.
We have to deliver an explosive charge to a fire, and the fire is going to have a potential to want to make that explosive charge go off before we intend it to go off. So rather than have it placed here when our fire is going, we're going to have it way back there until we're ready, till we're all set. Then we go. We pull it in here, and that's when we detonate it.
Sounds like a plan. And first up for the fire in the hole test is black powder, a low-velocity explosive.
Are we ready?
We are ready. This is the burrito. The black powder burrito.
With the black powder burrito in place, it's time for the three amigos to hunker in the bunker.
Okay, are we set?
Yeah. This is for real.
Okay, black powder test. I'm going to go ahead and ignite now.
Fire, we have fire.
Okay, it's all yours, Adam.
Okay, pulling in.
Ignition.
We're in place, go. Beautiful! That worked perfectly!
That could not have gone better.
The fire rig and explosives delivery system work like a charm. But for fighting fires, they'd have been better off using black magic than black powder. Because as the high speed shows, the post-boom flame is burning as strong as ever. So they'll have to try again with something that has a little more bang for their buck.
Ha! That's fun!
So far in tackling the myth that hypnosis enhances memory recall, Jamie and Adam have staged a scene.
Leave the hat alone. It's cool. We got to get back to work here.
And put the team's unassisted memory to the test.
I feel like I'm back in high school.
But the case has gone cold, with all three flunking the Mythbusters memory exam. Now, it's time to find out if hypnosis will help them remember any critical clues. Hypnotist Dave Hill thinks it will.
I'm going to do everything in my hypnotic ability to help you gain more memory. Sound like fun?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Dave spent the last 20 years putting people under, and he's convinced he can refresh memories using the technique of rapid hypnosis.
Just give me your hand if you would. That's good. I'm going to place my hand here if that's okay.
Okay.
By the time I reach the count of 1, you'll be in a very deep, deep state of hypnotic sleep. That's fine. You're doing perfectly in sleep.
The idea is to overload the mind with sudden, firm commands.
Okay, close your eyes down, my friend. Roll your eyeballs up to the top of your head. Try and open your eyelids once, twice. Notice they don't work. Way down. Sleep. Way down. And sleep. Way down. Sleep. That's fine. You're doing great. In a moment, we're going to have you answer some questions on paper about the incident that you saw. Before we do that, I want to help you with your memory. What we're going to now give you in your mind's eye is a wonderful TV set with a remote control that allows you to fast forward, to reverse scenes, to put the scenes in slow motion.
With Dave at the helm, the team retakes the very same test in their hypnotic state.
Do their uniforms have name tags or patches? Look at them carefully. What was written on their name tags? Did either delivery man have a tattoo?
Several probing questions later, and it's time to re-emerge and find out if hypnosis helped them remember any additional information that'll crack the case.
Wide awake, feeling fantastic in every way.
The papers have been graded, and the new scores are in with exciting results. Carrie has remembered some important dialogue.
You're that guy, dude. You know that guy from the show? They blow stuff up.
This is the guy from the show, right? You're from the show where they blow stuff up?
Wait, I'm gonna call my brother.
You know what? I'm gonna call my brother real fast.
All of that I remembered after we relaxed with the hypnosis.
But it's Grant and Tori that have come up trumps with the types of quality information that would really help a real-life investigation.
I don't even remember name tags, but when we went under hypnosis, a name popped up.
Was it the right name?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Joe?
And Grant was able to describe the tattoo in detail.
For purposes of identifying someone at a crime scene, that's really important information.
I'm totally impressed by the results.
So, thanks to hypnosis, looks like the case might be solved after all.
So, did you guys do any better remembering details under hypnosis?
Well, I remember that one of the guys had a tattoo on his neck under hypnosis.
That's really important.
Oh, yeah.
Tori remembered a name.
I totally did not expect this to work. I mean, given that, are we calling this confirmed?
We have what it takes to be confirmed.
Confirmed.
I'm a believer.
That's amazing.
At the bomb range, the Mythbusters are trying to put out fires with explosives. I'll let Adam explain why.
We have already tried putting out fires with sound. We started out with our voice. Then we moved on to sound generating equipment. Now we're trying explosives. We have already tried black powder to put out fires. Now we're going with high explosives. The throughput here, the key point that travels through all these experiments, is attempting to use waves, either sound waves or shock waves, to put out fire.
And next up in this thread, it's the Mythbusters' favorite.
We've used high explosives a number of times on the show. Exploding safe, exploding pants, and then fire, of course, is the granddaddy of them all, which was 22,000-foot fall.
The 1,000 pounds of high explosives triggered not only the biggest blast in Mythbusters history, but also, rather alarmingly for this test, set the surrounding hillside ablaze. Now, in a reversal of fate, Jamie and Adam want to know if the same ingredients can be used to put out fires.
That's high explosive, huh?
That is a high explosive.
Wow. It looks more like a taco.
So why would high explosives work when low explosives fail?
Is there a real qualitative difference between a high explosives shockwave and a low explosives shockwave?
Oh, very definitely. A high explosive shock wave is much more intense. It's more of a wall. It has more push and more speed.
It's that push, that immense pressure wave, that should apparently be able to extinguish the flame. Once again, they'll be using the explosives delivery system so that the charge will arrive in the fire at the precise moment. And after a quick reset,
electric's good to go.
They're ready for blast number 2.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
This is Can We Put Out a Fire with High Explosives? 3, 2, 1, go.
There
We
it
got
is.
fire.
Okay.
Taking out spark.
Spark
Moving
off.
explosives into position. It's in. And firing.
Wow! Oh, that was awesome! Woo!
For Jamie's fire, it was a boom of doom. It's been completely and utterly extinguished.
The thing we were looking for here is, did the explosive create a pressure wave that removed the oxygen from the flame and cut it off? And we got that. We saw it. It put the fire out.
The high explosives sure did the trick. By removing the oxygen, they suffocated the fire. But as a firefighting technique, Jamie spotted an obvious flaw.
It's not something you want to put out a fire in your house with, or you'll remove your house. You don't want to put out a fire on your car just because you happen to have some firecrackers in the trunk. This is a very specialized thing that works sometimes if it's set up exactly right. So what do you think? Was the fire big enough? I think so.
Well, talk about fighting fire with fire.
We were able to put out a fire with explosives.
I gotta say, this one has carried us very far afield, but it's been some of the most fun experiments I think we've ever done.
And it was pretty high up there on the don't try this at home list, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Aboard this episode of Mythbusters.
It's time for some pillaging. It's time for some robbing.
Booty goes inside it.
It's time to blow some stuff up. It's time for the Mythbusters Pirate Special.
That's right, me beauties. Sea Dogs Adam and Jamie have plundered the 7 seas for pirate parable and maritime myth.
I'm so pumped.
First, do more seamen die from the wooden shrapnel than the actual cannonball?
Definitely made a lot of shrapnel.
Then Carrie, Grant, and Tori have their eye on the story that pirate patches were a night vision aid.
That was quite funny.
Next, Adam gets dirty and Jamie cleans up. Will rum remove everyday pirate stains?
The plight of the pirate laundryman.
Okay, I'm ready for battle.
And finally, is it Hollywood hocus pocus, or can you slow a high fall with a knife sale?
Avasti! Arr, you scurvy dog!
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Danger is my middle name.
And Jamie Heineman. Between them, over 30 years special effects experience. Joining them, Tori Belleci.
I'll miss you, buddy.
Carrie Byron.
Don't try what you're about to see at home.
And Grant Imahara.
I'm pumping as fast as I can.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Something tells me I know the answer to this one. What's the myth?
Right. The myth is that in a firefight with some pirates, in a fusillade of cannonballs, that you would be more in danger of the shrapnel than the cannonballs themselves. He's speechless.
Army hearties, this myth comes straight from the glory days of pirate privateers.
Morgan!
Skilled blackguard captains would run down their heavy, treasure-laden prey, then deliver a mighty broadside.
On the approach! Fire!
But is it true the deadly splinters created on impact caused more deaths than the cannonball itself?
We'll close for the killing and border, and I'll dangle Uncle Harry from the far yard. So what's the plan?
Well, last time we tried to find a cannon, the best we could do was find one that just shot blanks. This time we need to fire one that fires a real cannonball, and they're not going to be that easy to find, I don't think.
Now, let's put the researchers on it, and in the meantime, I've got some fabulous ideas for a small-scale, air-powered cannon.
Turn your face around.
Now, if ye be unfamiliar with pirating ways, listen up and listen close. It's Pirate Speak lesson number 1. A pirate woman is more commonly referred to as a wench. Adam briefs myth wench Jess. If an air cannon is to be substituted for a real cannon, it still needs to fire a ball at much the same speed.
What I want to end up with is the slowest possible speed a cannonball could hit a boat, because I don't think we can match the highest possible speed with the air cannon.
So while Jess hits the history books to find out about muzzle velocities, Jamie tells us more about the plan.
It's time to get started on the miniature air cannon. This will be a 20-foot long Schedule 40 pipe with another Schedule 40 pipe and a cap on it on the other end. And a valve will go between the two, and we're just going to pressure the thing with shop air, turn the valve on, out goes the ball into the wood.
That long pipe is no accident. It allows the air to be focused behind the projectile and get the most possible force on the ball.
This one is going to be firing a 2-inch ball bearing. Not exactly what you would have had in ye olde times. They happen to be the easiest thing for us to get a hold of because people generally don't fire these things these days.
While Hotshot Heineman puts together a target, old Redbeard Savage gets down to the finer plumbing.
I just don't want any leaks. I don't like leaks. Grab some air.
To maximize pressure, all leaks have to be accounted for. Adam displays the time-honored pipe-hugging method of checking for leaks. Of course, he could have just had a look. Myth wench Jess has crunched the numbers. For a blistering broadside, a typical pirate cannonball travels at more than 900 feet per second. That's way out of their little cannon's league. But they think 600 feet per second will be sufficient to splinter the wood in a meaningful way. So, Adam, what are you looking for from this test?
There are 3 things we want to get out of this test. First and foremost is which of the woods is most shrapnel worthy. We're only going to use one of them for the large scale test, and this is the test where we'll determine which one. Second is there a death zone around the point of impact? Do splinters travel in a specific direction? And third, do they travel with enough speed to have a seemingly deadly amount of power? Do they penetrate?
Pirates weren't choosy about most things, including what their ships were made of, but 3 woods seemed to be the favorites.
We've got pine, we've got white oak, we've got red oak. Now, these aren't scaled to the ship, but that's because on the small scale test, we just want to look at relative splintering ability of each of these kinds of woods. Blimey!
It's simple. Fire the 2-inch ball bearing into the 3 different types of wood. Examine each splinter pattern and then select the best for the full-scale test. And of course, the winner will be the wood with the deadliest spray of shrapnel. First up on the Cannonball collision course, pine planking.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pressurize it, all
Okay,
right?
is everybody clear from the back of the shop?
We're up to pressure. Are we all set? Okay, test 1, pine, in 3, 2, 1. We're clear.
Oh, the anticipation. That is cool. It's a perfect hole.
A perfect hole, but did it splinter?
Oh, look at that! Dude! That is an excellent thing!
That is awesome.
Yeah.
It's just a beautiful result.
Okay, well, let's reset.
With Adam and Jamie up and running, let's take time out to tackle a tale of tricky pirates and their eye patches.
All right, you guys know the whole stereotypical pirate with the eye patch. Yeah, you do. Well, apparently it wasn't to cover up an eye that had been gouged out during battle.
Well, the myth surrounding this one is actually really cool. I mean, the idea is that both of their eyes are perfectly fine, but kept one eye covered with an eye patch to keep that eye constantly night vision ready.
So if you had to dip down below decks during the day, or fight a battle at night after having been inside reading maps. All right.
So we're gonna have to figure out a way to test this one.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, aye.
For all their army hearties and avast ye scurvy dogs, this myth would suggest pirates were no fools when it came to eyeball anatomy. According to pirate folklore, by wearing a patch over a perfectly good eye, a pirate could exit the glare of a ship's deck, shuffle the patch over, and enter the dark below, or leave a well-lit room below decks to fight a nighttime battle up top.
Well, we've got the eye patches. That part's easy. I think now the best thing we can do is go talk to an ophthalmologist and see if the myth has any merit to it before we start.
Then we can figure out a way to test the night vision, maybe like a pirate-themed obstacle course.
Well, if we're building this obstacle course, we're not gonna be able to test it. So we'll save this one for Jamie and Adam, let them test it out.
We can make them wear pirate outfits. It'd be perfect.
While Tori and Grant begin building an obstacle course uniquely designed to test a pirate's night vision,
you guys should maybe just stand back in case this thing falls.
Carrie is off to see an eye doctor.
To test out our pirate eye patch myth, I've come to UCSF to their ophthalmology department so I can see the science behind your eyes adjusting to the light and the dark. Now, the whole idea of this is that the eye patch isn't because you have only one eye, but it's supposed to keep night vision in one eye so that, you know, intruders coming onto your ship, you can quickly change eyes and still have that night vision and maybe have an advantage over them.
So that sounds to me like a plausible myth, and the reason is that if you keep one eye covered with a dark patch, you can keep the nighttime vision cells from getting exposed to light, and you can keep their sensitivity in darkness.
And that works because the eye has 2 major sets of cells, cones and rods. The cone-shaped cells in the retina enable us to see fine detail and color in bright conditions. And the rod cells, which are super sensitive to low levels of light, help us see in the dark. But the catch is, after being in the light, it takes a while for the rod cells to get warmed up for night vision.
So I'm wearing my pirate eye patch. That means I've got the rods active on that side and then the cones active on the eye that can see?
That should work. That should be exactly what's happening.
Okay, but this is Mythbusters, where we leave no theory untested. Basically, Carrie gets an eye patch and allows the covered eye plenty of time to adjust to the dark. Dr. Duncan then bleaches Carrie's other eye with bright light.
This feels sort of dizzying. I kind of feel like I'm in that movie Clockwork Orange.
She then tests to see how long it is before Carrie can see low levels of light again. For a comparison, the test is repeated with the already dark adjusted eye.
So here's how you did with the unpatched eye that had all the light. It took about 25 minutes for you to see the dimmest level of light you could see, or took about 25 minutes for your rods to recover from that bright light. Now, if we look at the eye that was patched the whole time,
Wow, what a difference.
Exactly. As soon as we turned off the light, you were immediately able to see as dim a level as you were able to see after about 25-30 minutes in the eye that had been exposed to the bright light. So the patch allowed you to have good sensitivity of your rods right away after the bright light.
So it looks like Carrie has got the science behind the eye patch myth covered. And if she can find her way to the door, we can move things along.
I can't see anything still.
Adam and Jamie are testing the theory that in a pirate ship battle, it's not the direct hit from a cannonball to fear most, but the splintering wood caused by the shell piercing the ship.
Okay, so this is a small-scale cannon test, and since we can't fire black powder cannon inside of Jamie's shop, we build an extremely large air cannon. This is the reservoir. This is a nice big 2-inch valve, which we will activate with a switch from behind there, out of sight of this, so in case any bounce backs happen, they don't happen through our heads, through this 21-foot barrel, all the way down here, through the chronometer so we can tell exactly how fast that cannonball is going, past these lines, which will tell us on the high speed exactly how fast that cannonball is going, into this panel, which will then be blown into splinters, which will embed themselves into these foam panels. The cannonball will rest into this bulletproof vest, and we'll be able to see what happens.
Our first test with the pine was actually pretty spectacular. The shrapnel created is quite nasty. It looks like, you know, this whole area would be a bloody mess if you happen to be standing right next to it.
Wow. That is awesome.
Splinters aplenty, but has it achieved the 600 feet per second ball speed required to simulate a genuine cannon?
273 miles per hour. It's slower than I was hoping, but it's still pretty darn fast for a 20-foot barrel.
So the air cannon isn't quite up to speed, but at this stage, they're just comparing the relative splintering qualities of the wood. And seeing as they are already achieving an impressive spray of shrapnel, they're going to move on. Next on the Cannonball Run, White Oak.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. It looks like a bit of it's missing.
A large chunk of white oak went walkabout, but the frag pattern on the foam panels is conclusive.
That is brutal. That is the real deal. I mean, these things are almost obliterated.
Well, it definitely made a lot of shrapnel, even more than the pine.
Well, yeah, it made less pieces of shrapnel, but what it did was they were much bigger and looks like a lot more lethal.
Looks can kill, but can the splinters?
Based on what I'm seeing, the shrapnel coming out of the oak would be considerably more deadly than the pine. Not only are the pieces, like the splinters coming off of the oak, larger, but the wood itself is denser, and I can't help but think that it'd penetrate a human skin or flesh better.
I was pulling the tape off of this to reset it, and can you guess?
Some of it's stuck into the wood.
Uh-huh, right there.
Yeah, they're larger, heavier pieces, and so, you know, that starts to make me think that this would be possible. You know, it'd be possible for somebody to be killed with a splinter like that in the right place.
Yeah.
And remembering that we're only at around, what was it?
Yeah, we're at half the speed and half the size of a real cannon. That is awesome.
So of the two woods tested so far, white oak clearly has the deadliest potential. The final test is
red oak. In 3, 2, 1.
I love this.
Thunk.
It's a bullseye every time, and the wood is flying.
Yeah, it's more really, really, really big splinters.
Well, is there anything sticking through the back of the wood?
No, although The foam is definitely much more decimated on this test than any of the others. It doesn't look like any of the shards penetrated as deeply as they did with the white oak.
So, Adam, day one of playing pirates almost through. What say ye to the myth?
You know, I wasn't so sure about this myth when we started. I mean, like, what's more lethal than a cannon shot? But I'm looking at this, and I'm really thinking that there's some meat on the bones of this thing, that it really actually might be plausible, because these shards of white oak were stuck into the plywood and pine boards that were our backstops. That takes a lot of energy to jam wood into wood like that.
It's been a good day's science, and most self-respecting pirates would head home. But Adam has little self-respect.
Now let's fire into something really fun.
What do you have in mind?
Well, we have a big cast ballistic material head of Grant.
Okay. Pirate speak lesson number 2. A young, likable pirate is affectionately called a scurvy dog. And Grant, the Mythbusters version of a scurvy dog if ever there was one, has cast his own face in ballistics material.
There's no scientific purpose to this at all. This is totally just for fun. We rarely finish with a little time extra, so we might as well use the equipment we've set up. Grant's face, test number 1 and only. Firing in.
3, 2, 1.
It was a successful blast, but surprisingly, Grant looks uninjured.
Something happened. It didn't go through his face.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
What is the back of his head?
There's no exit. There's no exit wound. I think it it hit him.
What's that? It went right through.
No, that's...
Yeah, that right there.
Wait, let me see. You think it went all the way through his face?
That's... Where else did it go? It hit the thing.
Oh my God, you're right. You're totally right. This thing went all the way through his head. Oh, that's one of the most wrongity-wrong things we've ever done.
When it comes to pirate myths, the eyes have it. But are those eye patches really a clever method of moving from bright light into a dark ship? After a scientific fact-finding mission at the eye doctor, Carrie's confident this myth is looking good.
I'm starting to feel like we might have a confirmed myth here.
And back at the shop, the team gets set to test the practical applications.
Hoi, matey! I see land ahead.
So they're going to build a pirate ship jungle gym.
I'm gonna make a cannon.
Then ask eye patch wearing Adam and Jamie to complete the course in the dark.
Do you wanna play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Fire in the hole!
There'll be obstacles to dodge, cannonballs to avoid.
Cannonball!
Just your average day out pillaging and plundering, really. And what's a pirate story without a fair maiden in distress?
What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take all these pictures, we're gonna put them on the computer, and then we're going to print them out life size, and I'm going to make these pop-ups that Grant is going to pneumatically control, so that when they come by, poof! If it's a bad pirate, they stab. And if it's the girl they're trying to rescue,
they stab.
They don't stab me, I'm the good one.
So it's life-size pirate pop-ups on the poop deck. But any pirate worth his salt won't be satisfied with a good night's work until he's found the treasure chest. And what goes inside the chest, Carrie?
Booty goes inside it.
Carrie has secured her booty, the pneumatic pirates are ready to pop up, and the ship is in shape. So, how about a demo? But remember, Adam and Jamie will have to do it in the dark.
This looks really good. I'm really feeling good. Okay, so you've got buckets, various boxes on the ground. First pirate.
That is the evil Grant pirate.
This is evil Grant, and they're gonna have to stab this one through the heart.
And hopefully not walk into that, walk under it.
Okay,
Then
decoy.
pops up the fair maiden that they do not stab.
No stabbing of the maiden. Oh, that's brutal. Okay, and then...
Oh my God, that's gonna be nuts.
Okay, avoiding the cannon.
Not knocking over the cannonballs. Pop up evil Tory pirates.
Which they'll have to run through the heart.
And after all that, they get to raid the treasure chest and raise the Jolly Roger.
Hoist the flag.
And just when they think they're done,
they're caught.
All they need now are the victims. It's time to sit back with a bottle of grog for a laundry legend.
So guys, what's the myth?
The myth is that in ye olde times, pirates used rum not only for inspiration, but also as a stain remover.
Well, pirates don't strike me as the most fastidious lot, but I suppose if you had blood all over your shirt and then you had shore leave, you'd want to wash it off first.
I guess especially if you had a date.
Pirates had dates?
Pirates and rum go together like cannons and balls. But is it possible that they don't just drink grog, but use it to get those puffy pirate shirts whiter than white?
Well, obviously we're gonna need some authentic pirate shirt material and, we're gonna need to stain it with some period-accurate stains.
Blood, sweat, and tar.
Perfect.
We're also obviously gonna need some sort of ye olde rum.
Right, and I think we should have something to compare that to. So I think we should use some ye olde soap as well. I have a secret method that the pirates may have used as a laundry technique, and we should compare all three of those to some modern detergent. So I'll do the staining.
Well, I'll do the cleaning then.
And I guess that leaves me to judge?
Exactly.
So it's time for Adam to get down and dirty.
The plan for this test is to choose 3 most common stains that pirates would encounter. One would be, of course, blood. Another would be, of course, sweat. Pirates were not known for their bathing. And the third would be something you'd find on the ship, which would be pitch or tar. I'm going to make up some 1-foot square samples of this cloth. We're going to put those various stains on it and try and see whether or not rum will actually take those stains out.
Being a pirate's a bit difficult. What with the not bathing, the hot sun, the blood, the sweat. And this rough fabric is very harsh on my skin.
We don't have any pirate shirts from the period, but we do know that while a fancy gentleman of the age might have had a very fine weave shirt made of linen, pirates would have used coarser stuff called lock ram. The closest we could find is this bleached embroidery fabric, which has a thread count of 40. It's quite rough, but it's perfect for our tests. And I think it's the closest thing we could possibly find.
The first authentic pirate stain is blood, and Adam knows just where to find some.
We have it in the fridge because Jamie likes to have it every day for lunch. No. Has anyone taken my blood out of the fridge?
Next, Adam takes Jamie's lunch and smears the pig's blood over 4 sample sheets.
This is the plight of the pirate laundryman. Next up for our pirate shirts is pitch. Now, blood and sweat are easy choices when it comes to pirate stains, but we wanted to choose something like grime, and we know that pitch was used on pirate boats and period boats of the time. We've used it on plenty of other episodes, and it's very dirty stuff, so that's what we're gonna put on our pirate shirts next. Ta-da! We have 1 stain to go, and I'm gonna have to work for this one.
Yep, Adam has a plan to sweat for science.
I'm gonna do 3 things. I'm gonna get on Jamie's treadmill in my sweat lodge, formerly his mold room, and I'm gonna put on the sweatiest of the sweaty things we have, which is our fire suit. That thing is damn hot inside. I should have no problem producing lots of the correct bodily fluid for this test.
To harvest the bodily fluids, Adam arranges the shirt material for maximum moisture absorption.
It's go time.
Adam leaps onto the treadmill, ready to stain up. But after 15 seconds on his very own wheel of death, he's gasping like an asthmatic hamster.
That says I've only burned 20 calories. What is that about?
Why don't we fast forward to the end of the workout? After all, who wants to watch a grown man ooze sweat stains?
Now we've got 3 kinds of stains here. We got blood, pitch, and sweat. Or as pirates like to refer to it, Saturday night.
There we go.
But there's a problem. Adam's sweat doesn't stink or stain.
My sweat stain isn't working out. It's not very visual, and I guess it's all my clean living. I can't smell the thing at all. But I need a third stain to round out common pirate stains so I can try out these detergents, and I'm thinking oranges. They kept these on the ships to prevent scurvy and, I guess, for some kind of entertainment. So I'm just gonna blow these down and, you know, scrunch them on some of this cloth, and we'll see if the detergents and our various tests will take this stain out.
So Adam makes like a messy pirate eater and swabs the samples with plenty of OJ.
Oh, it's good oranges.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori have set sail on the eye patch myth, and they're ready to press gang Adam and Jamie into service.
Oh, she's scared of me dogs.
After Adam and Jamie have dressed for the occasion, the scurvy dogs give out their instructions.
Okay, well, you got to wait out here 15 minutes. I know your eyes are relatively adjusted to the light. We just want to make sure that you're totally in daylight right now. So.
Preferably stare at the clouds or something white. I know it's tough, but it's the closest we can get to bleaching the rods.
So while Grant, Carrie, and Tori prepare the course, our newly minted pirates hang tough, letting their eyes adjust.
It's not easy being a pirate. Waiting all the time for the pillaging, the robbing.
How about killing some time with a prediction or two?
My sense about the eye patch is that, you know, your eyes adjust pretty quickly. I think within a couple of minutes of being in there, there's not going to be a significant difference. That's my impression.
I predict that I'll be dancing on Jamie's intestines in minutes.
Before the intestine dancing begins, Piratess Carrie and her translator Grant the Parrot have the rules.
Now listen, ye scallywags, and listen well, for you will only hear this but one time. Send only the evil pirates down to Davy Jones' locker.
The evil pirates will have a target in the middle. You have to run it through with your cutlass.
Don't harm the maiden.
Don't harm the maiden.
Don't knock over the cannonballs.
Don't knock over the cannonballs.
Find the pirate chest, unlock it, and hoist the Jolly Roger.
There's going to be a treasure chest at the end on the ground with this lock. You unlock it with your key.
Which each of you will get right now.
Okay, inside of the chest is going to be this flag. Tie the flag on, hoist it up to the top.
Right, let's go.
The first seafarer aboard is Redbeard the Savage. He needs to instantly see in the dark with an eye that's been subjected to bright light, while his dark-adjusted eye remains patched.
Right, lads, let's go get him. Oh, I can't see a bloody thing.
All right, now we release the pit bulls. Look at him. He looks like a blind pirate. By design, it's pitch black in there. The light you can see on camera is infrared. To Adam, it's as dark as the inside of a grog barrel.
He seems very disoriented at the moment.
Right from the get-go, it's pretty obvious that Redbeard is having trouble finding his sea legs. When you go from bright light into the dark, you're as blind as a bat.
Oh, he's about to hit his head.
Oh, he's climbing over the sacks of potatoes.
He's going the wrong way.
The hardest possible route to take. Okay, he's coming up to Carrie.
He just got hit with the bag.
Adam has missed the first evil pirate and kicked some cannonballs. But when confronted by evil Tori...
Sword is a key.
He can't decide who it is until he has a quick feel.
All right, he's not really
I bet it's a pirate.
There he goes. There he goes.
Yeah. Good one.
At least he killed one.
After a fun-filled 4 minutes, Adam's eye is starting to adjust to the dark. He now knows his port from starboard.
Okay, he's opened the chest.
Nice.
Very good.
Nice.
Gonna get the flag, turn around.
And the final task is noticeably easier.
Oh, wait, there we go. Hoisted the Jolly Roger tonight.
Well, the net missed, but that was quite funny.
Adam narrowly escapes capture and makes a quick exit overboard.
Nice work.
Nice. Well done.
You look great.
That was fantastic.
Really? You guys got to watch it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I missed a pirate or two, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You missed the one pirate in the beginning.
I could not see it. I mean, literally, it's just black. I came across this thing that had a piece of paper in the middle, and I figured that was a pirate.
Yeah.
Subjectively, Adam was in the dark, but Carrie was in the crow's nest keeping time. So let's get the official results.
I'm very, very impressed. He made it through all of that darkness of the obstacle course in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. He only got 2 time penalties. 1, he didn't stick the first pirate, and 2, he knocked over one of the cannonballs. So in the end, 5 minutes, 40 seconds, Adam's first test.
Okay, it's time for Captain Heineman to board the ship, find the treasure chest, and hoist the Jolly Roger. And just like Redbeard, he's completely in the dark. He fails all the tasks except for taking out Tori.
Kill you?
You got it.
But after that, it's back to feeling his way around.
They really are super blind. They really can't see anything.
Oh, he's totally disoriented.
Maybe.
He's gonna steer the ship.
It's taken a while, but Jamie finally raises the pirate standard.
Caught with the net.
The big question now is, what difference will it make when our myth-busting pirates switch eyes? Adam has been shedding blood, juggling oranges, and painting with pitch in an attempt to solve the myth that pirates used rum as a stain remover.
The plight of the pirate laundryman.
But before the cleanup with grog, Adam is looking into his alternative maritime method of doing the laundry.
I remember hearing years ago that on ye olde ships, they would save the pirates' urine, or the shipmates' urine, in a barrel. And when urine stays around and is exposed to the air, it evaporates into ammonia, and that ammonia is then used for washing everyone's laundry.
It sounds improbable, but after a quick research break, Adam confirms the story and the details.
History of washing website. I love the web.
The key factoid here is that over time, the urea in urine will break down to ammonia. And ammonia is a common alkaline used in household cleaning products. So Adam is ready to cook up an authentic recipe for washing with we.
What I am trying to do here is reduce some urine or wee-wee to a more raw essence of wee-wee. The recipe for using urine as a cleaning agent, like the pirates might have, calls for stale urine. I do not have a stale urine, but I have a hot plate. So, I heat it for a while, boil the water out, I get more stale urine, or wee-wee. I can state from experience that this job does not make you the most popular guy on the boat.
Just be thankful that from the safety of your homes, you can't smell Adam's eau de toilette.
Notice that it is a much darker color, and this time I have only 300 milliliters. I have reduced it by half, removing mostly water, leaving the essential chemicals for washing.
And for the washing, it's time to tag team Jamie.
I've got 3 ye olde cleaners and 1 modern cleaner to try out on each of these sets of samples. I've got ye olde soap, made in the way ye olde soap was made. I've got ye olde rum,
which is the crux of our myth that they used rum as a cleaning agent. I have some stale whey, which is broken down mostly to ammonia, which was also used as a bleaching agent on pirate ships, and I have modern detergent. Your task is to try each one of these out on all 3 of these samples.
I'm glad we're near the ventilation booth.
To fortify himself for the job, Captain Heinemann has a swig of grog and puts on the rubber gloves.
Okay, first off is the pee.
He then goes to work on the bloodstain.
Bloodstain's pretty tough for any kind of detergent, even modern ones, and especially once it's set. If you had, done this when the blood was fresh, it might be a lot different. So far, it is acting clearly as a solvent for the stain because it's spreading it out, but it's not removing it.
Next, Jamie uses the urine to tackle the tar and citrus stains. He then repeats the process with the authentic 17th century soap. Modern detergent containing the powerful stain remover, hydrogen peroxide. And last but not least, the rum. But straight away, Jamie spotted a fundamental flaw in the myth.
I would think that any self-respecting pirate would rather drink it than use it to clean a stain out.
So that's all 3 stains scrubbed with all 4 cleaning products. And it's soon apparent that the only thing coming out in the wash is a negative conclusion to this myth. It seems the solvent and stain-removing properties of the alcoholic rum are limited.
Dispatches the rum and the various stains in. I can tell right off, just immediately, that the rum did the least good job of all of these different products. It did less than the soap, it did less than the detergent, it did less than the urine.
You heard that right. Incredibly, Adam's urine recipe is looking good. And Jamie's work here is done. So it's over to Carrie for the judging.
If you're ready, Carrie, we have washed each of these 4 piles, 1 in rum, 1 in ye olde soap, 1 in stale urine, and 1 in modern detergent. And you're to look at all 4 of these and tell me which one you think got the cleanest, which one's the second cleanest, etc.
Okay, light red. That one's pretty good. Little yellowish. That looks bad. Okay.
Nobody got the tar out.
That's, this is redder. Tar's a little better. Okay, the tar's bad on that one, but blood's really good on that one. And, okay, whatever this one is the worst. Okay, I would say that this one's the best for blood. That one's the best for tar.
All right, so the worst one was ye olde rum.
Ah, busted!
Your best one for blood was stale urine. And the best one for the tar was detergent, the modern detergent.
Yeah, those are the 2 best. The soap didn't really work well at all.
Well, I think that pretty much definitively busts this. Rum as a cleaning agent, totally busted.
Yeah, it's busted.
I agree, busted.
Adam and Jamie have completed the pirate jungle gym with their unpatched eye. With hilarious flailing in the dark results. Now to the heart of the myth. Will the canny use of an eye patch and an already dark adjusted eye give our amateur pirates an advantage? They're about to find out.
Jamie and Adam have been sitting outside. They have the patches on, so their eyes are adjusted to the dark. They're gonna come in, switch the patch to the other eye, and then go through the course.
To prevent Adam and Jamie clocking a faster time because of familiarity with the course, the obstacles have been switched about. Adam's excited.
I'm so pumped! I can't wait to switch this eye patch! Yeah!
The myth suggests Adam should do this test a lot quicker than his 5 minutes of fumbling and stumbling with his light-exposed eye. He swaps the patch. Now, the eye adjusted to dark is uncovered, and in he goes.
It's like night and day.
And it's immediately obvious the switch has worked.
Wait, is that a pirate? Oh. Wait, is that a pirate? Oh, it's a lass.
Before the team in the crow's nest can say, "Walk the plank, you landlubber," Redbeard is almost done.
Looking at 1 minute, 12 seconds.
Oh,
I know, he's already killed his time.
There's my Jolly Roger. There's my flag. Oh my God. I can't believe the difference. And there we go. Oh, the net fell on me. Oh. That was like night and day.
That's nice.
That was incredible.
The difference, is it unbelievable?
The difference is amazing. I really didn't I can't see. I really didn't expect the difference to be as great as it was. But, I mean, whereas before, it was just like reaching out in blackness the first time. The second time was like, oh, there's a pirate, there's a pirate, there's a rope. Boop, boop, boop.
And the reason Adam found it so easy? He'd been wearing the patch for over a half an hour, and the rod cells in the covered eye were warmed up and ready for nocturnal action. And the numbers back that up.
He did the course in 1 minute, 55 seconds, which is actually 3 minutes and 45 seconds faster than his first test without the night vision. So, significant amount of savings in time, and what's more, 100% accuracy.
While Redbeard rests up after a hard night's pillaging, Captain Heinemann launches into the fray, swapping his eye patch so he can use his dark adjusted eye.
How's that? This is like totally different.
No flailing in the dark this time. He's more than twice as fast and twice as accurate.
Yay!
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That was, I never would have believed that. You know, it would have taken me, I guess, a half an hour or something like that, just sitting there in the dark to get what I just did with switching the patch.
It's excellent.
Yeah.
It's just what we wanted to hear.
The myth clearly has bright prospects, but they're going to run it one more time with their light-adjusted eye. And Carrie has a trick up her sleeve.
We've left the course exactly the same as when they went through it with the adjusted night vision eye. This way, we can totally empirically prove that if they can get through this course and it takes them twice the time or any more time than it took them with their adjusted eye, we've definitely proved this myth.
Go get him, killer.
Ready?
Ready?
Let's pillage!
I don't know if that's legal in California.
Once again, it's obvious that the dark adjustment is a massive advantage as Adam struggles to plot a course.
This was truly an excellent control. I mean, it's difficult to tease the science out of this myth because it's such a subjective thing. However, I have to say there's nothing subjective about the fact that it was much easier with the eye that had been covered than with the eye that was exposed to daylight. And that third test proved it hands down. So that's awesome. We have nailed this one.
Well, I think Jamie and Adam are pretty convinced at the results of the eye patch myth.
Yeah, we ran them once with their eyes adjusted to daylight. They stumbled around the course like idiots.
And when they had their eyes adjusted for the dark by using the patch, they were able to breeze through that course.
And as one last final control, we sent them through that obstacle course one last time with their daylight vision, taking out the variable of them knowing the course, and they still messed it up just as bad as the first time they went through.
Well, I have to say, this myth is plausible.
I've seen plausible too.
Plausible?
You're right.
Plausible.
All right, so this pirate myth comes mostly from Hollywood. And this is where the pirate is in the crow's nest. He needs to get down to the deck of the ship. To get down quickly, he stabs his knife into the sail and rides it down safely.
Douglas Fairbanks, that's senior, not junior, demonstrates the perfect swashbuckling technique. Knife in, and down ye go in a controlled slide, landing smoothly on the deck, ready to fight another battle.
All right, knife sail, let's define the myth.
Okay. I think you should ride the sail all the way down to the bottom without falling out.
And once you reach the deck, you should have so little injury that you can jump up and continue fighting.
All right, so I guess the next step is we go talk to some experts, find out what kind of knives and what kind of sails that these pirates would have been using.
I think that's a perfect place to start.
Great. No! Mutant.
That's the plan. But this myth is in need of nautical knowledge. And for that, our landlubbers board the remodeled 1880s clipper, the Balclutha.
We don't really know anything about pirate sails, so we found a guy who does.
And Chris Giannini is the man at the pointy end of the questions.
So I hear that you are an expert on sails of different periods.
Not an expert. I have worked on some square rig ships over the years, and I've worked with two of the best sail makers in the country on brief periods of time. So more modern sails, but I'm pretty familiar with some techniques of building sails and working with them.
We classify expert as someone who knows more than us, which is pretty much there's experts all over the place.
Okay, Chris, so the myth that we're looking into right now is like in the pirate movies where the pirate takes his sword, stabs it into the sail, and then rides it all the way down. Have you ever seen that? You think it's possible?
I've heard of that, and hopefully the sailmaker is not at the bottom of that sail because he wouldn't make it past the deck.
Sailmaker be damned. There's a myth that needs exploring. It's time to get practical and see how easy it is to slice a sail with a knife.
Snap. Oh, there we go, okay.
Like a hot knife through butter. But there's a catch. There's always a catch.
You see, these reef bands,
yeah.
There's going to be one or two or maybe up to four, depending on the sail you're trying to come down with your knife.
Horizontally?
They're coming down here. This is the top of the sail this way.
Okay. So you would hit this.
Then you're coming down, and then you have to go through the reef band.
Yeah, you're gonna get stuck on these.
You're going to get stuck on that, and there might be two, there might be four of those, and you're talking about the thickness of the canvas plus the folded over edge.
Right.
So that's, you're going to have twice the thickness, 3 times the thickness of that canvas. So now you're talking 3 pennies thick of canvas. It's about like thin plywood, like 1/8-inch plywood.
It might decelerate you, though.
It would slow you down.
But it might break your hand. I mean, if you're coming down that fast and you hit one of these seams, it's gonna pop the knife right out of your hand.
So sails be more than just a flap of canvas. Ye old reef bands make this myth more of a challenge.
I think we got lucky. We got a lot of information here.
Yeah, we got a lead on the type of sail to use, this type of material.
So I guess the next thing we need to do is get all the materials and take it back to the shop and test this.
All right. Thanks
a lot.
Chris.
Welcome. My pleasure.
Salty Sea Dogs Adam and Jamie are looking into the myth that the splinters from a cannonball piercing the ship's hull would cause more deaths than the cannonball itself.
Avast! What does avast mean?
Sounds like a cue for Pirate Speak Lesson number 3. Avast comes from the Dutch translation of hold fast, but it can also be used as a greeting, as in, Avast, ye old sea dog, where ye at with this myth? Tests with a small-scale cannonball on authentic pirate ship wood produced spectacular splintering, with white oak the deadliest of all. So it's on to stage 2, but with the researchers unable to track down a real cannon, the guys scale up their air cannon.
The cannon's based on the fact that gunpowder, when you add flame to it, expands at this phenomenal rate. Dozens of thousands of feet per second. It's what propels bullets forward, it's what propels cannonballs forward. We're trying to replicate the speed of the cannonball by using compressed air, which is the same principle. We're keeping air into a small volume, and they're going to release it with these 2 valves, and it's going to expand.
This is a plumber's paradise, but can a bigger air cannon actually produce the same explosive power as a real cannon?
It's going to expand slower than gunpowder. There's nothing we can do about that. But even though those speeds are lower, I still think we're looking at a valid test here, because we're looking at the impact of metal and wood, and we're looking at the relative difference between the lethality of that metal cannonball and the splinters of wood that come off the impact.
Bigger air cannon, bigger cannonball.
This is without a doubt the biggest air cannon I've ever built. It's nothing but raw, awesome power, safely implemented. I am satisfied and filthy. 2 of my favorite states.
Adam's in heaven, but Jamie's getting all the mail.
I'm not sure yet, but judging by the weight, these are our cannonballs. Can we get Adam down here? I want to see him juggle these puppies.
Nice.
I have a question for you.
Yeah? I want to juggle these, of course. What are these? About 10 pounds?
There's 6 pounds a piece.
6 pounds. Oh, now that's a workout. Oh my God, this is hard work.
18 pounds of workout. Just don't drop them. So let's recap the inventory for this myth. 6-pounders, check. The Maxi air cannon, double check. Authentic 16th century pirate ship? Captain, we have a problem. There's none here. Or here. Or even here. But Adam, being the resourceful chap that he is, has a plan to build his own.
So I've come to Svensson's Boat Works in the Alameda Marina because hopefully they have an expert who can tell me about what kind of dimensions they were, how thick the wood was, how they were constructed.
Adam knows pirate ships have horizontal outer planking, supported by vertical ribbing or stanchions, and thinner inner planking. For the correct dimensions of these intricate parts, he seeks the wise counsel of master shipwright John Phillips.
So I'd like to be as accurate as possible with my test, and I think I'd like to duplicate both the inner and the outer planking. And so I'd like to get an idea from you what thicknesses of the inner and outer I should be looking at, and also how far apart they are.
Certainly depending upon the origin of the vessel and the size of the vessel. This stanchion or frame would probably be at least as wide in this dimension as it is thick in this dimension.
And how
so
far
say
from
6 by 6.
Okay.
And those could easily be less than a foot apart.
Oh, okay.
And the planking could be 2, could be 3-inch thick, and maybe the inner planking would be 2-inch thick. So you've got 3, 6, and 2.
All right.
With the numbers hastily scribbled on the back of his hand, Adam heads back to the shop to get busy.
Oh, look, it's beautiful. That's a pirate ship right there.
Adam, haven't you forgotten something?
It doesn't look like much, but it will be a pirate ship soon. Stand by.
Don't you need another 100 or so tons more wood?
Well, these are the uprights. These represent the upright beams that describe the cross-section of the ship. I'm only going to do a small section of this pirate ship. That's all I've got time for. So this is going to be up around the railing of the deck, about 4 feet down. In fact, on a real ship of the period, these things would be placed about this far apart. I'm only going to place 2 of these this far apart because that's what we're shooting between. The other 2 I'll place a little farther apart because they're just to hold up the rest of the wood slats that make up my pirate ship.
And that gap in the center?
Right here in the center, that's where I'm going to be firing. That's where I'll have the real wood, and behind it I'll have the real pirates.
Can ye trusty dagger in a sail slow down a plummeting pirate? That's the question Carrie, Grant, and Tori are attempting to answer. So far, they've boarded the good ship Balclutha and plundered her for knowledge, and this myth won't be plain sailing.
So as it turns out, it's not so easy to do this. There are variations in the thickness of the sail, sharpness of the blade, and the angle at which you hold the blade can make a huge difference.
All right, so maybe before we go risking our lives and trying to ride down a sail with a knife, we should do some more tests so we can get some better data.
So let's set up a test where we can use a period knife and cut through a period sail, but maybe make the knife static and run the cloth past it. That way we can take out the human element.
We can test the different sharpnesses of blades and find out what the optimum sharpness is so that you get down the sail safely.
So it's sail slicing 101, and Tori is the man with a plan.
All right, so what we're trying to replicate is a person stabbing a sail, riding down it with a knife. What we're gonna do is we're actually gonna be pulling the sail up. And so in order to do that, we need at least the average man's weight to pull that sail up.
Okay, dude, 200 pounds of pure pirate action. Okay. Got it? Hey, careful, you're gonna blow out your O-ring.
That's heavy.
It's a simple build. The knife will be locked off and a run of thick canvas pulled past it using a dead weight drum. A good knife should have little trouble, but which knife would a pirate use? There's an old pirate saying, Keep your blade sharp, you're packing plentiful.
I hate this stuff. Why do people pack with this stuff?
So these are cutlasses?
I believe they are.
Are they covered?
I don't know.
Oh.
Whoa. Avasti! Arr, you scurvy dog!
Sheath those cutlasses, boys. There's more knives in play for this myth, but ye can only choose one.
Whoa!
Nice!
That's cool.
Sweet.
3 knives have been delivered to test the thrust and parry of this sail sliding myth. A cutlass, too long. A Gurkha dagger, not too many pirates in landlocked Nepal. So it's this stabbing knife, known as the mangosh. It's not only an authentic period piece, it's the same type used by our swashbuckling Hollywood hero.
All right, so, with this whole myth, it's really important to see how much speed the knife is gonna slow you down. If you're going too fast and you hit the deck of the ship, you're gonna break your ankles. That's not good. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna see how fast the knife is actually slowing the sail down.
Remember, the pirate has to land safely on the deck after his knife-assisted fall. And these 2 tests with a dull and sharp knife should indicate the relative speeds of each drop.
Test 1, mangosh knife, 90-degree angle, unsharpened. You ready? Beautiful.
Wow.
Actually, as the replays show, things didn't go quite to plan.
Well, from our first test, we got a few kinks that we have to work out. Our knife turned and the sail billowed out. So to remedy both of those problems, we have angled the knife downward a little bit, and we've also added something to hold the sail from flopping out as it raises up into the air.
A little sail trimming, and the dull blade is once again locked and loaded.
Okay, new and improved test 1, dull blade, cotton swatch, and it is the mangosh blade speed test.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Cool, we got a good test.
The blunt knife at the altered angle sliced just fine. Now for a comparison with the sharper blade. A quick once-over on the grinder, and we'll see if fastidious pirates have a better chance of pulling off this myth.
Test 2, sharp blade, mangosh.
In 3, 2, 1.
That's a lot faster.
Beauty.
Our last test comparing the sharp mangosh knife to the dull one, definitely the sharp one is a lot faster. So I wouldn't want to be relying on that to get me down a sail safely, because you just shoot all the way down and probably end up pretty hurt at the bottom.
So the sharper the knife, the faster the fall. And the faster the fall, the heavier the landing. Now it's time to find out if our fall guy could hang on to the knife.
Dude, that's a hot combo. The well-dressed pirate is definitely going to be wearing that this fall.
Okay, I'm ready for battle.
That doesn't look dorky at all.
Dorky. Now there's a pirate name. The locked-off dull and sharp blades both cut through the cloth easily. But could a person, even a dorky one, hold the blade?
Tori's sharp blade mangosh test.
In 3, 2, 1.
I don't know why you guys are so worried.
That didn't look hard.
It didn't look hard at all, because it wasn't.
Looks like there's some hope for this myth. This might be a good way to get down from your sail.
Okay, so now we know with a 200-pound counterweight, a period knife will cut through number 4 sail fabric.
And dull knife goes slower, sharp knife goes faster.
And we also know that a human can hold onto a knife and cut through a sail.
Okay, so I think next we need to ramp it up and see if a 200-pound weight attached to a falling knife will actually cut the sail.
I think Buster's just about that weight, and probably the man for the job.
Buster is about to enter the pirate business.
That's beautiful.
The following is a paid commercial program brought to you by the Piratical Industry Laboratories.
Pirates! If you're like me, you love the life. The pillaging, the freedom, but you hate the cannons. The cannons, the loading, the charging, the dropping of the balls on your foot. Well, we've developed an entirely new product, the Blowhard 3000. Firing a 6-pound ball at 300 miles per hour on compressed air alone. It's guaranteed to solve all your piratical needs. Our exclusively developed manifold at the Piratical Industries Labs allows you to use only compressed air generated by rowing slaves to propel your cannonballs at your enemy. No more black powder, no more smoke making your voice sound like this.
Slaves not included.
The Blowhard 3000, the next evolution in pirate technology.
We will now resume normal programming. Buccaneer Busters Adam and Jamie have built an air cannon to test the myth that splinters kill more people than cannonballs in your average pirate broadside.
This is what every modern pirate's using.
An authentic cannon muzzle velocity is 900 feet per second. In the absence of an authentic cannon, the Blowhard 3000 needs to get as close to that as possible.
What we're doing is a final pressure test. We're topping up these tanks with a very high pressure gas that gets us up into the zone we need.
When they put me in a home where I can't hurt myself, this is what undoubtedly they'll make me wear.
The team looks confident, but no one knows if the Blowhard 3000 will blow hard enough. This test without a cannonball will confirm the high pressure system is working.
Does that hurt? Okay, firing in 3, 2, 1.
That's a beautiful test. I feel really, really good about this deal.
Okay.
A perfect high-pressure test fire means it's time to take this myth out of the workshop and onto the firing range for some serious Mythbuster-style fireworks.
Once again, we find ourselves on the Alameda Naval Base runway, which is a beautiful 1.5 mile long runway. Ours alone, nice and safe.
I'm sorry, Adam. Did you say nice and safe?
This is a 40-foot long barrel, and it's in several sections. We've got the fancy thing on the end here, and there's a lot of stuff to line up.
Like the earlier mini air cannon, a long barrel concentrates the energy to create the required cannonball velocity. If they can't get close to genuine cannon speed, this experiment is going nowhere.
That's what we're firing. 6.5 pound or 3 kilogram steel cannonball.
To achieve the velocity that we would get out of a real cannon, we'd have to reach in the neighborhood of 1,200 feet per second. Now, we know this rig is not going to do this. The theoretical max speed that we'll get out of this rig, if we were to just totally go for it, is about in the neighborhood of 700 feet per second, which is still pretty fast. In fact, it's a huge amount of force.
Huge if it works. And this test, the first with a cannonball, will find out. Adam decides that visualizing a positive result will help.
It's gonna build up pressure in here. It's gonna come out this barrel. It's gonna This is if you could actually follow it in real time. And sand's gonna pour out of here, and we're gonna cackle a lot. That's pretty much what's gonna happen. We are arming the cannon.
Air cannon test fire in 3, 2, 1.
And cue the cackle.
That was cool.
Cool indeed. But do we have the speed we need?
It's 2,000 frames per second. So I'm traveling 1 foot every 4 frames. That's a foot in every 2 milliseconds. That's 500 feet per second. That is 340 miles per hour. That is respectable.
Respectable, and it's as good as it's going to get. So, time to move on. The next step will be to find out how many people a single cannonball can kill directly. That way, when they test with wooden shrapnel damage, they have a comparison.
now that the cannon's working, the first test is to find out how much damage it would do to humans. So we're going to break out our human analogs, fire the cannon and down.
Human analogs? Can we check the truck again? We've got the side of the boat made to genuine pirate ship dimensions. But did anyone pack a human analog? Explain it again, Adam, please, in simple terms.
We're going to shoot at the boat from about point blank range, so it'll be here. The pigs will be here.
Hold on. Did Adam say pigs?
These are 450-pound pigs. Pigs are used the world over as nearly perfect analogs for humans. They have similar amounts of body fat, similar skeletal structures. While they look quite different, they act very much the same under a lot of conditions, including getting hit with a cannonball.
Rest assured, our scientifically accurate porcine pirates were humanely slaughtered. But instead of being destined for the supermarket, they've been selected for a higher purpose.
Wake up! Time for science! The myth is that more people died from splinters than from actual cannonballs. And if we want to test it as more than just a numerical anomaly, we want to know how many people a single cannonball could kill. So we've lined 4 of them up in front of the barrel, and we're going to see how many sustain what we consider to be a lethal amount of damage from the single shot.
Tackling a tall ship tail from Tinseltown is Carrie, Grant, and Tori. They're asking, can you slide down from a topmast by slicing the sail? So far, they've selected their knife, tested its sail shearing abilities through plain canvas, and they know our fall guy can hang on to the blade.
All right, what are we doing?
What we're doing, Tori, is taking this test to the next level by introducing full-length sails with cross seams, known on the high seas as reef bands. On the good ship Malclutha, we found a pirate sail could have as many as 4 of these cross seams, and that could be a problem.
This definitely changes what the knife's gonna do when it goes down the sail. When you hit these reef bands, it could just like throw you out.
So the knife has to be sharp enough to get through these thick seams. But as the guys found out in the earlier tests, too sharp, and the slide down the sail becomes a free fall.
So we're all ready to go. Buster's ready. He's got his hands that are gonna hold the knife at any angle. Hopefully he'll hold on to the knife. We have our sail hanging from the ceiling, and it's at a height that would be roughly to what a pirate ship would be. So that way we could see when he lands on the deck what kind of injuries he's gonna sustain. So all we have to do now is hoist him up to the quick release, stick his knife in the sail, and let him go.
Pride normally goes before a fall, but on Mythbusters, Grant jumps in for some mathematical injury calculation.
So I'm marking out our sail in 1-foot increments, and what we're gonna do is use the high-speed camera to film Buster as he rides the knife down. We're counting the number of frames, that'll give us a velocity. What we know is 25 feet per second is the threshold of minor injury. So if you're a pirate landing on a deck, you'll probably be able to get up and walk away and fight other pirates. 50 feet per second is the threshold of major injury, which means possibly it'll be fatal.
So because the myth is about our hero being able to walk away, we're looking for a speed below 25 feet per second. Buster's first ride will be with a sharpened blade.
Full scale Buster test 2 reef bands sharp knife in 3, 2, 1.
I don't think that worked very well. What do you think?
I don't think I want to use a sharp knife. Dang, he hit hard.
Look at that. It sliced right through him. It didn't even pause at the reef bands.
Too sharp, too fast, too bad for Buster. And the numbers from the high speed confirm it. At over 25 feet per second, Buster would definitely have been busted up.
So I think we probably ought to think about maybe dulling the knife a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep, the solution is to blunt the blade and try to slow the fall. Call it, Carrie.
Full weight of Buster on the main gauche blade, which is dull, with the reef bands on the sail.
All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1.
I did that. Too dull.
What Carrie's trying to say is Buster's dull knife hit a snag and he fell from grace with a resounding thud. The solution is a knife that's sharp enough to cut the reef bands, yet dull enough to slow our fall guy's fall to a safe speed. But who's going to wield the knife? It's obvious that Buster's a bit of a stiff, and our mythical swashbuckler knows how to absorb a fall, something Buster never picked up at stunt school. So for the best chance of success, we need to inject some humanity into this myth.
Well, let's find a safe way to do this, and then one of us, and by us, I mean you, can go up and try this out.
Twist my arm.
All right.
Tori gets the blade ready for the final human on sale test. Not too sharp, not too dull.
Either way, I'm screwed.
Pirate Speak lesson number 4. A good pirate should start all sentences with the words "thar be," as in "thar be Adam and Jamie," or "thar be Adam and Jamie with a very large cannon," or even better, "thar be Adam and Jamie with a very large cannon pointing straight at 4 pigs dressed as pirates."
Pirate ships were often packed at double, triple, or quadruple the actual capacity of that ship. So it is conceivable that the deck of a pirate ship could be a very crowded place during a battle.
The myth states more pirates died from splintering wood than from a direct hit by a cannonball. Workshop tests with a mini cannon seem to confirm the theory. But in full-scale tests, the Mythbusters first want to see just how many people a cannonball could kill. They figured it was more humane to use pigs bound for the supermarket than real pirates.
Next, we're going to fire the air cannon at the pirates, I'm sorry. My guess is that we're going to make it all the way through them because we're going to bump up the pressure a little bit off of the nitrogen tank, and pigs versus sandbags, I'd say the pigs lose. This is how much damage can a cannonball do to some pirates? Firing in 3, 2, 1.
That is so wrong.
Wrong maybe, but did any of our pirate substitutes survive the broadside?
He's dead.
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right, here's your second pig. Well, I can see it over here. He's dead. Your third pig, well, he's dead. Fourth pig, totally dead. Let's set up for the next test. That's stunning. That's 4 for 4. Went through them like butter.
Or lard. We killed 4 little pirates and didn't even knock their hats off practically. Well, maybe one of them. And that means we're getting this cannonball going really pretty quickly.
So the benchmark for death by a single cannonball is at least 4. It's crunch time for the Cannonball Splinter myth.
Next, we're going to fire through our mocked-up pirate ship and see whether it's more lethal to get hit by the splinters than a cannonball.
Pirate ships being in short supply, Adam has built his own, slightly modified version.
Well, it doesn't look like it, but I have a fascia that looks like a pirate ship. And then I have here 3 solid inches of white oak. That is accurate to the outside cladding on a period ship that a pirate might have commandeered. Then there's a 6 by 6 inch stanchion. These are the ribs that run all the way down the boat, describing its hull shape. And on the inside, it's clad with pine. These 2 pieces are what this cannonball is going through that will generate the splinters, and they are accurate to the type of materials that a period cannonball would have encountered in a ship during battle.
So for this myth to be true, we're looking for a huge volume of splinters to come out of the backside and spray the whole area, which could kill a lot of people. And it's actually more plausible than a bunch of people lining up in a row right behind a cannonball when it hits.
Air cannon into the pirate ship in
3, 2, 1.
made it?
Well, it didn't come bouncing out. Let's go check it out.
All right.
The air cannon once again hits her mark. But what's the damage report?
Whoa! It did! It made it through! Yeah! Excellent! Oh my God. I see a horror show, and I definitely see splinters here.
I don't see any penetration of the pigs at all.
I don't see any of them sticking out of the pigs here.
Plenty of splinters, but unlike the small-scale test, there's no suggestion the shrapnel was lethal.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it drilled a neat hole right through it.
If I was standing right here, I'd count my lucky stars that the cannonball missed me, but I'd be pulling splinters out of my thighs. I mean, that would suck. And sure enough, back then, you know, a big splinter going through your leg could be a lethal injury when you're talking about infection and the microorganisms that are living off the wood of the boat and stuff like that. But this is like 2 people who are slightly injured or seriously injured, not, you know, 10 that a cannonball can travel all the way through.
Yeah, I think the scenario we were looking for was where this is such an explosion that it accelerates these particles of wood so fast that everybody in the area just gets sprayed and dies. Kind of like a shotgun or more like a grenade blast. And I'm not seeing that happen with this stuff. I think the high-speed footage tells the whole story because it's showing a massive quantity of splinters going out of the backside of this boat hull. The problem is that none of it's hitting the pigs with enough strength, enough mass, enough velocity or whatever to actually stick into the pigs.
With no pigs stuck with deadly splinters, this myth is on shaky ground. But Adam and Jamie are reluctant to call it busted. Remember, the air cannon isn't quite up to speed. With a muzzle velocity of around 400 miles per hour, it doesn't match up to the real thing.
We gotta figure out a way of getting things to go really fast.
Unable to accept defeat, the pressure is back on to find a genuine cannon and put this myth to rest. When using a knife to slide down sails, it's not the fall that'll kill you, it's the sudden stop. And Buster sucks at landing. This myth needs a dummy that can act like a person.
I mean, I wouldn't want to do it.
Not it.
Seeing as Tori's the class clown, we're taking this myth to the circus. You know, high trapeze, nets, all that safety stuff. And if you cast your minds back, Carrie, Grant, and Tori have been to trapeze arts before. That time, they wanted to see if a swing can spin a full 360 degrees. Carrie, Tori's about to attempt a life-threatening stunt. Carrie, you're just not taking this seriously, are you? Before this myth turns into a circus, thank you, Carrie, that's quite enough. Tori gets the lowdown on his knife-wielding fall from trapeze trainer Eric Braun.
The net is good to handle someone my size hitting the net from above the frame.
So no matter what, we're gonna be safe.
No matter what, you won't hit the ground.
But not, no. I said no matter what, we're gonna be safe.
The biggest risk of injury is one part of your body hitting another part of your body. The most common instance of that is your knee hitting your nose.
Ooh!
Okay,
Yeah.
it's happened before. My sister broke her nose in like 14 places.
Cool.
You know, with her knees
Let's
hitting
try-
her face in the
yeah,
trampoline.
I'll try to avoid that if I can.
When Buster tried this trick, it looked more damaging than a knee to a nose. And with the sail set to the same Buster-busting height, Tori is banking on his partially sharpened knife to slow his fall and cut through the reef bands.
All right, so what I'm about to do is climb up to the top of the sail. We're gonna do a free fall test without the knife, just to get a control on my speed. I'm a little nervous because I'm not really sure how I'm gonna land. I just don't wanna smash my face into my knees. If I can avoid that, I'll be cool.
This first drop will be a knifeless test run. Then we'll stick the knife in and slide this myth home.
Full-scale Tori test. This one's the control free fall.
3, 2, 1.
That was
was great.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
How much of that was free fall and how much of that was you stopping him?
Well, it felt like a lot of it was free fall.
Totally good form. You were right next to the sail the whole time. You had your pretend knife in it, and I mean, it couldn't have been any better.
At falling down, Tori's done good. But would he have survived the fall to fight another day?
Actually, it's not bad. I mean, he is just following straight down. He's not freaking out or anything.
That's really good form. Now, here's...
Pirates don't freak out.
Well, you might. Pirates don't.
Right.
Okay, here's the good news. The good news is that your velocity at the very end is 25 feet per second. It's a little bit slower than, you know, physics predicts, but I think it's still...
It's really close to a free fall.
And yeah, and what that means is if the net weren't there, you would be breaking both legs and in very bad shape.
Well, good thing for the net.
So, free fall equals broken legs. The question is, will thrusting a knife into the sail slow down Pirate Tori enough to prove this myth?
My biggest concern now is holding onto the knife. Could a pirate hold onto the knife, cutting through the sail, hitting those reef bands, and not letting go? That's what I need to concentrate on right now.
Tori, yeah. You want to put the safety on?
Oh. Sure.
Okay. Okay, here you go, Tori.
Safely secured, Tori takes to the rigging. His knife of choice, the not too dull, not too sharp main gauche.
Full scale pirate sail test. Tori, free fall with the knife, sharp.
Okay, call it when you're ready.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, that was crazy. As soon as I hit that reef band, the knife just popped right out.
So the reef bands threw him off. But if the knife was any sharper, he'd have fallen too fast to walk away uninjured. But Tori ain't given up yet.
What I'd like to do is try it one more time. Just move over a little bit on the sail, now that I know what it feels like, and just see if I can keep that angle, because the first few feet of fall, it felt like I was being slowed down by the knife.
So tenacious Tori gets one final attempt.
Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Dang it.
But the result was exactly the same. It seems that a knife dull enough to get you down at a safe speed won't slice through the reef bands.
So you hung on to the knife, but it was just that force that
that just popped me out. So it wasn't like it popped the knife out of my hand. It just pushed the knife up, and then I fell out of the sail.
Well, that's a huge difference between you and Buster, is the fact that he had the death grip and everything was tightened and there was no way his wrist was going to go back. That is a normal human reaction.
So Tori, ready to call this one?
Cutting a knife through the sail, it's way too hard. I mean, as soon as I hit that reef band, the angle of my knife changed and my knife popped out, I fell.
We had a full live person doing this with a sharp knife in a life-size sail with reef bands. You couldn't really get more realistic than that.
I'm a little disappointed.
I know.
I just don't think the human wrist is strong enough to hold that angle.
Plus, in a historically accurate sail, you'd have to get to not 1, but 2 reef bands, and each of those has a variation of sail material of 1 to 3 layers, to 2 layers, back to 3, and then to 1.
Well, and not only that, I mean, in a real-life situation, you're going to have your knife just sharp enough to make it through the reef bands, but just dull enough to decelerate you. I mean, when is that really going to happen?
Only in the movies.
I think this one's busted.
I think this one's triple busted.
Busted.
It's a maritime myth of explosive proportions. Supposedly, when the broadsides strike, more shipmates die from the flying splinters than the cannonballs themselves. Tests with the giant air cannon suggest it's a bust. But without an accurate muzzle velocity, our dynamic duo are reluctant to call it.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at this shrapnel. I'm really pleased with our rig. I think we can call this one busted.
I don't know. I mean, a real cannon will fire a cannonball at twice the velocity of what we got our air cannon to do, and that translates to maybe about 10 times the actual power.
Right, but it did go through all the wood we had set up, plus our pigs. It did everything that we wanted it to do.
Well, I have actually got access to a real cannon that fires a real cannonball. You want to go for it?
Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Let's take all this back to the site and try it again.
Actually, Adam, we're playing with real guns this time, and there's only one place they let us do that. The Alameda County Sheriff's Facility Bomb Range. And joining us to save the day is not-so-dirty Harry and his big gun.
This is Old Moses.
Is that the trailer or the gun?
The gun. He speaks with a great voice and lays down the law.
Oh, my Lord.
Wow!
It's a fully functional 1841 Mexican and Civil War replica. Not exactly pirate material, but a cannon's a cannon, right?
This is one of those cases where I'm sure the results are going to be controversial, but no one can accuse us of not being thorough. And if there are any pirates out there who dispute this, I'd love to talk to them.
The cannon that we're about to use is a piece of what is known as field artillery. Now, this is the kind of thing that would go out on the open battlefield in the Civil War and that kind of thing. We're talking about pirate cannons, but it's the same. The ball size is the same. It's the same as what we used in the air cannon. It's a proper size that you would actually find on a pirate ship. So the effect on impact is the same.
This first shot into the water barrels for safety will give the team the muzzle velocity. And if Old Moses hits 1,300 feet per second, we know we're dealing with the real thing.
All right, let's see if this is big enough to hold a pound and a quarter.
Harry will use a 1.25 pounds of black powder to launch a 6-pound shot.
Okay, not too hard. Okay, action front, time to load. Charge.
In the heat of battle, a crack cannon team matched speed and efficiency with precision. The correctly sized cannonballs help too.
What's going on?
It's too big.
No.
Huh? These are fresh ordered shot just for this gun, and they're cast too large, or the.
Well, we have one of our little unexpected problems, something we could have never foreseen or put on a list, and it's that our cannonballs are too big for the barrel of our cannon.
What I'm using right now is an ancient pirate tool, the angle grinder.
The ball is ground down by 1/8 of an inch.
Well, that's not a pirate thing, that's a tumbleweed. On you go.
Wild West distractions dealt with, the team load up, and Old Moses is ready for action.
Clear front. Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Old Moses certainly didn't hold back. A successful firing, but where's the cannonball?
It's not there?
It's
Did it skip?
If it skipped, it went over the hill.
That's one cannonball missing in action, and there's something else missing.
We were completely unable to determine the muzzle velocity on that test because, for some reason, at the moment of detonation, our high-speed camera's power supply failed. So we got a new power supply, and we're gonna do the same shot again. We have to know what the muzzle velocity is. We want to be able to compare it to the previous test.
A little ricochet reinforcement, and it's time for shot number 2.
Prime. Clear front. Firing in 3, 2, 1.
I think
We got that cannonball.
we stopped the cannonball. It's like,
Nice shot.
No bouncing balls this time. The hill took the full force.
It's deeper than that. So, what we got there is a muzzle velocity of 1,430 feet per second, guaranteed, because I can see when the cannonball exits the barrel, and I can see when it hits the garbage can, and I know the garbage can is exactly 10 feet from the barrel. That muzzle velocity makes this blast 7.5 times more powerful than the one we produced with our air cannon. The only question that remains for us is, does that increase in power translate to an increase in deadliness for our wooden shrapnel?
Mini air cannons and maxi air cannons have drawn a blank on scattered splinters, but old Moses has the mustard to truly lay down the law for this myth. Adam's authentic pirate ship prototype is lowered into place. Cue the pigs.
This is our pirate crew, and for this myth to be true, they have to have a bunch of splinters stuck in them really quite deep.
Get your pirate face on! We're about to shoot some cannons! I'm drooling!
Drooling? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Looks from here like it put a clean hole in the oak.
It definitely put a clean hole in the oak.
A nice small one.
Getting through the wood is not the issue. It's the deadly splinters we want.
What do we see?
I see even less kind of splinterage than I saw before. I mean, the splinters are clearly all over the place, but I don't see hardly a single one stuck in the pigs. Oh, there's one. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Well, that went in about 1/2 inch, and that's the most serious thing that we've seen all told, but it's still not lethal.
The increased muzzle velocity definitely had a lot more power behind it. It pushed this whole thing over. It caused a lot more trauma to our pirate boat than it did on the test with our air cannon.
Old Moses here had considerably more kick than our air cannon, and it threw a lot of splinters all over the place, but the result is the same. From what I'm seeing, they just don't have a whole lot of mass. They just kind of like flip off things, they bounce, they don't really penetrate. Based on this, the only thing that we can say about this myth is that it's busted. The shrapnel is not as lethal as the cannonball.
Well, let's give our pirates a good final resting place and call this one busted.
Can you stop doing that?
Now I can, because we're done.
Maybe we need to try a bigger cannon. What do you think?
On this episode of Mythbusters,
Can you believe they let me in here?
Adam and Jamie go full throttle with speed camera myths.
123.
Awesome!
They're taking it to the limit to see if there's any way to con the camera and avoid getting a ticket.
You got a ticket, buddy.
Clear.
And Tori, Carrie, and Grant check if there's any truth that defibrillators can explode medical patches.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
It's a real shocker. With vicious voltage and deadly detonation.
What?
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Danger is my middle name.
And Jamie Heineman. Between them, over 30 years special effects experience. Joining them, Tori Belleci.
I'll miss you, buddy.
Carrie Byron.
Don't try what you're about to see at home.
And Grant Imahara.
I'm pooping as fast as I can.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
We got a whole new batch of Speed Freak myths to test this time.
Yeah, like what?
Well, you remember back in Series 2, we ran through a whole gamut of tests to beat the police speed radar?
I remember it like it was only yesterday.
To beat the speed radar, the team tried every trick and then some.
This is gonna freak them out.
A reverse microwave magnetron, an aluminum foil-firing chaff gun, the stealth bomber matte black makeover, even a fully foil-wrapped caddy.
Foil's been foiled!
None of them were invisible to the radar. All of them were totally
Busted!
I think if you're gonna get out of a ticket, short skirts and crying is still the way to go.
But batting your crybaby blues may only work if the law enforcement officer is human. It won't get you anywhere with a clicking cop. But do the pole-perching legal eagles catch all the fast moves? Can a speed camera ever be outstripped? Feeling the need for speed, viewers have sent in 3 mythical ways to beat the camera cop.
Well, the first one is that you could beat the speed camera by driving so fast through it, it doesn't have time to take your picture.
Well, seems pretty straightforward. We get a speed camera, we get a car, and we just drive like heck.
Yeah, we do! Woo!
So, viewer myth number 1. You can beat the speed camera by driving so fast it can't see you. That'd be time to cue the souped-up supercar. But before we go high speed, Adam wants to test the theory in this car.
This is a perfect car for the test because while it may not be the fastest car on the block, it is definitely representative of a totally average American car. If this myth is at all true, it ought to be true for your average car.
Now, if you're worried about Adam and Jamie maxing out a very average car,
this is a pair of 5-point racing harnesses.
You're not alone.
Because we've got to drive it at such high speeds, the insurance company requires we put some safety measures into it, and that's what I'm about to do.
And so is Jamie. But how gas-axing a hole in the rear makes the car safer is anyone's guess.
Once the bumper goes back on it, it'll be fine. Nobody will know. Until they have a crash, but I won't tell them.
If this car can go half as fast as it's going in Adam's imagination,
flip on the afterburner,
it should be able to beat the sound barrier, let alone a speed camera.
And I'm out!
You ready?
Yeah, I'm totally ready. Let's go.
Let's go beat the speed camera.
Speed cameras work like sonar. They send out radar pulses. The time it takes for the pulse to come back to the sensor registers the speed of the vehicle. If it's over the limit, a signal's sent to the camera to take a photo. The myth is, if you can drive faster than the pulses, it won't detect your vehicle.
We got to beat the speed camera. And the only place where we can shoot this is our favorite tarmac at Alameda Naval Base. It's about 1.75 miles of perfectly flat road. It's absolutely ideal for our purposes.
2 men, almost 2 miles of runway, 1 myth, 1 car, and no speed limit. It's just another day in Mythbusters paradise. At least until it's time to meet the speedster's arch enemy, the speed camera, and the mastermind behind it.
Hi, Adam. Good to meet you both.
Adam Teuton's cameras have been the bane of every leadfoot's life since 1987.
So basically what I'm looking at here is a radar unit attached to a camera, a storage device, and a processor.
Correct.
That's amazingly simple.
We try to make it as simple as possible.
Over the years, how many tickets have your systems issued?
I'd have to say millions.
With millions of tickets under its belt, will Jamie at full throttle be fast enough to get in under the radar? And just how fast can an average auto go?
This may look like a ray gun, but in fact it's a radar gun.
Just in case the speed camera doesn't clock the car, Adam's handheld will still get a reading.
I feel like a bullfighter. Come on! 40, 45, 50, 60, 60 miles an hour.
From a standing start, the average auto speed is, well, average. A longer run-up should show what it's got. But does the driver have the right stuff?
As usual, our biggest problem is not doing this particular stunt, but It's dealing with the insurance issues surrounding it. So we're going to have a safety person in the car with me. We're going to have a fire suit on and a helmet and the whole 9 yards, just in case we blow a tire and spin out and crash and burn and stuff like that.
Ah, Jamie, ever the optimist.
Based solely on my intuition and not any practical experience whatsoever, I estimate that we can get this car, or that Jamie can get this car, to just over 100 miles an hour. Is it enough to beat the speed camera? I suspect that it isn't, but I'm curious to find out.
Let's go fast.
Jamie's going to put the pedal to the metal while Adam tries to keep up in the safety car. The mustachioed maestro soon leaves Adam in his dust. But did he dust off the speed camera too?
Did you get him?
We got him.
What kind of speed did you get?
100 miles an hour.
100 miles an hour.
There he is.
Not bad. Oh, and you got his license plate too.
Let's see Jamie bat his crybaby blues now.
Well, how'd I do? Ticket or no ticket?
Oh, you got a ticket, you speeding scofflaw. We got you red-handed right here.
One picture says it all. Jamie's been booked fair and square.
Just for me, so we have a data set of more than one, which is always a goal on this show. Let's do it again.
Do I have to?
You do. Go.
How'd I do that time?
No faster.
It's like there's not a whole lot of options here. It's like flat.
I don't know, old man. I mean, maybe you just don't have what it takes.
Them's fighting words, partner. Adam's hat seems to have given the dude some John Wayne tood.
Well, the ticket tally is 2 runs, both at 100 miles an hour, 2 beautiful photos of Jamie's license plate, and 2 tickets. See if I can push the Phoenix here to its limit. Or has Jamie already met the edge? In 3, 2, and here we go.
Adam's competitive streak's been triggered. The gauntlet's down, and so is his foot. Will he beat Jamie and the speed camera?
How did I do?
You did exactly the same as I did, for some strange reason. 100 miles an hour, and we got your picture.
We can't call it on the basis of this test alone. We need more power. We need a different car.
We need a real car.
Okay, guys, I got a myth that's really gonna shock you, because it's about defibrillators.
Okay, that's like in the EMT shows with the clear.
Yeah, but that's only half of it. It's also about nitroglycerin patches.
Nitroglycerin? That's explosive.
It's for heart patients, right?
Yeah. The myth is that if you're wearing a nitroglycerin patch and somebody defibrillates you, the patch will explode.
Electricity and explosives are not a good mix. But because nitroglycerin is a powerful medicine as well as a powerful explosive, they can get shockingly close. Nitroglycerin patches dilate arteries, increase blood flow, and when placed on the chest, relieve heart pain. But can these patches be detonated by the electricity from a defibrillator? It's true that these machines come with a warning to remove such patches before shocking a patient. But what happens if you don't? Well, first step in this explosive myth from the ER is to get a defibrillator. But already there's a problem.
Oh, wait a minute, who's gonna let us use their defibrillator? I mean, we break everything we touch.
Okay, let's borrow one, we'll characterize it, and then we'll make our own.
When you say we, do you mean you?
Yes.
Now, making a do-it-yourself defibrillator isn't all that hard. All you need is a degree in electrical engineering and a knowledge of just how vicious voltage is.
It's going to be potentially the most lethal thing I've ever built.
Grant's defibrillator will take AC power and boost it to more than 4,000 volts. The high voltage will then be stored in a capacitor, so that when it's triggered, it can instantly dump a heart-jumping charge into the patient's chest.
This thing, if it works, will definitely kill you.
We're making Frankenstein's laboratory.
While Grant deals with the diodes, Tori and Carrie make the electrical ER safer.
We should be safe.
With the ER rubbered up and ready, Grant's cooked up a unique pair of defibrillator paddles.
Check this out. Like, clear.
What's with the serrated edges?
Oh,
It's a little scary.
Well, you know, I mean, normally the heart paddles don't have serrated edges, but this is a homemade defibrillator, so you have to go with what you can get.
Once Grant's defibrillator is up and running, the plan is to unleash it on some nitro patches placed on a torso, made of that Mythbusters favorite, ballistics gel.
Well, that came out easier than I expected.
But before all that, the team first needs to see if Grant's gizmo works. In theory, it's capable of delivering a bigger shock than you'd get from the third rail of the subway track.
Everybody ready?
More than enough to kill you if you're not careful.
3, 2, 1.
Wow, that was great.
Okay.
That was a good one.
I think it's ready.
That goes into your chest?
So Grant's DIY defibrillator is certainly sparking.
Okay, bring on the body.
But for the explosive tests to be valid, it's crucial that his machine has exactly the same capabilities as this, the defibrillator used in ERs up and down the country.
Thugging.
Ready to put the heart paddles in?
Yeah.
To find out, the team inserts 2 copper heart paddles in the torso's chest, which are hardwired to an oscilloscope.
Are you ready for your test?
It'll register precisely how much juice is jumping, first from the commercial defibrillator.
Everyone clear?
Clear. Got it.
Did you get it?
Yep. We can start testing.
Nice.
The oscilloscope is telling me that it had a peak of 4 millivolts. Now, it's also saying is that the event lasted for 2 microseconds. Yeah. Do you think I'll get first place in the science fair?
Easy.
Now they know what they're aiming for. Grant's patty-flipping paddles are attached to the torso to see if his DIY defibrillator can deliver the same result.
This just doesn't look dangerous enough. Should we get some buckets of water to stand in or maybe set off the sprinkler system?
Just put your safety glasses on, Mr. Safety.
Just hope this isn't the before moment.
Oh, we should probably set up the high speed on carry.
Now remember,
1,000 volts.
They built their own defibrillator so as not to wreck the real one.
2,500.
But is it safe to use? Now might be a good time for Carrie's family and friends to turn away.
You're at 4,000. Pull the switch. Turn off the power supply.
Okay,
Carrie, are you ready? Everybody clear?
Can I have your toolbox?
3, 2, 1.
She's alive. She made it.
Okay, you're good. Good job.
I was worried for you for a second.
Yeah, I'm sure when my mom watches this later, she's gonna be like, oh, not again. We just did the first test with Grant's homemade defibrillator, and to say I was a little bit scared going into it. It looks very Frankenstein-y, and I mean, all the laws of physics said, not gonna get shocked. I'm holding on to wood, I'm standing on rubber, but I can't help the heartbeat going, what if, what if, what if?
The good news is this proves that it does deliver the shock into the ballistics gel body.
Yeah, that's great. How's your heart? Is it still pumping?
Yeah, it's going like.
So Grant's defibrillator has passed. It's as good as the industry standard.
Homemade defibrillator coming in.
But before trying to explode some nitroglycerin patches, they've got a defibrillator mini-myth they want to put to the test.
Clear.
You see it on every ER drama. The myth is you'll be killed if you touch a patient who's being shocked. But do you really need to stand clear?
Okay, so here's the setup. We've got the patient on the table. The patient's going to receive the shock from the defibrillator. He is connected to the observer right at the wrist. That goes up to a pair of heart paddles that are placed in the most likely conduction path. The heart paddles are then connected to the digital storage oscilloscope, and that's going to tell us what sort of currents flowing through that heart area.
There's a possibility of somebody being electrocuted here.
Hopefully not one of us. Ready?
Remember, what they're testing here is whether you'd drop dead if you were to touch the patient during defibrillation.
3,500.
To make sure the team avoids friendly fire, there's still an inch of rubber between them and the floor. Oh, and the paramedics are on standby.
4,000 volts. Pull the switch. In 3, 2, 1, clear.
That was kind of anticlimactic.
Whoa,
Look what registered.
Yeah, how anticlimactic do you think it is now?
That looks just like when it got directly shocked.
Yeah.
That could stop your heart.
It takes 6 milliamps to kill somebody.
That's 13 milliamps peak right there.
That could have killed him.
And
Okay.
he wasn't, yeah, and that was heart paddles all the way in the other guy.
That's pretty impressive.
I would say that's clear test confirmed.
There's a reason why they say clear.
Seems pretty clear to me.
That's clear test confirmed. So now it's time to bring on the explosives. It's open season on speedsters. First, there was the squad car, then the radar, and now they've raised the bar with speed cameras. Adam and Jamie have tried to beat it through speed, but until they get a faster car, that myth's on hold. That leaves plenty of time for viewer myth number 2.
Well, next up is a whole set of products which we call plate blockers. These are things that you would put over your license plate that would obscure it only to the camera when it tried to take your picture. Therefore, they don't know who to send the ticket to.
So what, we just go out and drive by them with this stuff over the plate?
Yeah, actually, not so fast. I think I'd like to try some scale tests out on these guys. Put them down in the shop with my digital camera and my flash and see if I can't get the results that they claim here in the shop.
Adam has 5 plate blocking devices in his sights. All claim to somehow prevent the police paparazzi from tracking you down.
First up is this thing, which supposedly has microcrystals to reflect the camera's flash. See what it does? Here I am. Now I'm gone. Oh my God, where did I go? Oh, here I am.
Adam's clearly unimpressed, and reading the small print doesn't help.
The manufacturer and retailer assume no responsibility for any use or application of this product in violation with any applicable law. Before installing this product, please check your state and local laws and regulations. I'll save you some time. It's probably illegal.
Illegal? Maybe. Effective? Let's see.
This is glitter license plate with the flash on.
I don't have any problem reading that. Oh, man. You know, it's funny, but it also makes me really mad. It's ridiculous.
Let's do due diligence on this piece of crap and try it from far away.
The thing is, the microcrystals don't seem to be reflecting much at all.
It's pretty much totally readable. I can see it's trying to reflect a light, but it's not succeeding because I can still read California, June, no doubt. I can still read the license plate.
In this case, all that glitters definitely ain't gold. So what about plastic plate blocker number 2?
They've spared every expense in manufacturing this. This is like one of those reading magnifiers, you know, that you can get at the museum store. And it is, I'm not kidding, scotch taped to this license plate cover.
Oh, I see what it's doing.
I'll eat my hat if this is legal in even one state. Oh. I'm ever so slightly side on to this thing. And it's definitely obscuring a couple of the letters of the license plate. There's no doubt about it. And the fact is, they can search the database by as many letters as they can see on your license plate. They've got you. In fact, this would me off enough to come and find you.
Don't hold back, Adam. Tell us how you really feel. The other plate blockers also failed to impress. There was regular kitchen plastic wrap.
It is not obscured at all.
A tailor-made commercial spray.
Yeah, it's totally readable.
And run-of-the-mill hairspray.
It's clear as day.
All got the Adam Savage seal of disapproval.
Granted, this is probably not what they're using professionally, so I can't call it busted on the basis of this, but it really doesn't look good.
So for a definitive test, they'll run the plate blockers past the same setup that's used on the streets. The microcrystal glitter plates first up.
Mr. Heineman, you are go for launch.
Okay, I'll fire it up. I'll be right there.
He's got to fire up the pre-burners, and he's got to wind up the Phoenix engines, open up the feeder tube, kick the throttle, open up the thrusters. Then, of course, he's got to kick in the afterburner.
Oh,
Traffic Police 1, glitter obfuscation technique 0. Next up is the lenticular obfuscation technique.
This lenticular thing did obfuscate the license plate more than anything else, but I still don't have high hopes that it'll beat our speed camera. You got a ticket, buddy. Time to move on to the next one.
That'd be Mr. Savage's makeup call.
Obviously, Mythbusters brand hairspray is very important to how I look on set and on television.
But although it looked good on Adam, it didn't cut it with the speed camera. And neither did the commercial spray.
Starting to see a pattern here.
Yeah, plate blocker zip, speed camera 4.
Make that 5 with the plastic wrap.
Clear as a bell.
Clear as a bell. Cling wrap is busted.
Not a single one of the plate blockers has worked. So it's plate blockers 0, speed cameras 5.
Now, although they might not con the camera, one of them at least does have a hidden talent.
Ow.
I went like this, and it magnified through and burnt my shirt, and then it burnt my skin. I felt this sharp pain. So it will burn your skin, but it won't save you from a ticket.
With the plate blockers well and truly busted, the boys are counting down the viewer speed camera myths. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Electricity on its own is lethal. Put it near high explosive, and you're just asking for trouble. But that's exactly what our brave band of Mythbusters are doing.
2, 1.
Nitroglycerin is found in dynamite, but it's also used to treat heart patients. But according to this ER myth, if you hit a nitro patch with an electric shock from a defibrillator, it'll explode. With explosives, electricity, and Mythbusters, it's time to move the whole shebang to the bomb-proof backyard bunker.
It's finally time to start our nitroglycerin patch tests. Now we're going to start with the modern nitroglycerin patches. They're the most common to get. And we're going to use one patch, and we're going to defibrillate our patient here at 200 joules.
With a cataclysmic catastrophe on the cards, they're taking no chances. For this one, the Ballistics Gel Torso and Grant's DIY defibrillator are going to be home alone.
We've taken a few safety precautions so that we can do it remotely. We have our paddles. They are clamped to the body, and then Grant has the remote trigger outside of the bunker. So we'll set it all up, charge it, we'll get out of the bunker, set it off remotely. So if there is an explosion, none of us get killed.
Sounds good. The only trouble is it's pouring with rain, and the bunker ain't exactly waterproof.
Hey, you guys, we got a little problem here. Little problem!
What's going on?
It's raining on my neon transformers, so we need to...
Is that a problem?
Yeah, kinda.
You want an umbrella? Oh, geez.
Something.
That seems really, really, really dangerous.
Yeah, it's not entirely safe. In fact, let me unplug this. Okay.
Diagnosing the problem was easy. Fixing it, well, that's a different story.
If it explodes, it's safer than being in the shop.
Pools of water, massive amounts of electricity. I don't see a danger in that at all.
With the deluge finally diverted, Grant's confident it's safe enough to proceed.
Just remember, go to the light. Okay, see ya.
See you on the other side. In general, yes, water and electricity don't mix, particularly high voltage electricity. But as long as we take the proper precautions, standing on rubber, make sure nothing's wet, we should be fine.
Now, if this were a movie, you'd pretty much know something terrible was about to happen.
2,000.
But this is Mythbusters,
500.
factual television, real life.
Nitroglycerin patch test. 200 joules in 3, 2, 1. I didn't see any explosions. I didn't see any arcing, anything at all.
Nope.
Like I said, this is real life, real results. In this case, an awful lot of nothing.
We didn't get any explosion at 200 joules. Let's ramp it up to 360. Give it the maximum power.
But cranking the power to the max,
No explosion, guys.
even putting the paddles right on the patch,
It arced, it sparked, it didn't ignite. Well, I think one of the problems here is it's just not going to arc to the plastic. It's just not going to do anything there. And there is an old nitroglycerin patch that has sort of an aluminum in the plastic. Maybe that would arc from the spark.
More conductivity would definitely give it a higher likelihood of arcing.
Should be easy to get a couple of those, no?
Actually, Tori, that's a no. Aluminum-backed nitroglycerin patches were phased out in the 1980s. So Carrie's making some of her own.
And this is conductive?
That's what I was gonna let you find out for me. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, I'm sure that stun gun Tori's using comes with a warning.
That is cool, look at that.
Something along the lines of, not a toy.
Look at it burning.
Use with caution.
Look, I wrote my name.
Keep out of reach of children.
Oh, Tori, are we gonna ever have an episode where you don't hurt yourself?
I didn't think it was gonna hurt me. Thought I had that one under control.
Also not under control is the weather.
Oh, great. The water level has risen.
Outside and inside the bunker, the big wet continues.
It doesn't do a lot of good to have rubber mats when they're submerged in water.
A bit of electricity and a lot of moisture. What could possibly go wrong?
Okay, try not to stand in the water.
What is it? The first day of rain we get for the entire year is gonna be on the day that we're using high explosives and electricity. Woo!
2,000 volts.
Now, does anyone else find this somewhat alarming? Raincoats, volumes of voltage, and a welter of water.
Look at it, it's arcing from the screw to the wood.
Okay. Stop.
Tori's on hairdressing duty to keep it dry enough to prevent shorting. Well, that's the theory.
I got water pouring down my back.
Folks, it goes without saying, never, ever, ever try this at home.
Somebody want to get a 2x4 just in case they need to knock us apart?
Perhaps the least lethal thing to happen now would be if Carrie's homemade foil-backed patches exploded.
3, 2, 1. You see a spark or anything?
Nope.
See an explosion?
No.
Just like the modern plastic patches, maximum voltage, foil side up, or foil side down.
No reaction.
Even putting the paddles ridiculously close causes no kaboom.
It arced right over that patch, and I didn't see an explosion.
No explosion.
I don't think that the concentration of the nitroglycerin is high enough to actually get any sort of explosion. I mean, that's it. This myth is going down.
The myth may be going down, but it's not over yet. Because when it comes to the Mythbusters and explosions, no one goes home disappointed.
We're gonna blow that nitro patch up.
You bet we are, buddy.
Adam and Jamie are getting wrapped up in their quest to beat speed camera myths.
Can someone unwrap me? Turn off the camera and help me get out of this thing.
So far, it seems there's no way to get one over on the super sensitive Speed Slayer. But just how responsive are they? It's time to test viewer myth number 3.
You know, I heard once that those speed cameras are so sensitive that they'll pick up a bird flying past them and take a picture of it.
You know, I hate to play devil's advocate on this, but I can't see it working. I think a bird is just too tiny to be picked up by the radar. We should get some trained birds and fly them through the path.
Okay, and maybe a really fast trained bird.
1, make that 2 really fast birds coming up.
There you go. She's got hat hair this morning, but she'll shake it out.
Meet female falcons Strager and Falstaff, and their master, falconer James Tigan.
People are always asking us how fast they are over the ground. In a dive, the peregrine's been clocked at 240 miles an hour in a dive. They've put G meters on them, and they break G meters at like 18 Gs.
With a sales pitch like that, the birds seem more than qualified for the job. But what do they like to drive?
The job is to hold on to that knot, and then I'm going to put this in here like this.
Wow.
Put this into your body. There you go. You don't want to look like a geek.
I am a geek. Oh my God. I gotta say, of all the animals we've worked with on the show, from skunks to goldfish to octopi, this is the coolest.
Yeah, they're beautiful, gorgeous animals.
Like even Jamie is expressing a little awe.
The birds certainly have made Adam and Jamie sit up and take notice. But will the speed cameras see them?
I don't think the speed camera is going to pick up the bird.
My guess is based on the practicality of operating a speed camera. When you get the disc out of the camera and you're looking at all the license plates, you don't want a lot of pretty pictures of birds. Something tells me they designed that out of the system and that they don't pick up birds flying.
Well, there's only one sure way to find out.
I think what we'll do is we'll send my associate, Kate, downwind. She'll release the bird. I'll call the bird. We'll do a straight downwind run. She'll come right on marks, hopefully.
Let's do it.
With the speed camera in position and poised to take a picture, Falcon Airways Flight 001 is cleared for takeoff.
I'm actually picking her up at about 40 miles an hour.
Adam's radar is clocking her at 40, and the camera's preset to go off at just 10 miles an hour.
She was going 40 miles an hour. If anything was gonna, if this could pick her up, that was a good speed to pick her up at.
And it was right down the throat. It was, it should have got it. How'd we do?
Took a picture at 29 miles an hour.
But there's a big difference between Adam's radar speed of 40 and the camera's 29. So what exactly did they take a photo of?
One thing I'm not sure of, whether, was he swinging the bait?
He was. So you might have picked up the bait?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's an easy way to test for that. We could just have him stand farther down, the camera can't see him.
Or we could just have him swing the bait with no bird in the picture.
Or we could try something really simple like that.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna go sit in the trailer now.
While Adam eats a slice of humble pie, the others find out if it was the chick that made the camera click.
Faster. Faster.
But even with the bait in full swing, there's still no camera ka-ching.
So it's picking up speeds, but it's not photoing. There's not enough of a signature to give a quality threshold high enough to trigger the camera.
But it seems like the bird absolutely did. Stunning. I love being wrong.
But just to make really sure, Adam wants one more run to clear up the camera conundrum.
I heard the camera go. I think
we got it?
Yeah.
Awesome! Man, 2 for 2 with animals, no less. Oh, man. Amazing.
That's pretty conclusive to me. The speed camera was, in fact, able to pick up a bird. That's good stuff.
That would be myth confirmed.
Let's give the bird a ticket.
At 41 miles an hour, this speedster's just had her first brush with the law.
What we think is we're going to put a license plate on her right about here. It's a little bitty one, you know? If you can see me, you're too close, something like that. You did very good, sweetie.
It never pays to monkey around with electricity, especially near explosives. But for Carrie, Tori, and Grant, detonating nitroglycerin medical patches with an electric defibrillator has so far only blown away a lot of time.
Nothing happened.
No explosion.
Shocker.
They want an explosion, and they want it now.
Forget this medicinal nitroglycerin. Let's get the pure stuff, the stuff we all know is explosive. We'll smear that on the body and then try to defibrillate again.
Well, I'm pretty sure no one is going to sell us pure nitroglycerin. I think we're already on all the watch lists. So maybe it's time to call former FBI agent Frank Doyle.
You may remember Frank from such great Mythbusters moments as the case of the exploding trousers, 22,000-foot fall, and the mother of all explosions, when Frank totally trashed a truck. Today, Frank's back to help change the Mythbusters script from Mission Impossible to Mission Accomplished.
It's cooking juice.
Access to nitroglycerin is strictly controlled, and it's highly dangerous to transport.
Good stuff, good stuff.
So Frank's brought his buddy James Crippen along to refine a premium blend from another explosive that contains a high proportion of nitroglycerin.
I think our chances are pretty good. We can probably get it to go bang.
Impact's the best way to detonate nitroglycerin. So to see if Frank's batch is up to scratch, the job falls to Grant's automatic hammer.
So what we got here is our nitroglycerin impact test. It's our first test of the day just to see if the nitroglycerin is working. We have Grant's robot, and this is hooked up to an air line, which he can trigger from a remote spot. Here's the anvil, our hard surface, nitroglycerin, high-speed camera so we can catch the action, and we can follow the line all the way back to Grant with the trigger.
Ready for this? 3, 2, 1.
That wasn't an explosion.
Hey, we got a puff.
It did sound like a cap.
So did it or didn't it explode?
Okay, hit the target.
Yeah, smells smoky.
Frank's keeping the jury out until he's seen the high speed.
Camera's coming down.
Yep,
Oh.
that's smoke.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Nice
That's
work,
great.
Frank.
So that's what we were looking for. That
Good juice, definitely good juice.
So Frank's nitroglycerin sure is explosive, but can it be detonated by an electric spark from a defibrillator? The ballistics gel torso is wheeled into place, and once again, the paddles are placed close enough to spark.
You want to put a little drop right at where the two paddles touch?
The team has put just a patch-sized drop of the nitroglycerin oil on the torso's chest. But will this be enough for a boom?
If we got a good arc and a good contact there, should work, theoretically.
So we're hot. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so this is 360 joules maximum power. 3, 2, 1.
I saw a spark.
Yeah,
I saw
the spark.
I didn't see any smoke.
No explosion.
No.
Now, if concentrated nitroglycerin cannot ignite with the defibrillator, the patches are never going to explode off your chest.
It's not gonna happen.
It's just another flash in the pan. If the defibrillator can't detonate this concentrated nitroglycerin, then it'll never detonate a patch. It's myth well and truly busted.
All right, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, there's still a pool of nitroglycerin right where the paddles are touching.
And it's still wet underneath.
And there are absolutely no burn marks. I'm not seeing the carnage from any sort of explosion here. And I think we've replicated all of the circumstances.
So what's left?
Frank?
We need an explosion.
This would be the moment Frank's been waiting for. With the myth busted, it's time to replicate the results. How can a defibrillator cause a kaboom? Well, luckily, Frank came prepared.
We're going to shift over to some real explosive that we know that works. We're not going to use a lot. It won't take a lot, but our Jello friend there is going to probably go away.
With Grant's defibrillator now past its use-by date,
Should we take these back to the shop for the barbecue?
all that's left is for Frank and his blow-it-up buddies to prepare our patient for a trip of a lifetime.
You played doctor before?
Yeah, but not with ballistics.
Well, we're going to do a little chest surgery here. We're going to put the nitroglycerin in there because we want to get rid of the rest of what we have, and then we're going to put some assistance in there, some additional assistance.
I get what you're talking about.
To help you out with your wish.
I see where you're going.
For days, they've been dumping high voltage into their dummy. Now, with his liquid lunch of nitroglycerin plus assistance, they might finally turn the torso torpedo.
Okay, we will need everybody to move back for safety reasons now.
3, 2, 1.
That was awesome. Now that's what I expected from those patches.
That's great.
That is an explosion.
The torso has been terminated, and with flying colors.
That is a beautiful thing.
He's looking at his belly.
That is just...
That's an explosion.
That kind of charring is what you expect to see when something explodes.
Frank, you did not disappoint us. Thank you. I think we owe you a table, though.
Well, we finally got an explosion.
But it had nothing to do with nitroglycerin.
Yeah, it had everything to do with the bomb squad.
But at least we can say, if the defibrillator did not ignite and create an explosion with highly concentrated nitroglycerin, way more than you'd ever find in any medicinal patch, that this myth is totally, totally busted.
It's busted.
Before the speed camera, those who lived life in the fast lane had the highway patrol to contend with. Nowadays, speedsters find it hard to defy the all-seeing eye. Adam and Jamie have tested all the viewer myths, but there's still one that's not quite done.
I got some great news. The researchers have found us a really fast car, so we're going to have a second go at speed.
Oh, you mean whether or not the speeding car can beat the speed camera?
Exactly.
Awesome.
You'll never guess what Adam's going to ask next.
Can I drive the car?
Of course.
Yes!
In true Mythbusters tradition, Adam and Jamie are going to push the edge of the fast envelope in a go-for-broke speed camera, speed car face-off.
Come to Infineon Raceway, where I think they have something with a lot more grunt that we can put in front of the speed camera and see if we can beat it.
One grunt machine coming up. Yep, believe it or not, somehow Mrs. Savage's little boy Adam has been let loose to pilot a prime piece of auto real estate.
What, beat the speed camera? What? Oh, right, that's why we're here. Sure.
How we doing? How's it going?
How you doing?
But to keep us and the car safe, Chief Driving Instructor Mark will be riding shotgun.
You think he can handle driving it?
He might be able to. We'll give it a shot.
Adam hasn't had so much fun since the last full moon.
I'm so ready to go. Let's go.
I don't know, Adam.
Can you believe they let me in here?
No. What's the value of this car?
280?
280. Well,
280. I can work that off.
Well, there's the next 65 years of Adam's life taken care of.
I don't think it's going to work, even with a really fast car.
Jamie remains skeptical, but if anything stands a chance of beating the speed camera, then it's this.
He's a little over 100 miles an hour.
That's not much better than your average auto. Is that all you've got, Adam?
So what do you say, ticket or no ticket?
Ticket. There's the evidence.
So it is. There he goes again.
But even with Mark urging him on,
118.
it's not enough.
102. He's slowing down by the time he gets here.
Adam's running out of road and buttoning off before he gets to the speed camera. Moving it closer to the start line means they can clock him in full flight. It's Adam's last chance. It's do or die.
100. 120. 123.
That's Adam's best yet.
Unbelievable.
But is it enough?
Got him. You're going to have to go faster than that to beat the speed camera.
Yeah, go.
With the score running 3-0 to the speed camera, there's only one option left. Adam has to swallow his pride and hand over the reins to a professional driver.
If he can't beat it, it's not going to get beaten. 120.
127.
Mark's first run is not much faster than Adam's. So, what do you do?
115. He's going faster. 140.
136. We got a ticket.
Even with a professional propelling it to maximum momentum,
130, 440.
it's still not enough to beat the speed camera.
I don't know. The speed camera, it's like works on the speed of light, so the car doesn't. The car goes like maybe 200 miles an hour tops. I don't think we're going to beat it.
All that's left to do now is to gently break Adam's heart.
What was our top speed?
The top speed I got was about 140 miles an hour.
That was when Mark was driving?
Yeah.
What was my top speed?
About 120. Maybe 123, I forgot.
Well, that settles it, man. If we couldn't beat it with this thing, there's no way you can beat the speed camera, no matter how fast you're going. I mean, you're like under Mach 1.
Yep. I guess it's busted.
Our work here is done. Let's go.
Hey, not so fast. I got a little something. Little something, something.
Really?
Yeah.
Something, something? There's a lot of secret squirrel going on here.
If I know one thing about Jamie, it's he's going outside the box and probably cheating.
What you got here is a little bit more of a straightforward, no nonsense, no chemicals, no plastic wrap, just basic physics to beat the speed camera.
Get in your car and show me what you got, cheater.
Okay, we all set?
The plate blockers failed. The very average auto failed. Red raw speed failed. In a sea of failure, what can Jamie possibly do to succeed?
Nicely done.
Very, very clever.
Like I said, I knew he was gonna cheat.
So, how did he do it? Well, remember way back when the car was being made safer and Jamie was busy cutting a huge hole, turns out it was to fit the old spy car revolving license plate trick.
This is just an air-powered rotary actuator. You apply air, it flips it.
That is good.
It's got
Nicely done.
Little trigger.
You still get a ticket for that. And actually, I think the ticket for having that on your car is a lot worse than speeding. This one comes with jail time.
What are you gonna do?
Nice work, Speedy Gonzales. Let's go home. Make sure you have it on the right plate on the way home.
All right.
On this episode of Mythbusters, it's a dog's life. The team is on the trail of 3 canine conundrums.
It's a dog-eat-convict world out there.
First up, it's Prison Break, Mythbusters style, as Adam and Jamie sniff out whether you can beat the Bloodhound.
Man, that's incredible.
Then Carrie, Grant, and Tori test mythical techniques to sneak past a guard dog.
Oh my God, this is not working. This is not working. This is not working.
Mush. Finally, Adam and Jamie test the proverb that you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Sit.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Is everybody ready for diving?
And Jamie Heineman.
Gets me all worked up just looking at it.
That was beautiful.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
That was heavy.
Joining them, Grant Imahara.
Are you feeling lucky, punk?
Tori Belleci.
Somebody order some exploding pants?
And Carrie Byron.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Have you heard the one about the Dyslexic Philosophers Convention?
No.
The topic of discussion is there a dog?
What are you going on about?
It's time. We're doing an all dogs Mythbusters dog special. We have been inundated with myths from the fans and on the website, and now it's time to put them into a show.
Okay, sounds like fun.
Yeah. Okay, here's what I see. It's another in a long line of adages, like, Rolling Stone gathers no moss and finding a needle in a haystack. We should test the myth that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You ready, old dog? Let's go.
Man's best friend. They're smart, they're talented, and crucially, they're quick to pick up new tricks. But the question is, are our canine companions' learning days behind them when they reach old age?
What's that you say? What's the plan? Excellent question. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think we bring in a couple of dogs and we see if we can teach them some tricks.
Well, they got to be old dogs, because after all, that's what this is about. Maybe we can each take one, we'll train them separately.
They should be also as close in age as possible. I mean, preferably they're from the same litter, couple of brothers, brother and sister, something like that.
And we can do some kind of like a dog show. What do you think?
A Mythbusters dog show at the end? That's perfect. Let's do it.
And just as perfect are these beautiful old dogs, Bobo and Cece, an untrained 7-year-old brother and sister pair.
Bobo and Cece appear to be Alaskan Malamutes. Now, this breed is notoriously difficult to train. They're headstrong. So, you know, if we can train these old dogs, this being the worst case scenario, we should be able to train any old dogs. Mush.
Adam and Jamie have just 1 week to get these homeless fur balls pulling in the right direction. So they're going to need some expert help. Adam and Cece have enlisted dog trainer Beverly Ulbrich.
So what we've got is somewhat of a contest between Jamie and I, and what I need your help with is to get Cece here to learn how to heel, sit, stay, down, and shake hands all in the next week. Can we do that?
I sure hope so. Let's give it a shot. Bling bling here.
With her shiny new training collar, Cece is ready for lesson number 1, heeling.
So the idea with the walk is you want the dog paying attention to you, not everything else around you. If you think about like how a pack travels, there's one pack leader and the rest of the dogs are behind it just following naturally and easily. And obviously right now she's trying to be that pack leader.
Beverly's theory about dog training is to let them know you're the pack leader. So it's all about conditioning the dog both positively and negatively in ways that the pack leader would do. You give them affection when they do right, you give them a scruff on the neck, just like the pack leader would do when they do wrong. And as long as you repeatedly do that, and you do that exactly when they're doing stuff right and exactly when they're doing stuff wrong, they'll become much more manageable because they all want to be part of a team.
That's the theory. And for old dog Cece, it seems to be working. Already, she's surprisingly well-heeled, which begs the question,
how old is old when it comes to dogs?
Well, how old is old when it comes to people? It's pretty subjective. However, the best estimates that the vet has is that Bobo and Cece were born about 7 years ago, which in human terms, for their size, makes them approximately 50 years old.
That'd be about in the butter zone for our test.
Indeed.
Outside and school starting for old dogs Jamie and Bobo. And head teach Gene Donaldson from the SPCA confirms we're starting from scratch.
Bobo, can you sit? Yes, he probably has never been taught. He's looking at him, mates will be saying it in Swahili, he has no clue.
Undaunted, Jamie and Gene get classes started. And at this dog school, the curriculum is slightly different.
Gene's technique is influenced by Pavlov, Skinner, even Darwin. We could talk about it in terms of operant conditioning and other things, but it boils down to that if the dog's behavior is good, you reward it. If it's bad, you ignore it.
So I've got leverage in my hand, and at the moment, he's not going to give me a full down, but I got to pay something. This is called shaping by successive approximation. So I'm waiting for that right front leg. As soon as he crosses it, I'm going to pay him. Waiting for the leg. There's the leg.
With Bobo getting down and Cece also responding well to the first day's lessons, doesn't that mean this myth is already busted?
I think the myth is looking pretty bad at this point. The real test will come, I think, with the handshake. I think all the other stuff, heel, sit, stay, those are your pack commands, you know, just getting the dog to understand your words for what it naturally wants to do. But shaking hands, that doesn't happen in the wild. I think that's really going to be where the rubber meets the road and whether or not these dogs can learn a real trick.
Our next myth could get you ripped limb from limb.
Cool. What is it?
We're going to the dogs. It's time to test mythical ways to get past the guard dog.
Oh, cool, like throwing them a big juicy steak.
We have a whole list of ideas for trying to get past guard dogs.
Man, this sounds dangerous.
All right, we're in.
When it comes to breaking and entering, the Mythbusters are, unsurprisingly, experts. Their criminal record includes safe cracking, climbing air ducts, and beating laser beam alarms.
Let's get out of here before the cops come.
But today, they're filling the gap in their criminal CV by testing mythical methods to bypass a guard dog.
Okay, guys, what's the plan?
I think the first step is obvious. We need to get ourselves a dog, and I don't want to use just vicious pets. I want to go find a guard dog training school and get a real guard dog.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, as long as we don't get bitten.
Yeah.
The researchers have found just the place to get this myth off the ground. Whitmer Tyson Kennels, where police and guard dogs go to school. And in case you're wondering who let the dog out, Mike the handler did.
This is Ewan. He's a 5-year-old German Shepherd. And what we can do is we can give you a demonstration on how he stops people. One of our main trainers here is Jim. He's going to play the bad guy, and he's going to try and escape.
Wow.
Jim manages just a few paces before Ewan is on him in a flash of fur and teeth. And it's only that specially designed protective suit that prevents him from being the dog's dinner. So, who's going to be dessert?
Anybody want to try it?
Yeah, Tori volunteers.
Grant works on the principle that although there's no I in team, there is a me.
Dang! This is getting scary.
And Tori is once again in the firing line.
Whoa! Hey! Good boy! Good boy! Whoa! This dog's got some bite! Oh yeah, I can feel the pressure on my arm. Oh. Yeah, you got the big suit on, it's gonna protect you, but man, you see that dog barreling down on you with his teeth exposed and it's growling, and then it takes a bite on you. It's pretty scary. And then there's a couple of points where he got his teeth around my arm and I could feel the pressure bite down on my arm. There was, you know, it wasn't the teeth weren't piercing into my skin or anything, but you could definitely feel the pressure.
So that's Ewan the guard dog. Fast, focused, and furious. And the team now know what the myth is up against.
Oh, that pinched the skin!
Looks like we got ourselves a good guard dog. Ewan is vicious.
Yeah, that dog was biting with over 550 pounds of pressure.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that biting on my leg. So what kind of mythical techniques do we have to get past him?
We have distracting them with a big juicy steak. We have acting aggressive, acting submissive. We also have wolf urine. We have scent of a lactating bitch.
What?
It's supposed to calm them down. We also have urine from a bitch in heat, which is obviously supposed to distract them.
Well, he is a male dog.
Well, we can't forget the enclosure that we're supposed to build to do our experiments.
Well, let's keep that simple. We'll close off an area with the chain link fence. We'll put a safe in the middle, put treasure in it, and then we'll try our different techniques, see if we can get to the safe, get the treasure, and get out safely.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori are attempting to beat Ewan, the well-trained guard dog. They're going to test several techniques to sneak past the four-legged guardian, get into the safe in the center of the compound, and then escape safely with the loot.
So the first tactic I'm going to utilize is diversion. I've got some stakes. I'm going to chuck it in one side of the yard, and then I'm going to try to make a run for it.
I see, and that's supposed to draw the dog's attention away from you.
Always works in the cartoons.
Good luck with that.
Carrie gets into the dog-proof safety suit and then gives it a test run. With Carrie about as mobile as a dog's chew toy, she adapts her heist plan.
I'm not going to be able to throw anything with this. I'm going to get one of the boys to go over the corner and throw it. That's not cheating. Everybody's got a partner in crime.
Tori gets the plan underway by interesting Ewan in his meaty treat.
Oh, look, he likes.
Oh, you looking at it?
You like you like the meat. I think you guys should probably go for it now, no? Okay, go.
Tori's tasty T-bone taunting has bought Carrie enough time to get to the safe. But then, Carrie's accomplice turns nasty as Tori throws the steak into the compound.
Not at me! Not at me!
It's a poor throw, but Ewan stays focused on the meat and starts to chow down as Carrie heads for an unofficial exit on the far side of the compound. But it's locked.
Hurry, he's eating the meat! That's
Meanwhile, Ewan has finished the first course and goes back to Tori for more. But when Tori doesn't have another steak ready, Ewan goes to work.
Move. Oh. Okay. Get him.
Oh, that was great! It totally worked!
Well, kinda. The delicious diversion did distract Ewan long enough to get to the safe and secure the loot. But poor planning meant that Carrie ended up as the main course.
But the necklace is somewhere inside the suit. I swear it's in here. I grabbed it.
So it's plausible to distract a guard dog with tasty treats. But without that suit, Carrie would have been breakfast.
Well done.
Next up, Grant and Tori are tackling two myths which an animal behaviorist and fan of the show suggested. And they're both based on the concept that by using body language, you can persuade the dog to leave you alone. First into the ring is Grant, and the theory is Ewan will take Grant's submissive posture as proof he's not a threat.
Oh my God, this is not working. This is not working. This is not working.
I don't think it's working.
But it doesn't work. Next, Tori attempts to take alpha dog status by getting aggressive. But his top dog impression simply results in him being the dog's lunch. With the score Mythbusters 1, Guard Dog 2, it's back to Adam and Jamie.
So how old is the phrase, "you can't teach an old dog new tricks"?
Well, it's pretty old. It originated from some guy named Fitzherbert who wrote a paper on animal husbandry in 1523.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right. The dogge must learn it when he is a whelpe, or else it will not be, for it is hard to make an olde dogge to stoop.
Like I said, you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
It's an age-old adage, and the Mythbusters can't resist putting it to the test. On day one, the training went so well, the myth looked busted.
Sit. Good girl.
But in today's session, without pack leaders Beverly and Jean to show them who's boss,
Cece, sit.
well, the dog's personalities are proving obstructive.
We're a little too excited this morning.
Bubba's a brat. First of all, I don't think he's as smart as CC. I can see it in his eyes. He's a little like... Yeah, you can cut that with a shot of him, you'll see it looks the same. Cece is a very shy dog. She is submissive, used to being submissive, and it's very easy for her to just shut down entirely.
Oh.
Clearly, Adam and Jamie need help from the professionals.
What I'm seeing here that might be happening is she might be a little more intimidated by you. A lot of times a dog, especially if she's a female dog, she may be more intimidated by males, either just by nature or because whatever men she's been with in her life have been a little rough on her,
Okay.
are firm with her, such that she's feeling that way.
But a session or two with confidence-inspiring Beverly and timid Cece is responding not only to the expert,
Gonna sit. Good baby.
Good girl.
She's listening to Adam.
Down.
There you go. Good down.
Girl.
Good down. Now she's really engaging. This is great.
Outside, Jean has Bobo the brat focused, and he's flying through all his lessons. And Jamie's not doing so bad either.
Nice job. I tell you, I've seen a million genius dogs go nowhere because of crappy training.
With 4 days of training complete, our elderly Alaskan Malamutes have come a long way.
Yes, I could give him it. That's it.
boy.
Good.
But the proof will come in the final exam when Adam and Cece go head-to-head with Jamie and Bobo in a show dog showdown.
Bobo, you gotta behave or we're gonna make you into a coat.
Adam and Jamie are competing in the Mythbusters Best in Show Dog Trial. They've gone head-to-head to see whether it's really impossible to teach an old dog new tricks.
This is their final exam. We have set up a little dog show place here. We have a scorecard. We have 5 tricks that we've taught them. We're gonna see how well they did.
With Myth-Turn Jess in position as judge and jury, everyone and every dog is ready.
All right, everybody, and welcome to the Old Dog New Trick final exam. Adam and Cece, you're up first. Let's start with the heel.
Good girl.
With Cece in good position alongside Adam and not pulling on the lead, Judge Jess hands out full marks.
Nice work, Adam.
And that's the story of Cece's day.
Sit. Good girl.
She obediently follows all of Adam's commands.
Down. Good down. Good down. Back up. Okay, shake. Good shake. Very good.
Proving that in just 1 week,
stay.
She's learned all 5 of the new tricks.
Okay, Anita. Good girl. Very good girl.
The pressure's on. Jamie hates losing. He'll be determined to match Adam's faultless performance.
Down, down. Good shake. Good boy.
Bobo succeeds in all of the tasks to Judge Jess's satisfaction.
Bobo, stay. Stay.
Until the stay. Maybe Jamie's fur coat threat backfired.
Here, you stay there.
Bobo wouldn't hold for the required 20 seconds, but Judge Jess has generously given him a half point for his efforts.
9.5 out of 10 ain't bad at all. So, seems to me that you can, in fact, teach an old dog new tricks.
I agree. This one is totally busted, and one of the more cuddly myths we've ever done.
With old dogs busted, Adam and Jamie have sniffed out another mutt myth.
So, can you clearly communicate what clever canine conundrum you're currently concocting?
What?
What's the myth?
Bloodhounds.
What about them?
We're going to test whether you can trick bloodhounds like they show in the movies.
You and I get to play fugitives?
Something like that.
Oh, cool!
Bloodhounds are the ultimate canine super sleuths. Used for police work all over the world, their capacity for sniffing out a human trail is legendary. And where there's legend, there's myth. Flick on a fugitive film and you'll likely see bloodhounds being baffled with ease. But is this really true?
So what's the plan with this one?
Well, we got to get a trained bloodhound.
All right, and then I guess we just run them through the paces of things we'd seen them get tricked by in the movies. Backtracking, running in a river, changing your scent?
Yeah.
All right, well, which one of us should be the runner?
Well, something tells me that you'd be better at laying down a scent trail than I would.
Okay. I'm going to say yes just because I want to do it. Let's get straight into this.
Straight into it? Sure.
Can you guess what my role is today? I am the chasee. And I'm going to go over there and try every trick in the book to throw these dogs off my trail. We're going to see what works and what doesn't.
Prison breaky Adam's all suited up to be the fugitive. And here's what he's facing.
This is Morgan. He's a 2.5-year-old bloodhound, and he currently works with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office Canine Unit in San Mateo.
Morgan, Handler Matt, and Jamie are going to need all their tracking experience because there's 6 myths that they're up against. Sourced from the movies and fan emails, each one will supposedly confuse and confound the trailing hound. Looking more like an extra in a George Clooney movie, it's nearly time to say, "Oh, Adam, where art thou?" But first, the plan.
Now the dog and his owner are just over there, so I'm going to have to whisper the next test because they don't know what this is. This next test, I am going to be zigzagging, I'm going to be doubling back on my trail, and I'm going to finish off with a lovely climbing of a tree.
Whoa, so let the games begin. Adam has 5 minutes to get as far away as he possibly can from Morgan, the human-seeking missile.
Okay, that was a zigzag.
Adam, looking like a recently escaped Benny Hill character, lays down as many zigs, zags, and doublebacks as he can before scampering up a tree.
Hello, team. This is Convict 1. I'm hidden.
Which means it's time to release the hound. And Matt's first move is to show Morgan what the search and rescue community know as the scent article.
Smell.
Get him. In actual fact, it's one of Adam's unwashed T-shirts. To get an understanding of exactly how Morgan can find Adam from sniffing his dirty laundry, let's go to a graphic. The scent a bloodhound detects are the millions of skin cells we're constantly shedding. These minute particles carry a person's unique scent signature. They rub off on anything we come into contact with, and we leave a trail of them wherever we go. Adam may as well have left signposts, because what's immediately striking is the pace at which Morgan works. Matt and Jamie, not to mention the unfit crew, are at full pace trying to keep up.
Where is he? I'm sensing maybe Adam did a little doubling back.
Jamie's on the right track, but it's Morgan's nose that got him there. And pretty soon our police pooch is barking up the right tree.
I saw a good boy, where'd he go? I saw a good boy, where is he? Good boy.
So that's myth number 1 busted, and Adam is on his way back to prison, although he doesn't seem all that upset.
I just want to say, if this looks like fun, it's twice as much fun as it looks like. This is like, wow, who hasn't wanted to try this?
Put a puppy in a hat and get it to yodel, and it's no wonder that dogs are a man's best friend. But as Carrie, Tori, and Grant are finding out, that's not always the case. They're testing mythical ways to beat a vicious guard dog. Distraction by dinner proved successful, but changing their behavior was a dog's breakfast.
So next thing we're going to move on to?
Sense.
Sense.
Makes
Makes sense.
Oh, so the team are going to test 3 theories from the fan site. With a spritz of the scent of a lactating dog mother, Ewan will be a puppy in Grant's hands. Carrie will douse herself in wolf urine to intimidate him. And a hint of scent of a hot lady dog, and our alpha male will be distracted enough for Tori to slip by unnoticed. First up is Grant with Ode to Dog Mother.
What's the theory behind this?
Well, the lactating mother smell, they secrete a pheromone that makes the puppies feel more at ease. It calms them down.
So this is supposed to calm the guard dog down?
Yeah.
Grant and his pheromones enter the compound, but Ewan is no one's puppy.
It's not working.
It's not working.
That's another one busted. What's next, Carrie?
Now, this is a myth that quite a few people believe, so I'm really interested to see if it's true, see if it works. Wolf urine. Now, urine is a big communicator in the canine world, as I'm sure you've seen dogs marking their territory everywhere. Imagine a wolf marks its territory where a smaller dog is.
Basically, with a splash of stinky wolf wee, fresh from the internet, where else do you get it? Carrie's trying to intimidate Ewan by smelling like the big bad wolf. And at this point, you can feel lucky you're on the other side of the screen.
That's strong.
But will our guard dog be scared off?
Oh, wait.
Yeah!
Instead of immediately taking a piece of Carrie, Ewan hesitated. But in the end, he wasn't fooled by Carrie in the wolf's urine-soaked clothing.
If you would take a bath in wolf pee, you might survive being attacked by a guard dog.
But I would definitely say plausible because there was serious hesitation there.
Next, and the guys are going to try and distract Ewan with Ode to Hot Lady Dog.
This is fresh from the kennel, bitch in heat urine.
Tasty. But what's the plan?
The theory is that that scent will attract him. He'll think that there's a female dog present and he'll want to go get nasty. And then I will sneak by him while he's looking for that female.
Carrie wafts the tempting odor under the guard dog's nose.
Oh,
you like?
yeah.
And suddenly, Ewan has his mind on another job.
Come on, big boy. Come over here. You smell that?
He's definitely interested. And Carrie ups the stakes with a urine-soaked rag and a little trail of scent along the fence line. Tori tippy-toes inside, and incredibly, the plan appears to be working. Ewan, oblivious to the intruder, is simply thinking hot lady dog thoughts.
Look at the drool coming off of that dog. Those chops are soaked.
I can't believe it. We just did bitch and heat, and it worked.
The dog was totally distracted. He had his face down in the urine the whole time. Every once in a while, he would look up, check me out, see what I was doing, but then he would go back to the urine. I just slowly walked over to the safe, got the jewels, and slowly walked out. I mean, he didn't even act like he was gonna try to attack me. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah!
Yeah!
It worked!
Bitch and heat.
Give it up!
Nice!
While Tori shakes his booty after securing the booty, the final results for beating the guard dog are in. But this shaggy dog story ain't over yet. Many Mythbusters moons ago, in the story of the salsa escape, Adam proved that he's a dab hand at literally breaking out of prison.
And I escaped!
But now the team is testing the myth that on the resulting manhunt,
yeah, zigzagging didn't work at all.
The Bloodhounds can be foiled with a few fiendish tricks. Adam's next escape attempt uses a classic filmic fable. It's the old cross a river to trick a dog technique.
So, gentlemen, this is like a game of hide and seek to space the tree. Jimmy, let me know every minute you know that I'm gone, up to 5 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
I'm trying to not let the dogs see where I'm going.
Okay. Look at the tree, bro.
And he's off. With a 5-minute head start, Adam attempts to lose his pursuers with multiple river crossings. And just like the movies, he makes his way up one stream for at least 100 feet before getting back to dry land. But did his tactic wash away the trail? At the first watery obstacle, the evidence is no.
Oh, great.
Because Morgan doesn't even pause. He's following and finding Adam like he has a homing device.
Ah, so good, boys! Ah, so good, boy!
No way! That's impossible!
What a good boys you are!
Dude! It took you less time than the first 2 tests.
You're just a stinky guy. What can I say?
I guess all the sweat from running equals, a bunch of fear pheromones or something. Man, that's incredible. It's a dog-eat-convict world out there.
At this point, the water doesn't look like a terribly good thing to try and use because from what we've learned about talking with these guys and what we just saw, water actually likes the scent. The scent is, kind of hydrophilic, apparently. It likes to collect in low areas, like where the water is. Water's no guarantee that the scent's going to go away.
Incredibly, that's true. As long as the water is slow-moving or still, it has the potential to retain the trail better than dry land. So the myth that water will foil a bloodhound doesn't hold any water. Quite simply, Morgan is just too nosy.
Let's pause for a minute and consider the amazing olfactory capabilities of the bloodhound. For comparison, a human's olfactory center is about the size of a postage stamp, whereas a bloodhound's is about the size of a handkerchief. This difference gives a bloodhound almost 1,000 times the smelling capabilities of a human.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Adam is once again on the run. Maybe he escaped before he had a chance to use the prison gym. Seeing as he won't be able to outrun Jamie and the Bloodhound gang, he once again uses film folklore. In Cool Hand Luke, hero Paul Newman conjures up a cloud of peppery spices that, when inhaled, supposedly blind the dog's noses. Could this be the method that messes up Morgan?
This time I used Mythbusters brand ground pepper. I had a confidant of mine stash it in this barn where I knew it would be. And I sprinkled it all over the floor of the whole barn, and then I jumped out the window. And the theory, this is right from the movies, is that the dog smells pepper. Can't smell human smell anymore.
With his trail trap of nasal disaster set, Adam hunkers down in his hidey hole. And Morgan and his team of human handlers, ignoring the spectacular scenery, soon arrive at the barn.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Couldn't be in there.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go, Corey, go.
But after a couple of circuits and no sneezing, Morgan finds the trail leading away from the shed and right to a very busted Adam.
You found me.
Despite the peppery problem, Morgan once again gets his man.
Well, I think we've proved that it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, it didn't hurt Morgan. So what's next?
I got another one up my sleeve, but I'm not going to tell you what it is.
I can't wait.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori have beaten the guard dog.
Bitchin' heat. Give it up. Nice.
And being bitten by the guard dog.
You know what? The most obvious one, using a stake, actually beat the guard dog. And the bitch and heat scent, that one worked as well.
And you know, I really feel that if you were covered head to toe in the wolf urine, we would have gotten a better result.
If you could stand it. But after watching all of these techniques, I think that we could ramp this one up Mythbusters style.
We're gonna build our own technique to beat the guard dog?
Yeah, and I've already got some great ideas.
With the myths tested, the team has a challenge. Can they build something that would let them sneak past a whole pack of guard dogs?
Okay, it'll attach to itself, so once we get going, I think it'll be good.
Carrie, after 2 days of hard work, has built what can only be described as a human hamster ball. Meanwhile, Grant has gone high-tech. He's mounting his BattleBot with a taxidermy tabby. To make it more lifelike, Dr. Frankengrant is using a little robotic wizardry.
He's alive! Alive!
And Tori, well, he's scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Well, I'm done. And really, it speaks for itself.
Back at the enclosure, Grant is first up.
I think initially the dog will be somewhat confused by RoboCat, as most people are, but that primal instinct of chasing the cat or the furry shape that is in cat form will kick in, and that will, it won't be able to resist going after it. And that is the moment when I'll send Tori in, and he'll get the jewels. I feel it. Or the dog will bite his jewels, which will also be funny. Okay, go ahead and release the dog.
E1 is released, and that age-old cat and dog story begins. Cat runs away from dog, dog chases robotically controlled dead cat. It's a perfect cat burglar plan, until one little misstep by remote control kingpin Grant means accomplice Tori is brunch.
Run, run, run! Run, run, run. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to run with an 80-pound dog using you as a chew toy.
Dude. I don't think it's working, Grant. I don't know.
Wait.
Just a guess.
You
Dude,
had him. Oh, yeah. Good driving, kitty.
I don't think you know. This is not your fun time to play with your little cat. There's a dog on my arm.
So that's one zip to E1, the guard dog. Tori's next, and he's brought his armored tin can.
As you could tell, I watched a lot of A-Team growing up, and I think that's kind of where I came up with this guy.
It might be a barrel of laughs, and Tori, but for this test, he isn't wearing the safety suit, so there's a real element of danger.
Okay, here he comes.
Coming at you, but doesn't know what to do.
It's all going according to plan, but there are a few scary moments.
How's it going in there?
But Tori manages to inch his way over to the safe safely and secure the loot.
I got it.
Yeah!
It's during Tori's slow crawl home that E1 works out by gripping the wheel, he can get more leverage.
Out! Here!
And Mike the handler calls it off before Tori gets injured by E1's 550-pound bite force.
I got it!
No, you didn't.
Man, you threw the towel in too soon. I was robbed. I could have been a contender.
While Tori tells us about the coulda, shoulda, wouldas, E1 the champ is warming up for round 3 with Carrie, the human hamster.
Dog is in.
I see the dog.
He doesn't even see you.
Ewan looks confused.
He's checking you out, but apparently
he doesn't even see her.
You are invisible. Is that the ball of invisibility?
But it's not long before he works out a high-tech human hamster is trying to sneak across his yard, and he starts tearing into Carrie's ball.
Biting at the plastic.
Carrie had built the hamster ball with an easy access hatch, but it's just too dangerous for her to use it and expose her unprotected arm. So she has to cut a smaller hole instead, and sure enough, she gets the goods.
Got the necklace.
She got it.
Okay, I beat you, mutt. I'm getting out of here.
Back at the door, the deadly defect in Carrie's plan becomes evident.
The major flaw in my plan is that the dog will not stop tacking long enough for me to get out the door.
That is a problem.
It's not a problem for her willing teammates, who happily relieve her of the loot.
Pass us the jewels.
Can you get the door? Nice.
Okay.
All right,
bye.
good luck. You're on your
Thanks.
own. Nice work.
Nice.
Sweet.
Tori and Grant happily make off with the loot. But with Carrie failing to escape, that's 3 to Ewan and a big fat 0 to the Mythbusters.
You know, guys, I think this could work if we worked in conjunction with each other.
Well, it looks like our techniques for beating the guard dog had a few design flaws.
Like trying to get out of the hamster ball?
You know, I thought my barrel was gonna work, but looked like the dog had figured out a way to tip it over.
And he wasn't fooled at all by RoboCat's lifelike appearance.
Yeah, I know I was.
Well, I think people totally underestimate these dogs. They're really well trained.
Yeah, Mike was saying that you can actually train these dogs to ignore things. So I bet if we did this test again, they wouldn't even look twice at that steak.
All I know is that I don't want to be anywhere near these dogs without the bite suit. They're vicious.
Well, taking that and all of our techniques into account, what do you guys want to call this one?
I think we have to call this one plausible.
Yeah, I agree, because we can distract the dogs, but you don't know how long they're gonna stay distracted. It's just too risky.
And crime doesn't pay.
Adam is 3 down against Morgan, the world's most sensitive sniffer. But that's no surprise, because his hooter has over 1,000 years of breeding behind it.
You found me.
Let's talk about the origin of the Bloodhound.
Okay. Well, we have citations referring to sleuth hounds hunting men as early as the 13th century.
Yeah, but back then, noblemen mainly used them for hunting deer or boar.
And it is commonly believed that the breed was refined and originated at the St. Hubert Monastery in Belgium in the 11th century.
Huh.
What's next is washing off and changing my clothes. We have a secret location about 2 minutes from here. We've got a wash basin and a whole new set of clothes for me. I'm gonna find it, wash myself off, change my clothes, take off in a different direction. We'll see if that fools the dog. I have no doubt he can find my wash basin. The question is, can he follow me from there?
As predicted, Morgan finds the wash location.
Oh, what a good boy. That's a good boy. Where'd he go?
But for the first time, our intrepid trackers are stumped. But it's not because Adam has washed his scent off, it's because there's too much of it.
I'm guessing he took a shower. This just might be a lot of scent. I don't know if we're having trouble getting out of it or what.
Adam's odor is overwhelming because of all the water and the amount of time he spent there.
I know, where is he?
Matt realizes this and works Morgan over the area looking for the exit point. Meanwhile, Adam, with some time on his hands, relaxes. But Morgan remains focused. In fact, the Bloodhound is famous for being patient and stubborn, characteristics that have been selected for just this purpose.
Spoiled again.
Nice suit.
Thank you. Whoa! What the well-dressed escapee is wearing this year?
Morgan did really well on the test overall. It looked like we had a little bit of a problem at the shed, But actually, in reality, the thing I liked about it is Morgan never gave up. If you can see on the tape, he's always looking for the scent. He's always searching for it. And the two trails that went in and went out were actually, I think, from the way he worked, really close together. So he just kept working until he found the way out. Once he found the way out, he nailed it.
How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?
I have exactly 2 left.
Well, good luck, buddy.
Thanks. Everybody knows from the movies that coffee is supposed to mask, like, shipped drugs. It's supposed to mask the smell from sniffing dogs. And it is a very strong scent. And so I guess the theory is that it will overpower the dog's olfactory abilities, and he can't pick up my scent. And the cologne, again, is also, something that we're hoping will overpower my odor and throw him off the trail.
Did you smell that?
Even I can smell that one.
Unlike the spicy pepper experiment, which was designed to blind the dog's sense of smell, this coffee and cologne test is all about masking Adam's odor and confusing poor old Morgan.
No! Good boy.
He smelled like a cheap date, but, at the end of it all, unless you're a cheap date trying to escape, this isn't going to help you out because Morgan found him right away.
I suppose the secret's out about what this test is about.
Yeah, this is just downright mean.
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
This is a hard one.
Yeah, for us, this is hard. Some people, not hard. For us, this is hard.
The urban environment theory is that it makes it harder for the dog to find me for 2 reasons. One is that the area is heavily trafficked by other people. The other is that it's harder for him to smell my scent on pavement.
Adam has laid down a 6-block urban maze of a trail. The ultimate test for a bloodhound.
Good boy. Smell. Get him.
Straight away, it's apparent that Morgan is a little distracted by all the interesting big city smells.
Leave it. Let's go. Where'd he go? Leave it. Let's go. Get to work.
Too much stuff going on here.
Matt, realizing Morgan has lost his focus and the trail,
leave it. Let's go. Get to work.
Brings him back to the start in an effort to pick up on the scent again.
Smell. Get him. Let's go.
The team have clearly followed a different route to Adam, but after 90 minutes of false leads, they finally find their furtive fugitive.
It's a good boy!
An incredible find, but as Adam points out, there was an element of luck involved.
Well, I'm amazed that you found me because I didn't go that way. I came that way. I came through a car park, and in fact, I even left a couple of scent pools for you. I got down on the ground and grinded around, give you a little gimme, and then I came through an alley back there and came this way. I wouldn't chalk this up to sheer luck, but I wouldn't call it 100% find either. I'd say it's somewhere in between, and Morgan's still a young dog, still work in progress, still learning what he's doing, and this is, without a doubt, the most difficult environment for him to track someone in.
Morgan and I haven't yet concentrated on urban environments. It's possible that if you did it with a dog with more urban experience, you might get a different result.
It's true, there are plenty of documented cases of bloodhounds successfully following a trail through heavily populated areas. But there's no doubting it's tough.
I don't know about you, but I've had enough running for like 3 myths. I'm gonna change back into civilian clothes and sleep for a couple of days.
All right, let's clear out.
As the team head home after a hard day hunting and being hunted, Jamie decides that the old film industry proverb, never work with animals, is totally busted.
This has been really a wonderful experience for us because, working with an animal like this that is so amazing. I mean, Morgan it's like magic what this dog can do. It's also really impressive to see a man working with a dog. It strikes me as something that's more like an art. This isn't just like a machine that's picking up scents. This is a combination of the man and his relationship with the animal, taking advantage of what the animal can do, picking up those little tiny hints of what's going on and trying to pull it together into, a composition that ends up catching the bad guy. It's really something special.
Let's recap all the ways we tried to beat the Bloodhound. Backtracking, zigzagging, climbing a tree.
Busted.
River crossing.
Busted.
Washing off your smell and changing clothes.
Busted.
Covering your tracks with pepper.
Busted.
Masking your scent with cologne and coffee.
Busted.
And urban environment.
That would be plausible.
He did amazingly.
Yep, a good dog's hard to fool.
Correctamundo.
On this episode of Mythbusters, Adam and Jamie shed some light and heat on the Hindenburg disaster. Was the inferno caused by chemicals painted onto its skin?
That was totally amazing.
And from zeppelins to zigzags,
No, the crocodile!
is a crooked run the best way to confound a ravenous reptile? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
Is everybody ready for diving?
and Jamie Heineman.
Gets me all worked up just looking at it.
That was beautiful!
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was heavy.
Joining them, Grant Imahara.
Are you feeling lucky, punk?
Tori Belleci.
Somebody order some exploding pants?
And Carrie Byron. They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
So what's the myth?
The myth today has to do with the cause of the Hindenburg disaster.
May 6th, 1937, one of the darkest days in aviation history. The giant German Zeppelin Hindenburg, with 97 people on board, hovers over New York City. That evening, as it comes into land at Lakehurst Naval Air Station, the airship suddenly bursts into flames.
Oh, the humanity and all the plans are
36 people die in the inferno. History's largest airship is reduced to ashes in just 34 seconds. And an unforgettable image is burned into the memory.
Doesn't everybody know that that was caused by the hydrogen, which is the reason they don't fill blimps with hydrogen anymore?
Not according to our myth. Our myth states that the cause of the Hindenburg disaster was its skin, specifically the dope and paint on its skin.
This myth is not just wild internet speculation. The incendiary paint theory was actually put forward by a retired NASA scientist, Dr. Addison Bain. After studying fragments of the Hindenburg's hull, Bain cleared hydrogen as the cause of the blaze, blaming instead the airship's metal-based paint. It's a myth Adam and Jamie were born to bust. They're going to turn up the heat,
Deuteronomy,
and put the paint theory to the ultimate test. In a world first, they'll build scale model Hindenburgs, cover them with a paint identical to that used on the giant blimp, and find an answer to aviation's burning question once and for all.
This is my favorite scale experiment we've ever done. Full stop.
Okay, well, where do we start?
Well, since the myth is about the skin, I think that's where we should start. We should find out exactly the type of fabric that was used and exactly what that fabric was coated with and replicate the skin in the shop and see how it burns.
Okay.
The Hindenburg skin was 100% cotton, treated with a kind of paint, or dope as it's known in the trade, which made the fabric taut and waterproof. The dope's ingredients included aluminum powder and iron oxide. Put them together, and they produce an extraordinarily explosive substance called thermite. Adam's keen to demonstrate. He's gonna whip up a batch of thermite. For this cooking lesson, Adam will need the fire suit and its safety masks all round. So, just like gumbo night at Adam's then. Take a cast iron skillet, add the aluminum powder and iron oxide, combine well. Thing is, they won't ignite by themselves. To get a thermite reaction, you need to add 1 or 2 secret ingredients.
This ingredient is made of blur. Ha! And this has some blur in it too. Blur is very dangerous. You don't want to mix blur with blur.
Add the mysterious mixture to the pan and retire immediately. It takes a few seconds for the ingredients to react, then suddenly you're cooking on a very high heat. 4,500 degrees, in fact.
Wow!
So we've seen thermite in action, and we know that the Hindenburg skin was coated with the compounds that create thermite. So that's a check mark for the myth.
The question now is, will they do that in a dope solution? So I think it's time to test the fabric samples.
Now, the Hindenburg didn't have the same dope solution all over. The lower half had 3 coats of dope containing aluminum powder. The upper half had the thermite mix, a base coat of butyrate and iron oxide, then 3 coats of butyrate and aluminum.
Here's what I'm wondering. If aluminum powder and iron oxide are so dangerous, why use those 2 components to coat the Hindenburg skin?
Well, they figured that was the best combination to reflect both heat and light from the delicate inner bladders that held the hydrogen.
Good enough for me.
Jamie prepares panels using cotton and aluminum frames that match the material used on the Hindenburg. On one panel, the fabric's left raw. The second is painted to match the bottom of the Hindenburg, and the third has the same dope mix as the top half.
This is basically just to find out if the dope has any influence on the speed of burn. So we'll start out with a raw piece of fabric, see how fast that burns, and then compare that to the other concentrations we have.
Adam sets fire to the untreated cotton. It doesn't so much burn as smolder.
We don't need high speed on this, we need a time lapse.
Anything you say, Adam.
5 minutes and 25 seconds.
That's not very fast.
That took almost 10 times longer than the Hindenburg took to burn. The entire Hindenburg.
Okay, we've got our control. Time for the first dope test.
Bottom of the Hindenburg, plain dope with 3 coats of aluminum. Yeah? You ready?
I'm ready.
Go. It's not a kahwam. The Hindenburg was 800 feet long and the whole thing burned in less than a minute.
Remember, there's no chance of a thermite reaction here because there's no iron oxide in the dope.
What was the time on that one?
2 minutes, 26 seconds.
The bottom sample burned twice as fast as the raw fabric, which makes it pretty clear that there is a factor in the coating that has to do with how fast this thing burns.
Next, the dope that was on the Hindenburg's upper half. This is the potential thermite mix. Will there be a reaction?
All right, you guys, get ready for this one. Crocodile myth.
Is it that they live in the sewers?
No.
Is it that crocodiles have tears?
No. This one is, if you're getting chased by a crocodile, you can easily escape it by running in a zigzag pattern, because they cannot turn corners.
In the water, the crocodile is a lightning-quick ambush predator. In that explosive split second when they strike, crocodile lunges have been clocked at around 30 miles an hour. Lunging is one thing, running is another. According to the myth, if you're being chased by a crocodile, all you have to do is run in a zigzag, because their long bodies and short legs cannot make sharp turns.
All right, you guys, this one seems a little dangerous. How do you think we should test it?
Let's use Buster first. We'll build a rig that pulls him in a straight line, and then one that pulls him in a zigzag.
Well, let's try to make this a little interesting instead of just sticking a stake to Buster's butt. Maybe we can make a pair of meat legs.
How do you make meat legs?
Don't ask me.
Guess that'll be your job. We'll build the rig.
The plan is to dangle a dummy from a remote-controlled trolley, which moves from side to side. The trolley, in turn, will be suspended from a steel track. As the trolley is pulled along the track, those juicy meat legs will zigzag. Then they'll take the rig to a croc farm and see if they can make some reptiles run. But this time, believe it or not, Buster's off the hook.
The rig that we're gonna have to put up is going to be suspended. Therefore, my Buster needs to be really, really lightweight. I'm gonna make him entirely out of foam for a torso, and then I might have a little surprise for his legs.
Soon, a new foam Buster is rising like a cake in an oven.
As you can see, he's very light, and it's not gonna put a whole lot of strain on the rig.
This new lightweight Buster hasn't got a leg to stand on, but Carrie has a pair of meat legs all mapped out.
What are these?
They're fishnet stockings.
He'll be wearing fishnet stockings.
Give me all your cash!
And they'll be stuffed with quail. But these are not like any frozen bird you might find in your supermarket.
See,
Oh my God!
I can't do this.
They got feathers on them still.
I can't do this.
You know what? They're not even gutted.
It's a quail sickle.
Put it down! Put it down! No, seriously.
I've never
You are
juggled dead quails
You are
before.
so messed up. Put these down, go back to working whatever you're working on, because I have a really busy day of putting dead birds in sexy lingerie.
Now, there's a sentence you don't hear every day. And here's another. Carrie has to choose the lingerie least likely to come apart while being chewed.
You've got nylon, you got spandex, you got cotton, and I need to test and see which one of these are going to be the best for the crocodiles to be able to hold on to.
With the different stocking stuffed, Carrie takes a scalpel and makes like a crocodile tooth.
I think I'm going with the 100% cotton fishnet stockings.
Adam and Jamie are trying to get a handle on the Hindenburg blaze. Wow! Was the airship's metallic paint to blame? The paint on this panel matches the one on the doomed airship. It contains aluminum and iron oxide, two compounds that combine to create explosive thermite. Will they get a reaction? Adam puts flame to the frame.
Go.
No thermite reaction, no intense heat. In fact, it takes 5.5 minutes for the panel to be consumed. That's almost twice as long as the aluminum-coated cotton.
It's almost identical to the cloth by itself.
Wow.
Hang on, guys. Don't write off this myth yet. That was one little panel. The Hindenburg was covered in thousands of square feet of material. Could there be a better boom on a bigger scale?
I mean, maybe there's some crazy amount that could yield an energetic reaction, but it's not this amount.
Obviously, the Hindenburg's designers didn't set out to coat their creation in rocket fuel. Those who pan the paint theory say the aluminum and iron oxide couldn't have formed thermite because the compounds weren't mixed that way. The recipe was completely different. So that's got the Mythbusters curious. What would happen if you did paint pure thermite on the skin?
It's more like a paste than a paint, but I think we can smear it on.
Next up. Whoa. Mega dope. This is just total worst case scenario. Can you actually make thermite in a dope formulation?
Be careful when you light it.
Adam ignites the panel.
Time it.
Not exactly the pyrotechnic display we might have expected. They start discussing Plan B when suddenly...
Deuteronomy. Okay, wait.
Well, that's thermite.
You got that right.
Wow!
Once the mega dope ignited, the panel was consumed in just 20 seconds.
That was dramatically different.
That was totally amazing. Well, I tell you, that's the first evidence I've seen yet that there might actually be something to this myth. Because that's the kind of burn I think of when I think about the Hindenburg going up.
This was not what was on the Hindenburg. We have to make that clear because this was just like over the top crazy. The concentration of thermite in there was, thermite to dope was maybe like 75% thermite. And they wouldn't have, in any stretch of the imagination, coated the Hindenburg with something like that.
So we burned the skin samples, but you know, the Hindenburg was filled with 200,000 cubic meters of hydrogen.
Well, let's burn some skin in the presence of hydrogen and see what it does.
The newsreel shows the Hindenburg engulfed by fire. Yet high school science tells us hydrogen burns with a near invisible flame. So what are we seeing in the disaster footage? Is it the skin burning and not the gas? Adam will burn some hydrogen to see what the flame looks like. He takes a cylinder of 100% pure hydrogen and makes an enormous Bunsen burner.
That's an orange burn, baby. The hydrogen definitely burns orange, but it is extremely low visibility, in contrast to the newsreel footage in which the flame is clearly visible. Now, eyewitnesses said it burned orange, but it's a lot more visible than this was.
One thing's for sure, hydrogen burns like nobody's business. So it does sort of beg the question.
You know, I don't understand why, if it's so flammable, they filled the Hindenburg with hydrogen in the first place.
Well, the Hindenburg was originally intended to be filled with helium, but a United States military embargo against the Germans and selling them helium caused the Germans to re-engineer the Hindenburg to use hydrogen instead. And in any case, it gave more lift.
Okay, so what do we do now? The Hindenburg was filled with 200,000 cubic feet of hydrogen, which burns like this.
That's an orange burn, baby.
And its skin was covered in chemicals which, in the correct concentrations, burn like this.
Deuteronomy! Wow!
So what happens when gas and skin burn together? To find out, Adam builds a box and stretches some fabric over the top.
The dope-covered fabric that I've got covering this box for this test represents the top half of the Hindenburg. It is a layer of butyrate dope and iron oxide covered with 3 layers of butyrate dope and aluminum powder. Ladies and germs, here we go.
Hydrogen is pumped into the box, and Adam introduces a naked flame.
Whoa! Okay. Is everybody okay?
Fresh underwear for Mr. Savage, please. Because the volume of gas inside the box was only small, the reaction was quick and violent. To have skin and gas actually burn rather than go bang, the hydrogen will have to be diffused over a larger area.
We want a slow burn. We want to see the fabric burning with the hydrogen. We don't just want an explosion here.
Time for Adam and Jamie to start thinking outside the box and take their Hindenburg hijinks large scale. According to the myth, outrunning a crocodile is not straightforward. It's a zigzag. Carrie's foam and fishnet buster bait is ready. Meanwhile, Tori's got the croc rig on track.
So I have my 2-inch steel tube. This is going to be our track that's going to go over the crocodiles. And so now what I'm going to do is build the trolley, and the trolley will carry the dummy along that run, and the crocodile will have something to chase.
Getting the dummy to move in a straight line will be relatively simple. But making it zigzag, not so easy. Grant's working on the remote-controlled trolley.
Foam guy is actually going to be mounted on this, and this will be hanging actually upside down, so he'll move across like that. Motor here, the sprocket. As the sprocket turns, it moves the chain back and forth.
Next, the zigzag rig has to be calibrated for human speed.
So what we're going to do is lay out a grid on the floor of our shop, take a shot from overhead, and just run a bunch of zigzags and see what the best time is.
The grid is made up of 12-inch squares. It's 12 feet long and 9 feet wide.
No, the crocodile!
Question is, what constitutes a zigzag?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the essence of this myth comes from the fact that they have those long, rigid bodies. So it's not sort of like a weird hopping thing like they're snapping and you're just jumping, but it's more of a...
So you're going to try and hit the corners as fast as you can rather than like hopscotch jumping.
Yeah.
What the heck was that? What was that? Was a mouse chasing you?
It's really hard to do the turns.
One by one, the guys run a series of zigzags across the grid.
What I was trying to do is actually maximize the side-to-side. You know?
But it may have saved your life due to the fact that that crocodile right now is in a belly laugh. He can't even move. He's like cramping.
Then Grant studies the high-speed footage. By counting how many frames it takes to move across one square on the grid, he can time each run and come up with an average speed. And it is very average.
The average speed in the X direction, which is the long direction that you're going to be handling, is 7.6 feet per second.
That works out to be only 5 miles per hour. Some crocs have been clocked running at more than twice that speed. So will our cross-dressing dummy be fast enough to escape? Time to see what this croc rig can do.
That was some crazy quail swing in action.
He zigs, he zags. Unfortunately, he also sees and saws. Tori has a plan to straighten Buster up.
I just want to get rid of the seesaw effect that this dummy is having. So what I'm going to do is I'm welding up some bars on either sides. I'm going to put some cables on the ends of those and put the cables through pulleys that are attached to the trolley, and hopefully that will get rid of that seesaw effect.
With the guide wires in place, they try again.
New improved Buster test, take one. Let's go.
That's great.
I'm happy with it.
So's Carrie.
So that weird Buster rig is actually working really, really good.
Hey, nice meat legs, by the way.
Well, where are we going to get some crocs? Because clearly, there aren't any around here.
The only place we're going to be able to get crocodiles to chase us is going to be in Florida. So pack your bags. Field trip!
It's time to croc and roll.
Florida, here we come.
Here we go.
Why did the Hindenburg burn? Former NASA scientist Dr. Addison Bain sparked controversy by claiming that it was the metal paint on the Hindenburg's hull that caught fire, not hydrogen. Wow! Adam and Jamie are on the case, but so far their Hindenburg investigations have been hindered by scale.
Well, the small scale just isn't doing it for answering all these questions that we've got. We have to go bigger scale, but we can't possibly go full scale. How big do you think we can go?
I don't know, like 10, 12 feet?
Well, if we go 16 feet, that's 1/50th scale. That's a nice round number. You think we can do that?
This should solve the mystery once and for all. They'll build two 16-foot Hindenburg scale models and coat them with the aluminum iron oxide paint. One will be full of air, the other hydrogen. And if the hydrogen Hindenburg burns faster, then this blimp myth is busted. Okay, everyone happy? Not quite.
I think we need to do a third one as well. I mean, one that guarantees a thermite reaction.
All right, so 3 blimps it is. I think we can do it.
That third blimp burn will show what would happen if someone was crazy enough to paint their airship with pure thermite. To help with the build, Adam unearthed some blueprints of the real Hindenburg. To match the original airship, the replicas will need aluminum frames, so Jamie's off to get wired.
We've come to a wire stock place, and they have just about every kind of gauge of steel wire that we need. I'm going to buy some.
The wire will have to be thin to keep the models lightweight, yet strong enough to prevent buckling. The last thing they want is a limp blimp.
I've picked a wire gauge that is, I think, just thick enough for us to weld, and otherwise the frame, when we're done with it, may only weigh maybe 10 or 15 pounds.
Back at Hindenburg headquarters, Adam and myth-turned Jess Nelson are hard at work.
Behind me here, this fishbone is the guide backbone for all the concentric rings that make up the body of the Hindenburg. And then we will, once we have that laid out with all the rings on it, we will go in and weld all the long struts, and then we'll do it again. And when we're done with that, we'll do it again.
Sure, it's a big task, Adam, but spare a thought for the guys who built the original. Work on the Hindenburg started in 1931 and took 5 years to complete. The result was a mind-boggling feat of engineering. The Hindenburg was longer than 3 737s, 15 stories high, and could store 7 million cubic feet of lifting gas. The Hindenburg's designers also included a smoking room, fireproofed, of course. By following the original Hindenburg blueprints, the Mythbusters soon have their own mini Hindenburg taking shape.
Look at that. That is very, very cool.
It weighs maybe about 10 pounds, if that. I'm gonna get pissed if you drop that thing.
Adam balances the frame on his chin. Don't ask me why, he's just Adam. It goes over like a Led Zeppelin with Jamie.
Told you I could do it.
Ain't a whole lot of love in the room.
Here it comes down.
Okay, enough with the horseplay. We need another 2 Hindenburgs pronto.
You want 3 Zeppelins in a day? We'll give you 3 Zeppelins in a day.
The frames need cotton skins. Adam soon has that all sewn up. Everything's going smoothly until Jamie opts for a spot of last-minute welding. And suddenly, the model is looking disturbingly like the real Hindenburg.
These things are always catching on fire. That is the textbook definition of irony, kids.
The last thing they have to do is apply the dope, and the models are complete. Now, the Mythbusters are ready to crack this case once and for all.
Next up on Discovery, the world's deadliest piñata.
Can you escape a crocodile by running in a zigzag? To find out, Carrie, Tori, and Grant have harnessed all their know-how and built a zigzag rig. Now they're off on a reptile recce.
We are now here in Florida at St. Augustine Alligator Farm, and they're crazy enough to let us try our buster rig on some of these alligators and crocodiles. What does it mean when they hiss?
When they hiss, they feel a little threatened because you're getting a little bit too close to them, so they're kind of unhappy with your presence right now.
They're unhappy.
Whoa!
Sorry.
You make the prettiest noises.
St. Augustine is the only farm in the world to have all 23 species of crocodilian. Director John Brugan has heard the zigzag myth many times.
The crocodile's going in a straight line, you're kind of going in a zigzag. I think you're going to meet a couple times in there. It doesn't sound so good to me, but it's worth trying.
They choose a good straight run and assemble the rig. Soon, Buster 2's got his fetching, quail-filled fishnets on. Now, it's croc time.
These are very dangerous animals, so it's important that you're listening to the keepers, listen to David and Kevin. They'll tell you where to be if something goes wrong. They're gonna be yelling at you. They don't mean any disrespect, but they're gonna tell you to get somewhere quickly.
Hope you were listening, Tori. You're going to help wrangle the first reptile.
I've been watching a lot of professional wrestling on television, so I've learned some wrestling moves, and I'm going to try them out on this crocodile.
The Cuban crocodile is one of the quickest and most aggressive crocodiles on the planet. A perfect candidate for the zigzag test. If they can catch one, that is.
We'll get the animal secured, hold the mouth shut, and then you'll actually tape the jaw shut so it's no longer able to bite us.
What?
You're going to tape the mouth shut.
That's what he thought you said.
Give Kevin that mouthful.
Wow.
Okay.
He's gonna submit in 2 seconds. Tap out. Tap out, sucker.
So is that better than playing with robots?
Oh my gosh. This is my new favorite job. How do I sign up?
I think you just did.
Okay, here we go. Can the Cuban croc catch those zigzagging quail legs? Tori's poised to pull the dummy along the track. Using the remote control, Grant twitches Buster's delicious legs. Our reptile doesn't seem tempted, although its potential speed is obvious when it suddenly rounds on its keepers.
Whoa.
They keep trying to tease the croc into a chase, but the beast just won't budge.
Senor.
So they wheel out a second Cuban.
Okay, so this is the new one, the fresh crocodile.
Here we go. Jiggling. Tasty. Come on. Take a bite.
But no cigar. The reptiles just won't run.
A big part of the problem may very well be that it knows it's not a person.
How can it tell?
Yeah.
Conditions are perfect. Crocs are the most active at this time of the year, and the humid, steamy weather means they shouldn't be sluggish.
No interest whatsoever.
I'm starting to feel extremely defeated. There's a run in my stockings, and there's no crocodile running.
You know what they say about children and animals in the film industry.
You said it, Tori. Animal myths are notoriously difficult to bust. Remember skunk cleaning? Adam and Jamie set out to test a bunch of skunk smell home remedies. Only problem was, they couldn't get a skunk to kick up a stink.
Well, it doesn't work. Can we go now?
Back in Crocodile Alley, the test subjects are refusing to chase Buster's meat legs in a zigzag or any other configuration. Luckily, the Mythbusters have a plan B.
We're actually going to take a quail and put it on my robot here, and this is a battle-ready combat robot. So if, unfortunately, an animal gets a hold of it in its jaws, it is built for combat, so it probably will stand up.
With its cargo of quail in place, Grant's robot sets out on its mission. Looking like the Mars rover, it parks near the edge of a pool, well within striking distance. Grant's poised to hit the accelerator at the first crocodilian quiver. But apparently, this croc doesn't feel like Meals on Wheels.
We're having a hard time getting this crocodile to come to the surface of the water, so I'm going to try to entice it with some quail, and I'm just going to drop it right in front of his nose, or her nose.
Tori ventures close and throws the bird. Nothing, not a ripple.
I don't think he's coming out the water.
Well, the trainers here say that they're naturally secretive animals, and what's more, they're not stupid.
Yeah, he seems pretty spooked by your robot.
No response to the rig, no response to the robot. You can't say the Mythbusters aren't trying.
You know, those crocodiles seem like they're slow on land, but shooting out of the water, they're lightning.
Well, actually, I've done a little bit more research, and it turns out in almost every crocodile or alligator attack since they've been keeping records, the victim has been in or near the water.
Well, then what are the rules to avoid being chomped?
First, if there are any warning signs, don't go in the water. Second, if you fall into the water, get out as quickly as possible. And third, never ever dangle your legs or arms over the side of the boat.
I think we can handle these rules.
There's only one thing left. Plan C. That's C for crazy. Tori's gonna put his behind on the line and get a croc to chase him instead. Tori, Carrie, and Grant have been wrestling with the myth that crocodiles can't run in a zigzag. So far, they haven't been able to coax a croc into running at all. You know what they say about desperate times and desperate measures.
We've tried everything to get these crocodiles to chase the food, but apparently nothing's working. So we're going to try a different approach. We're going to try to see if we can get them to chase us out of aggression. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually suit up with some protective gear, get in there, try to agitate the crocodiles, and see if they'll chase me.
Tori's going out on a limb. Let's just hope all his are still there when it's over.
So let's say one of them does get a hold of my leg. What will you do to
I will
break that hold?
I will do everything I can to ease your pain as quickly as possible.
He has a stick.
And this is actually more for
knock me
you.
out with the
Yes,
stick.
exactly. The quicker you lose consciousness, the better off it is for you. Yes.
Tori's legs will be well protected. Unfortunately, the heavy padding will also slow him down.
Wait, the safety protection caused me to fall down. Protective gear is hindering me from running away from the crocodile.
Nevertheless, he's ready for a face-to-face croc confrontation. The Johnston's crocodile is found in Australian waters. It's smaller than the Cuban croc, but fast and fiercely territorial.
So this is the first test, chasing Tori with the Johnston's crocodile.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I think you can catch him.
Can Tori snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? Was that an unfortunate turn of phrase? Once again, provoking a croc attack proves to be a lot harder than you'd think. But if he succeeds, Tori will have to remember to run in a zigzag. Suddenly, the crocodile lunges, but doesn't continue the chase beyond that initial strike. The experiment ends with Tori intact.
When it came out of the water and it was just standing there looking at me, hissing and like lunging, my heart was going, 1,000 miles a minute. I was just like freaking out.
And he's starting to draw some conclusions about this myth.
I don't think you're gonna have to worry about it. I think you're more worried about getting away from that initial explosive attack. If you can get away from that, you're pretty much gonna be okay.
Actually, Tori, you're spot on. In the wild, crocodiles don't chase prey on land. They're ambush predators, attacking from the water. Escape that initial lunge, and you're pretty much home free. That's crocodiles. But what about alligators? Grant wants to try one more experiment, swapping the crocs for their cousins.
Okay, David, so up to this point, we've been using crocodiles. They haven't been going for the food. But we hear you have some trained alligators.
We have 3 good candidates in here today. We have Fluffy, Skipper, and Bob. And with any luck, one of those will come at you at full speed.
Fluffy, Skipper, Bob. Gee, with names like that, it must be hard not to smile at a crocodile.
You should lay the food about maybe a foot in front of his head.
Oh, okay, that close.
Yes.
Okay.
That close.
Using his most commanding voice, Grant calls the animal.
Skipper! Skipper!
I said commanding voice.
Skipper! Skipper!
Skipper follows the bait, but he's not setting any land speed records. So then Carrie plays Gator Baiter, trying to lure her living dinosaur in a zigzag.
Oh, yes, you're just freaking me out now, Smiley. Yay! This way! All right.
You're the most popular girl in the lagoon.
I don't know if she's more afraid of the alligator or the bird.
The alligator slowly changes direction to follow Carrie. But is that a zigzag as defined by the myth?
I did a zig, I did a zag. He could follow me, but only sort of in a curvy motion, not really sharp turns, and it didn't make me get away from him any better or any faster.
Let's face it, this myth is looking more and more, if you'll pardon the expression, like a croc.
Man, we threw everything at this one, including ourselves. I don't know what more we could have done.
Yeah, I'm really frustrated. We didn't even get to try our croc zigzag rig. We were in the right place at the right time of year on a hot day with cranky crocodiles and their food of choice, and they still wouldn't chase.
I mean, we even strapped quails to your robot, and we couldn't get those crocodiles to chase it.
Well, doesn't that in itself prove something? Forget the zigzag. Crocodiles are just not gonna chase you on land.
Yeah, they're ambush predators. If they miss you that first time, they're just gonna wait until some easier prey comes along.
And so this whole zigzag theory is just ridiculous. I mean, you're never gonna use it because they're never gonna chase you.
It's ridiculous, and what's more, it's busted.
Busted.
Totally busted.
For almost 70 years, it's been assumed that hydrogen was the cause of the Hindenburg disaster. But the incendiary paint theory, developed by a retired NASA scientist, lays the blame for the blaze on the metal paint that covered the airship's skin. Adam and Jamie have built some blimps.
Ta-da!
and are set to give that theory a serious thermal workout. They're off to their home away from home, the abandoned naval base.
Last time we were here, we fired an air cylinder through a wall.
Shearing the regulator off the tank. Attempt number 2.
Oh, God.
That wasn't bad, but now we're gonna blow up some Zeppelins.
As Tarantino might say, bring out the blimp. At 16 feet long, the Zeppelin is 1/50th scale. It's not been designed to get airborne, so it'll have to hang suspended.
I've got these figures from a train set. These are 1/50th scale. Check these guys out. That's how big an actual person would have been with the Hindenburg. This thing was massive. This fire must have been just the most unbelievable thing that anyone that day had ever seen.
The myth says that the destruction of the Hindenburg was because of the skin and not because of the hydrogen.
The blimp skin matches the Hindenburg's exactly, right down to the dope formula painted on its surface.
The first test is just the blimp without any gas, no hydrogen, and we're just going to burn the skin and see what that does.
The room will be a strict no-go zone during the test. Adam and Jamie will watch a live feed of the action outside. To set fire to the blimp remotely, Jamie rigs a blowtorch on a stand.
This is a test number 1. Period, correct skin, no gas. Ignite when you're ready.
Time to put a blowtorch to the belly of this 70-year-old myth.
That looks good. You're right on target. It's going. That was quick.
A thermal imaging camera will show the path of the fire as it rages through the blimp. The Hindenburg burned in 34 seconds. For the myth to be plausible, this Hindenburg has to be consumed in a similar time.
I'm seeing little thermite sparkers, like little. But yeah, we're already at 1 minute 10 seconds.
So we could have burned 2 Hindenburgs by now, and we're only like not even a quarter of the way through this.
Suddenly, the fire accelerates.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That is so beautiful.
Sparks cascade as the aluminum and iron oxide on the skin create thermite. The thermal camera shows a massive orange as the fire spreads through the blimp.
Bang. 2 minutes, 6 seconds.
A lot quicker than I thought it was going to go.
But still slow. The real Hindenburg could have burned almost 4 times over in the time it took for the model to burn. There's the unmistakable smell of charred myth in the air, but Adam still sees a spark of hope.
Critics of the skin theory say that there couldn't have possibly been a thermite reaction on the face of the Hindenburg because not only are the proportions of aluminum to iron oxide wrong, but they're suspended in separate layers of butyrate. The fact that we saw a thermite reaction in this test tells me that while that doesn't prove the myth is true, it tells me the critics aren't entirely right.
On to Hindenburg burn number 2. This Zeppelin will be filled with hydrogen. Now, just pumping the blimp full of gas and lighting it won't work. Instead of a burn, they'll get a bang, just like Adam did back at the shop.
Is everybody okay?
So the gas will have to be diffused.
We're going to feed it from the hydrogen tanks through this blue gas hose up the main strut and into a trough of water. And the trough of water is going to diffuse the hydrogen across the entire Hindenburg.
This is where the rubber meets the road, people. If this hydrogen Hindenburg burns faster than the first blimp, the paint theory enthusiasts will be deflated.
It is make or break for this myth on this test. Let's go.
Jamie sets fire to the blimp.
Call it. You're lit.
As the flames take hold, Jess starts feeding hydrogen into the Hindenburg. The gas ignites.
Whoa!
More hydrogen. More.
And the blimp is instantly filled with flame.
Wow. Look at that.
What's our time?
Boom. Wow. 59 seconds flat. That just feels exactly like what we see in the newsreel. God, it's great.
Compare Adam and Jamie's result with the newsreel footage. They're remarkably similar.
This is my favorite scale experiment we've ever done. Full stop.
The burn times tell the story.
The period skin plus the hydrogen burned twice as fast as the period skin without the hydrogen. It doesn't get much more definitive than that kind of result.
The metal compounds on the skin undoubtedly played a role in the Hindenburg tragedy. But to say the hydrogen had no effect, well, that's a lot of hot air.
If I was the narrator of a different kind of show rather than the host of this one, I might say something like this. Like any catastrophe of this magnitude, a number of elements contributed to the totality of the failure on that fateful day in 1937. Now that's writing.
No, Adam, that's gibberish.
Okay, well, at the outset of this, we said for this myth to be true, both burn times, with and without hydrogen, had to be the same, and they weren't. With hydrogen, this thing burned up twice as fast. It's busted.
Yeah, but you know, the skin actually did have a fair amount to do with this. We saw that it does burn aggressively, and it was clearly a part of what was going on here. We even saw little bitty thermite reactions, which tells us that, like any good myth, there is a grain of truth to the fact that the skin had something to do with thermite.
But in the end, it was the hydrogen plus the skin.
Yep.
We're calling this one busted.
Busted.
But hang on, what about that third blimp? The skin of this Hindenburg has been coated with pure thermite, aluminum and iron oxide blended in a secret, searing formula. It's the same over-the-top, completely unrealistic mega-dope mix Jamie tested back at the start.
Deuteronomy!
With the myth already busted, this test is simply Mythbuster theatrics. What you're about to see is what would have happened if the original Hindenburg, filled with hydrogen, was painted with rocket fuel.
There's 15 pounds of thermite on this blimp right now. It's a different sort of beast.
This thing is going to burn.
Thermite's like heavy-duty stuff, and there's an awful lot of it here, so all bets are off.
Test number 3. Thermite megadope plus hydrogen.
It's a safety red alert.
You're lit. Whoa! Dude.
Unsurprisingly, the flammable thermite fires up in no time. And after a dash of hydrogen, we're cooking with gas.
Wow!
Heinemann's Hindenburg is history.
We gotta call that. Boom!
30 seconds flat.
That is exactly the kind of burn that the proponents of the skin theory believe happened, except that the skin of the Hindenburg was not coated in hundreds of pounds of thermite.
Yeah, that thing wouldn't have gotten off the ground with that much thermite per square foot. There's no way.
Our work here is definitively done.
Yeah, I love the smell of thermite in the afternoon.
Ho, ho, ho. On this episode of Mythbusters,
I caught these monkeys just this morning.
'Tis the season to bust holiday myths.
It's alive!
As Jamie and Adam overflow with goodwill. Attempting to make a merry Coke and Mentos Rube Goldberg machine.
Arise, my son.
And Carrie, Grant, and Tori break it down. To find out how to keep your tree evergreen.
I like to style the tree. I give it a little bit more fullness right around, here.
Cook a festive roast on a radar.
That is so funny looking.
Should we all be wearing our lead aprons?
And find out if falling frozen turkeys can be terminal.
That is messed up!
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Ow, 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 ow.
And Jamie Heineman.
Almost too exciting.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Cue dramatic music.
Joining them, Carrie Byron.
That's gonna be so cool!
Grant Imahara.
Listen to that baby purr.
And Tori Belleci.
Paramedics are nowhere to be found.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho ho yourself.
It's Christmas, and we have to do something about it.
It's not really my bag.
What are you going to be doing on Christmas morning?
I'll be in the shop like always.
See, if you're already going to be there, let's shoot a Christmas special.
Okay.
Excellent. Christmas myths, here we go.
Whether you think the Yuletide season is the most magical time of the year or a bunch of bah humbug, it's full of fables Jamie and Adam can't wait to unwrap for you.
What do you say we do something special for the fans?
That sounds like a great idea. What do you have in mind?
I'm thinking like a Rube Goldberg Christmas contraption.
I love the idea, but where's the myth?
We don't need a myth. We can just have some fun. It's Christmas. We can make this big machine that's got Mentos and soda going off. It's a Christmas theme, all sorts of mechanical stuff, explosions, you name it, we'll throw it in.
I love it. Let's do it.
Great. What the heck is it? A Rube Goldberg machine is a series of elaborate mechanical things. Like a domino effect, each activates the next to a very simple conclusion, like peeling a banana. The EP Birds made a version recently using that gushy marvel of Diet Coke and Mentos. And their popular internet creation is about to get a whole new Mythbusters makeover. The guys have made Rube Goldberg machines before for big budget commercials. And they've learned the most important element of all is a plan.
So the plan starts off like this. You've got a Mentos candy that's rolling down a ramp. It falls into a soda bottle. That erupts. It knocks a paddle wheel, which...
Let's move it along. We don't want to spoil the surprise.
The float comes up and turns the Christmas tree lights on. And that's how it's all going to work.
Phew. Now, to add to the holiday season rush, Mythbusters deadlines are way tighter than Hollywood's.
The biggest constraint for this is time. We've got to make this thing basically a 100-foot-long device with about, 50 or 60 moving parts. And we've only got a couple of days to do it.
To power their invention, Adam and Jamie are using the volatile combination of Mentos and soda. In a recent myth, the guys blew the lid off this global phenomenon. They discovered the active ingredients in the Mentos and Diet Coke, combined with the effect of nucleation created from the pitted surface of the candy itself, cause a rapid release of carbon dioxide and a Krakatoa of cola. Jamie gets to work on the starter motor for the whole rig, an inverted metal and mesh cone that has soda bottles welded to the rim. This sweet baby doesn't run on gas.
What we do is take just any chunk of steel will do, like this nut, perch that on the inside of the neck of the bottle. We put our Mentos on it, and then when we yank the magnet away, we get that.
Time for a test run.
And
3, 2, 1.
Jamie, it's excellent. Sort of. I'll get them up.
Quickly. It's going for my steel rack.
For his next trick, Jamie attaches a float control valve to a bottle of soda.
There we go. I found that dropping a Mentos into the soda, if you release the pressure slowly, you can get just gas. And that's cool.
The gas inflates Jamie's plastic party favor very nicely.
Adam, come here.
That's great.
Some more holiday joy arrives, special delivery.
There you go. Oh, they're hideous.
Oh.
So, what's the symbolism here?
The monkeys are the last part of a sequence that is all kind of on one plane. When they applaud, they'll gradually work their way forward on a little kind of seesaw thing. They'll trip, and then that sets off the next series of gags.
Tip that scale, monkeys. Bye. Goodbye, my little friend. And you too.
The guys still have a long way to go. Time to quit monkeying about.
Come on down to Jamie's Monkey Warehouse. We got the monkeys all day long.
You know, Christmas just isn't complete without Christmas trees. But as the holidays go on, they start dropping their needles and they make a huge mess.
I've heard of all sorts of mythical recipes for keeping needles on your trees.
Well, let's get a bunch of trees and test all the methods we can find.
It's fun to choose your own Christmas tree. Jerry likes the spruce tree. Jane likes the tall pine with long needles.
Nothing evokes the feeling of the holidays like the smell of fresh pine on a real tree. But sometimes all the debris they drop makes you wish you'd gone with plastic. To put to the test mythical miracles touted to keep your tree fresh, Grant and Tori head off to go Christmas tree shopping, while Carrie stays back to make needle catchers.
Basically, it's gonna be a little platform with a ridge so the needles don't blow away, and a little hole where we can sweep all the needles into a little clear plastic container, and we can measure the volume of them by day or by week, depending on how long it takes for all the needles to fall.
She staples 6x6 pieces of thin plywood to wooden base frames.
Okay, 1 down, 9 to go.
As she continues building, the guys arrive at the Christmas tree farm. But as they drive through the gate, they run into a little problem. Tori and Grant are used to being stopped at the door, but that's usually when they're trying to get into a fancy restaurant. It's not exactly a great first impression.
Yeah, just go down to the tree farm and get us some trees.
Luckily, John, the owner, is an easygoing guy.
John, nice to meet you. I'm Tori.
Grant, nice to meet you.
Sorry about the sign.
No problem.
No problem.
Heard it.
John's preferred method of keeping his trees moist is plain and simple.
We put them in water.
Water?
Yeah. Anything you put in there is apt to impair this physiology of this tremendous suction developed by the capillary action. Water is the best you can use.
So what does he think about other people's crazy concoctions?
I think people will go for their thing that they like best. They empathize with this tree, of course, and they want to feed it something they like.
Grant and Tori pick out 10 Douglas firs, all the same size.
Okay, definitely not that one.
No?
When I was a kid, we couldn't afford ornaments.
Their trees selected and measured, they cut them down and load them into the truck. Before they leave, they have to do one more thing. Put John's sign back up.
A little more! Stop!
Not again.
Sorry. Did that sound good? That didn't sound good.
It's not exactly a great last impression either.
Really, I'm fixing it.
John, here's some gratis airtime to say sorry. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas as the team painstakingly pieces together a holiday-themed Rube Goldberg machine.
Jamie and I are building a kind of mechanical Christmas pageant machine. We're trying to make it something that's both filmable and interesting and involves all these different things. Mentos and cola, Christmas, mechanical stuff.
It's alive!
Let's go indoor bowling with Jamie.
Strike!
For this setup, Jamie builds a mini bowling lane, then suspends a bowling ball from a tightly wound cord.
Ready?
Wait. Okay, now I'm ready.
Well, knock them down.
Next, he makes a device that will power his ball. He pours a splash of Diet Coke into a dish and inserts copper wire that's connected to a small motor. The cola acts as a conductor.
This little electric motor is right out of a microwave oven. I think probably one of the ones that we've used and destroyed on the show before. It's not getting much power, but it's enough to make it turn, and that's enough for us to pull a little pin out and make the bowling ball drop.
Adam's cooking up another trick. He welds an oven to a specially designed steel stand that will serve up an unforgettable holiday meal.
So it'll be perched like this. Hammer will hit it. All right, there's a couple of kinks.
Just a couple, but if they iron them all out, it's going to be a great show.
We've got liquids squirting all over the place. We've got chemical reactions. We've got, wheels spinning. We've got balls rolling. We've got things going off, cannons exploding, electrical arcs jumping.
Arise, my son.
And Buster in a pear tree.
Oh, it's awesome. It's like a ballet.
So, step right up, folks. The spectacle is about to begin. Back over at M7, the team is prepping their Christmas trees for the Great Needle Drop Fest.
So I've taken the advice of the expert. He said to cut an inch above our original cut. This is going to open up the cells and allow whatever we put into our trays to be absorbed into the tree.
The trees are inserted through the holes in Carrie's needle catchers and secured to their stands.
All righty.
Then Grant vacuums up any debris.
We just want to make sure that when we do officially start the experiment, that we start everything with a clean slate. All the needles we collect from then on will be the ones that we're judging our experiment.
One tree will be kept as the control and fed only water. 7 others will be treated with a different anti-needle dropping remedy, from the ordinary to the out there. First is a plant-friendly additive, fertilizer.
Nice.
Tori adds a ratio of 5% to a gallon of water and pours it into the stand.
All right, time to kill a Christmas tree.
Tree number 2 isn't so lucky. It gets to suck up a 5% mix of bleach. Bleach contains the toxin chlorine that kills bacteria, so maybe it'll keep it sparkling.
My prediction is this thing is going to be brown tomorrow.
Next is a libation that's a whole lot more refreshing. Lemon, lime, and soda.
I'm guessing that why you would use this versus, say, regular water would have to be either sugar, carbonation, or preservatives, because otherwise it is just water. Now, people seem to think sugar, maybe because it makes them hyper, will perk up the tree.
Then Carrie crushes up and dispenses a popular pain reliever that some people believe stops the headache of cleaning up fallen needles.
There we go.
Next is a little blue pill that's a mystery product. I'll let Carrie set it straight.
I'm trying to dance around how to say this because people might have their kids watching. Santa's little helper, Daddy's little helper, maybe Mama's little helper.
Santa's little helper contains nitric oxide. In humans, it increases blood flow, so it might help plants feel more vigorous, too.
It's got to take a little time to take effect.
I don't know, does it?
Another possible trick of holding things firm is to use hairspray.
So I am applying hairspray as a needle retention device. And what I think is going to happen is I spray this all over the tree, and it creates a little barrier that will keep the moisture in and keep the needles on.
You know, I like to style the tree. I give it a little bit more fullness right around, here. Put the hairspray. Very nice, very nice.
The final tree is the ultimate Mythbusters special that takes the hairspray idea to a whole new stratosphere. The team suits up and breaks it down old school style.
Bring it in. Ain't it funky? Funky.
Like a happy hazmat team, they spray the tree all over with a clear coat of urethane.
The idea is that we're going to completely encase the tree in a thin, clear layer of urethane, and that's going to keep all the moisture in.
It's the ultimate extra super hold spray that also adds fabulous shine.
So what do you think, average American family, think they're going to be able to do this?
Oh, totally. I have a spray booth in my house.
Yeah.
The trees will be monitored over a 6-week period, and their needle-dropping results will be revealed at the end of the show.
Okay, Christmas is coming. It's time to think about getting the bird.
Well, unlike my bean curd substitute turkey, there's all sorts of stories and myths about the dangers of the frozen turkey. I've heard it's cracked floor tiles, like broken toes, and even caused the death of some pets.
Well, why don't we separate fact from fiction and see how lethal these frozen turkeys are?
Yeah, it'll be like a public service.
Exactly.
Every holiday season, we humans cause the turkey population to plummet. But is it possible for a falling frozen turkey to turn the tables on us? When dropping turkeys, what do you need? Well, first up, a steel turkey dropper rig to play the role of a frazzled homemaker. Grant is making its power mechanism.
I am rigging up the air system for the turkey drop rig, and these are rotary pneumatic air cylinders. When I hit this button, it's going to open up the arms just like that, dropping the turkey.
Meanwhile, Tori demonstrates his handyman skills.
So we need some hands to hold the turkey for the turkey drop mechanism. So what I'm doing right now, I'm gonna pour up some hands in some urethane, and I'm gonna put this tube, these steel tubes, into the hands, and they will slip into the arms of the rig.
He pours the instant urethane into pre-made molds, gives them a shake, and presto. Give him a hand, everyone.
Little fella.
Don't touch me with those.
Well, you don't know where these have been?
Tori attaches his arms to the rig.
Put it there.
Using a sandbag as a substitute bird, they're ready to test its turkey dropping technique.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, what the heck? Well, looks like we need to make some new hands.
Now, that's what I call a firm handshake.
Do we want to talk about why I just got hit in the head with a thumb?
No.
While the guys make their modifications, Carrie is creating some feet.
Adam already has made a mold for our steel cap boot experiment in the past, and I'm going to use this because it makes a great skeleton foot.
The skeleton is made from a mix of urethane and fiberglass that dries to a realistic bone-like texture.
Oh, that's a good mold Adam made here. This one fits into here. This one.
Then they're encased in a foot-shaped mold of ballistics gelatin.
Nice.
Her feet are definitely suffering from fallen arches, but they'll do just fine.
Okay, just go stick these in the fridge till we use them.
Now, because we're all dog lovers here at Mythbusters, to test the turkeys falling on small pets myth, Carrie is making fake pooches. She covers canine replica skeletons in ballistics medium. This is definitely not a breed recommended for families with small children.
This is not a normal family Christmas for me because dogs in my family are very cute and snuggly. They're neither drippy nor frightening.
To up the realism, professional still life model Gertrude is helping out.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how the hindquarters look on a dog. And Gertrude's modeling for me because she's almost the same dog.
Maybe not quite the same. She adds some bulging eyeballs.
Yeah, this really doesn't have anything to do with the myth, but it's a flesh-eating zombie dog. So it needs some flesh-eating zombie googly eyes.
So wrong.
I started out making a dog. I love it.
Nice doggy. Grant, you might want to sleep with one eye open tonight.
Aw, you're such a good puppy. Mwah.
Carrie, you don't want to get too attached. Over at M5, it's going to be a gas. Jamie and Adam are finally ready to activate their Rube Goldberg machine, a 100-foot-long holiday miracle with 60 moving parts.
Just to make the point, I wouldn't even walk fast near a lot of this stuff, so nobody breathe on this one, all right? I can see you're really getting into the zen of this thing.
I'm thinking about it with everything I see these days.
Well, it's time to do it. We're all done.
It's the moment of truth. Let's go do it.
Okay.
It's the moment of truth, but how's it all going to work?
Pay close attention because here's exactly what's going to happen. At the top of this cone are 10 bottles of cola. At a prescribed moment, Jamie will yank on this string, releasing a Mento into each of those 10 bottles, which will then spray cola down into this funnel, down into this tube, up to this pair of wires, which will make an electrical contact, which will release this motor, sending this bowling ball spinning down. It'll stop, but the bowling ball will keep on spinning, release itself from the screw, fall down, hit all 10 Santa bowling pins, which will yank on the string, send the skiers down. The skiers going down will yank on this magnet, which will release this soda bottle, sending the party favor going going like this, boom, releasing this Mento all the way down into the basket, releasing this Mento all the way down into this basket. This ball will go down here, tunk, tunk, dunk, release the train, woo-woo, all the way around into the present. Boom, the present closes, releases a Mento into this bottle of soda, sending this robot, pushing the candle under the string. The candle will burn through the string will release a hammer. Hammer will hit the stove. The stove, which has roast in it, will release its roast onto this seesaw, onto the dinosaur platform, jiggling this thing, releasing the two little doodads here, which will send this seesaw going this way, releasing a ball into this robot, turning him on. This robot will find his way eventually to this hand, which will, boom, turn this switch on, sending the Jacob's ladder like Frankenstein's monster. That will set off this fuse. Boom, setting the cannon off. The cannon will release the pirate's hat. The pirate's hat will turn on the monkeys. The monkeys will go down the ramp, releasing the nut from this nutcracker's mouth, which I just did. Releasing another Mento into this bottle of soda, sending this thing spinning, pulling a string out, which lets this foot kick the broken crutch here, sending Buster crashing into the ground. And that's what's gonna happen.
Happen or not, you've just witnessed the longest piece to camera in Mythbusters history.
This is Rube Goldberg, run one.
In 3, 2, 1.
Jamie pulls the wires. The soda bubbles up, but the machine comes to a stop. Something needs flushing.
Come on. There's something blocking it. That's the problem. The end was above the level.
They reposition the tube, mop up, and are ready to go again.
Goldberg, run two.
3, 2, 1.
This time, the soda passes through the pipe with ease.
There she blows. Uh-oh.
Triggering Jamie's spinning bowling ball mechanism.
Oh, it's very smooth.
That hits the set of pins, but the skiers are stuck on the slope.
Here we go again.
All right.
Well, that's the nature of it, of the beast.
Reset. With all this pent-up tension, Adam needs a release.
The main constraints we're working with is there's no cheating here. Each mechanical gag leads to the next one inexorably. So if something messes up, we have to reset everything and start from scratch again.
Let's leave them alone to figure out what went wrong this time.
This is all your rig, isn't it?
Yeah, you got something you want to say about it?
Just wait and see.
Can a falling frozen turkey do this kind of damage? To find out, the team are about to test the pummel power of frozen fowls with their mechanical homemaker.
Seem about right? Pulling the turkey out of the freezer?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there? You've got to imagine like you're pulling a turkey out of the freezer, so the normal height is around 60 to 69 inches.
A force plate is put in the drop zone.
And that's going to tell us how much energy the dropping turkey is going to impart on your foot.
So, how many people is Mom catering for?
An 18 and 3/4 pound turkey. This would probably feed, I don't know, a family of 4, 2 if they're really hungry.
It's time to stop talking turkey and drop them.
Yep, good.
In 3, 2, 1. Wow. Okay.
Right in the middle. Woo!
The bird dived like a boulder, but how hard did it hit?
So you can see here the initial hit is 1,901 newtons. And that is...
427.3 pounds.
Wow.
Dude, that could break your foot.
Let's find out, shall we? The plate is removed, and Carrie puts her foot down.
This is very, very dangerous.
This time, they position the turkey pointing down. It might do more damage.
3, 2, 1.
That was a perfect shot.
You can feel that.
Ouch! Call your podiatrist pronto. The pointed turkey pounded the foot with more than 770 pounds of bone-crunching force.
Brutal.
That broke the middle of the foot. That's horrible.
That threw the thickest bone right here.
That was pretty thick. That's a strong part.
That was a great shot.
The reduced surface area of the pointed turkey applies more concentrated force to the foot, and therefore ups the ouch factor. With a smackdown that strong, you definitely wouldn't be doing this for a while.
Now we're going to move on to the next step in our myth, which is small pets. And I've made this ballistics gel zombie dog to illustrate our point.
Zombie dog is underfoot of the cook, prime falling scraps position.
Does anybody else feel kind of bad about this? It's kind of cute.
It's not a real dog.
I know, but I'm getting attached.
3, 2, 1.
Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that crack?
Poor little fella. A giant frozen turkey was not the treat he was hoping for. The gang checks the high speed, and it's not pretty.
That is messed up.
He's still smiling. Didn't break his spirits.
Legs look like they broke, back caved. Okay, let's move on to the next one, because I think it's gonna be worse.
In the name of due diligence, they put another gel pet in the danger zone.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh! This reminds me of my Christmas.
This drop is a real eye-opener.
Oh, the head snaps around.
His little eye.
Legs snap off, the eye comes out. I was sort of like half stoked, half creeped out.
I'm all creeped out.
Our zombie dogs need urgent medical attention, so the team takes them to a veterinarian to see exactly what kind of injuries they sustained.
I dropped a turkey on my pet dog.
And then we deep fried it.
I can tell.
You're just like a regular vet, and so you're probably not used to zombie dogs.
No, I'm not used to zombie dogs at all. But we'll see. We'll take a look. Mind if I hold him?
Yeah.
Oh, he's cute. There you are, little man.
The models are measured and x-rayed just like real dogs would be. Some of the other patients are not amused. Dr. Moran delivers his prognosis. I'm afraid it's not good news.
Aside from the multiple spinal fractures, which the dog has a poor chance of recovering from, the right rear limb is shattered, the left rear limb has multiple fractures, and there's going to be a lot of surgery, and even with that, he may not come through it.
I know this is a fake dog, but you're sort of depressing me right now.
Yeah, the prognosis for this dog is not great.
So, is a falling frozen turkey dangerous to your pet?
Plausible?
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously, because these aren't real dogs, we're not going to be able to test this for real, so it would have to be plausible. It's a little sad, isn't it?
It is a little sad.
Even though they're not real.
I'm going to feel real bad about these guys.
Yeah, I could tell. you seem real broken up.
Broken up, that's a good word to use.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Back at the workshop, the team tends their Christmas tree garden. It's 2 weeks into the test, and each tree is being regularly treated with its chosen method and checked for needle droppage.
What I'm doing right now is I'm sweeping up the needles into Carrie's needle catchers, and this way we'll be able to accurately measure which tree is losing more needles. I have to control my breathing, because if I breathe too hard, I might knock off more needles.
Carrie and Grant inspect the trees for both needle retention and aesthetics.
Last week's pick was soda. Hairspray was my pick.
It's doing good. Santa's little helper's doing pretty good.
Color's not so good.
Okay, if you were gonna just judge on color, the control is the greenest.
Yeah, the one that we haven't added anything to is looking really good.
The reasons for the results may be the soda is adding sugar that gives the tree a boost, and the hairspray is helping keep moisture locked in by gluing the pores of the leaves shut. Surprisingly, the one that's performing the worst is fertilizer.
It looks like the tree equivalent of pattern baldness. Something gone horribly, horribly wrong.
And how about the Mythbusters' ultimate urethane sprayed tree?
I would say the worst would definitely be our super painted Mythbuster tree. That's turning a really weird red.
There are 4 more weeks to go in this Battle of the Pines, and with no frontrunner, it's still any tree's race.
Remember, short breaths.
For some holiday fun, Jamie and Adam are putting a merry Mythbusters twist on the EP Birds Soda and Mentos' latest internet spectacle.
There's something blocking it.
Now, if they could just get it to work.
Oh.
Goldberg, run 3.
It's take 3, and this time Jamie's engine is off to a smooth start.
Motor's turning, and it's spinning. We're good. Oh, that's good. That's looking happy.
Strike.
Oh, yes. Come on, baby. Come on.
Will Jamie's party favor reach the peak?
Totally do it. You can totally do it. You're up for this. You trained for this.
Yay!
A nice performance under pressure. The Mentos slides down the ramp. And Adam's trick shot is nothing but net. The ball boards the train, comes to the end of the line, and triggers their soda swinger.
Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on, baby. That's it.
Red Robot Man marches into position.
Go, robot.
Goes.
The turkey roll is perfection. But Yellow Robot Man shorts out.
Why is he stuck? He's never gotten stuck before in his life.
Adam is discovering this time of year can be very stressful.
Jamie and I have both done rigs like this for commercials before. And when we've done gags like this, I mean, we've had between 2 and 8 weeks to build all the gags. And then like between 3 and 4 days to shoot the whole thing. This rig, 37 gags, we had 1 week to build it and shoot it.
How about some holiday music to lift everyone's spirits?
Goldberg, run 4.
Oh, this thing.
Oh! Goldberg, run 5, fingers crossed. Take 6, Goldberg, run.
Here it goes. Yep. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. The things that have never gone wrong are the things that are going wrong.
Goldberg, run 7.
What the?
Someone's goodwill is fading fast.
All the ones that seem totally bulletproof are the ones that are now giving us trouble. In fact, everything that I thought we didn't have to worry about at all are the things that are going wrong with it.
Goldberg, take 8.
Tis the season to be jolly, but Adam's about to throw in the towel.
All right, you guys, all this talk about Christmas is making me hungry.
Funny you should say that, because we actually found a myth that involves cooking a turkey.
Apparently, there's enough radiation coming off of a radio antenna to cook a turkey just like in your microwave at home.
You have got to be kidding.
No, I'm serious.
What sad person cooks their Christmas dinner in the microwave?
Everyone's sad at the holidays.
Every happy homemaker has their preferred method to truss, stuff, and roast a holiday turkey. But for this recipe, you don't even need an oven. A microwave heats food by emitting electromagnetic radiation that travels through it in waves. The waves vibrate water molecules that raise the temperature. Radio and TV towers also send out this kind of energy, so maybe they can also bake a bird. To put the tower theory to the test, the team takes a scenic drive to the tallest broadcasting antenna in San Francisco, Sutro Tower. At 977 feet, it's going to be a long climb to bake their bird, but the view should be spectacular.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Tori?
Hi, Tori.
Turkey and industrial tape in hand, the team meets General Manager Gene Zastro.
So, Gene, what we want to find out is whether microwave energy can cook a turkey.
So what do you think of us jumping up there and taping a turkey to it, just to check?
I don't think that's possible.
No, permission is denied. And Gene can't be sweet-talked.
But what if I said pretty please with sugar on top?
No with sugar on top. No, 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 no. It really is too dangerous to go up there with the antennas active.
Hey guys, maybe the warning signs strung up all over the site should have been a clue. So does Gene think the TV tower cooking method would have even worked?
Microwave transmitters that the stations use are very low power. They're in the neighborhood of a couple of watts, as opposed to a microwave oven, which is, 700, 800, even up to 1,200 watts of power. Plus, it's very confined.
Looks like this myth may be plucked. So now what?
I think we might have to resort to another plan.
Okay.
Another plan? Now that's a plan. How about a broadcast news van?
You gonna let us try to cook a turkey on top of your van?
Yeah, sure, why not? That's how I warm up my coffee.
E&G vans use microwave signals to send images on location back to the studio. Video journalist Yoli shows Tori how the beam is sent out.
It gets bounced off of here.
So the beam is actually being shot
out
of here.
Out of here.
And then it sends it out. Okay.
Tori puts a bird fresh from the refrigerator on its mark.
All right.
And checks its temperature.
We're looking at 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Then the dish is raised to the sky, and it's time to go live.
We're gonna let it roast for an hour, right?
1 hour.
Okay, just tell me when.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Turkey doesn't have much to say. He may not have the right personality for television.
This should work.
Yeah.
It's in the right frequency range, and it's about the right power.
Okay.
It's just the beam's so tiny, it may only be heating a small
So this
portion.
is just gonna cook a little section?
Yeah.
After an hour of airtime, it's time to see how much he heated up.
All right, 1 hour. It has gone up to 60 degrees.
His temperature rose 20 degrees, but that was only from standing in the hot sun.
Maybe we just need something bigger.
Yeah, that's possible.
So it's all aboard the SS Jeremiah O'Brien, a World War II cargo ship to unleash the big guns.
Boy.
Welcome aboard. I'm Pat Maloney.
Carrie.
How you doing? I'm Tori.
Tori.
Nice to meet you.
Steady.
Steady on that.
I don't have my sea legs yet.
Captain Maloney is letting our Mythbuster landlubbers try to fry on the ship's radar. Radars are another device that emit electromagnetic radiation.
So have you ever heard the myth that you can cook your turkey on the radar of your ship?
I haven't heard about cooking turkeys. There's risk of sterilization.
Putting his fertility fears aside, Tori secures the bird to the antenna so it doesn't fly off.
That should hold.
Good, because I got vertigo watching you be up there.
Before they begin, they take the turkey's temperature.
Down to 50 degrees.
So what we've got is 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Now the FDA says that you need at least 180 degrees Fahrenheit for it to be safe to eat. So that's our target.
Let's go.
Clear the decks. It's time to beam up.
I need warp speed in 5 minutes or we're all dead. I can't do it!
I can't do it, Captain.
Captain Maloney fires up the radar.
Okay, we're transmitting.
And our turkey soars like an eagle.
Whoa, that's kind of faster than I thought.
Thing's spinning pretty fast.
That is so funny looking.
Should we all be wearing our lead aprons?
It looks bird-brained, but the waves passing through the turkey might be powerful enough to cook its goose.
I think that steel plate in my head's starting to warm up.
Our radar spit roast is attracting a lot of attention. I sure hope that's not the Coast Guard. And the sea air is making Tori feel like king of the world.
Remember that scene in Titanic? They're like sitting on a ship looking out at sea.
With a turkey?
I don't think there was a turkey in that movie.
The turkey's been spinning for an hour. Plenty of time for our camera person to get all artistic and for our bird to get nice and toasty.
I'm ready for a hot turkey sandwich.
So how hot did it get on the inside?
Oh, this looking ripe.
Ripe as in cooked or ripe as in?
Ripe as in nasty.
What do we got?
Are you kidding me?
What is it?
The temperature went down.
Only on Mythbusters.
It's 45 degrees.
The turkey is colder than it was before it went up.
Maybe you hit a giblet.
There you go.
47 degrees.
The wind chill is actually making this turkey colder.
A radar and broadcast dish are bigger than a microwave, but they don't put out the right wavelengths to burn a bird. Also, there's no confined space to keep the energy in.
This one's definitely busted.
Yeah, I would expect it after an hour of exposure to the radar that we would get at least a little increase on the inside. We're not getting anything. I think it's busted.
It's actually working better as a refrigeration system than actually cooking the turkey.
Great, busted. Cut her down.
The myth's done, but not the turkey.
Nice catch.
For a little fun and to release some frustration, Tori has prepared a bird with his own recipe we cannot reveal.
This is Mythbusters, and we haven't had an explosion. So I've mixed up a little special stuffing, and hopefully, with this turkey, we'll get some results.
Wouldn't be Christmas without an explosion.
He places it in the microwave. They seal it up to lock in all its goodness.
There you go. Run.
And the whole team waits in hungry anticipation.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
In no time at all, the turkey is done. Finally, dinner is served, Mythbusters style. How about a second helping?
Merry Christmas, you guys.
That is the most disgusting turkey I've ever seen.
Let's eat.
It's been a sweeping 6-week challenge to find the best mythical remedy to keep your Christmas tree looking lovely for longer. The fallout has been carefully collated and counted, and it's time to reveal the winner.
It's been 6 weeks since we started this needle drop experiment. I have to say, I think these results are really surprising.
Definitely.
I mean, it's obvious that the fertilizer is probably the worst remedy to keeping needles on a tree.
Yeah, I would have never have guessed that.
And it was only a 5% mixture to the water, but it lost 4 times as many needles as the control. I mean, there's a bucket filled with needles. We couldn't even get them all in our tube.
More interesting to me is the fact that every other treatment that we tried did better than just water alone in the control.
And you know what else is surprising is the bleach and the Santa's Little Helper, they lost the least amount of needles.
Yeah, but I think this myth should also be about aesthetics as well. And while the bleach kept a lot of needles on the tree, it turned it a really funny color.
Santa's Little Helper, same thing, retained the most amount of needles, but it looked really, really sickly in the end.
All right, well, we need to find a winner. So we're gonna have to find a balance between the needles that fall off and the way the tree looks like after the 6 weeks is up.
Okay, well, that winner is definitely hairspray. It kept a lot of needles on the tree, and at the end of the 6 weeks, it still looked really nice.
All right, so we're gonna be using hairspray from here on in.
Maybe you will. I think there might be a fire hazard involved with using hairspray on a dry Christmas tree. Just me.
And that's a problem?
Around you? Yeah.
All Jamie and Adam want for Christmas is for their soda and Mentos-powered Rube Goldberg machine to work all the way through, just once.
Why is he stuck? He's never gotten stuck before in his life.
Until now, there's been little joy. But this is the season for miracles.
Nice one.
There it goes. We're good. Oh, that's good. That's looking happy. There goes the skiers. There it goes. It's going. It's going. It's going. Come on, baby. Yes! Mentos going. Mentos going. Oh, it's very smooth. Come on. Whoa, hey! There it is. Come on, baby. That's it. Getting out. There it goes. Yes! Yes! Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on, robot. Find your home. Your home is there. That's it. Oh, yes! Get ready for the bang. The monkeys are going.
Going fast.
Come on.
Here's hoping you like your gift and have a holly jolly holiday season. On this episode of Mythbusters,
Fire in the hole!
it's wham, bam, thank you, fans. It's another Myths Revisited special,
So tell me what might happen this time.
where you judge how the Mythbusters have been conducting themselves. Were Adam and Jamie responsible for a trombone travesty?
That's just awesome.
Did the exploding hammers myth strike a low blow?
Whoa!
And we revisit 2 high-caliber myths. where you say the guys didn't aim up.
Oh, Jamie!
Now we're talking.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Ow, 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 ow.
And Jamie Heineman.
It's almost too exciting.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Cue dramatic music.
Joining them, Carrie Byron.
That's gonna be so cool!
Grant Imahara.
Listen to that baby purr.
And Tori Belleci.
Paramedics are nowhere to be found.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Yes, it's that time again. The Mythbusters are going to answer their critics the only way they know how, by going back to the drawing board. And first on the chopping block, a myth that has long been a trombone of contention with fans.
Yeah, you know, we shot Mad Trombonist during season 1. That's the longest distance we've ever had between a myth and its revisit. What the heck did we get wrong?
There wasn't a trombonist.
Once upon a time, two fresh-faced fledgling Mythbusters blew up some brass. The myth, a trombonist wants to put a bit more bang into the 1812 overture. So he fills his mute with firecrackers. When they go off, the force of the blast turns the trombone slide into a musical missile, which strikes the conductor and knocks him into the audience. But no matter how much black powder Jamie packed into that trombone, the slide wouldn't fly. When the smoke had cleared and the police had calmed down, Adam was adamant.
We have taken this myth absolutely to pieces. This is another rarity for us. Every aspect of it is completely impossible.
That left fans feeling brassed off, and they've been demanding an encore performance ever since. Only this time, we want to see a pair of lips pressed against the trombone's mouthpiece.
So how would a trombonist have made a difference?
The idea is that the trombonist's lips would seal the trombone more effectively, hence making the explosive propel the slide off the end of the trombone like a rocket.
Okay, that's good enough. You know, if we're gonna do this though, I think we should make sure we can put it way to bed. Let's put a pair of lips behind the mouthpiece, but if that doesn't work, let's make a mouthpiece that we weld shut.
Sure.
Okay, so according to you guys, having someone's mouth pressed against the trombone will make it a sealed system. Expanding gases from the explosion will no longer be able to escape through the mouthpiece. They'll have nowhere to go but through that slide. Right, you asked for it. Adam and Jamie are going to take it again from the top.
Look at all those trumpets.
Did you play the trumpet?
No.
Weren't you a bugler in the Civil War?
Once again, the guys go trawling for trombones. Second hand, of course.
They're perfect.
They also need some mouthpieces. And some mutes.
Unfortunately, this is the last note this trombone will ever play.
Trust Adam to turn a trombone into an instrument of torture. Question is, will they still be able to blow their own trumpet when this revisit's done?
Finger in a barrel. I knew we were gonna have to revisit this one. That's the one where a gun barrel can explode into a banana peel, just like in the cartoons.
This one's well worth a revisit, if only so we can catch up with our friends, the Mythtoons. They're a gun barrel of laughs. When our familiar foes come face to face, there's plenty of animated animosity. But instead of saying his prayers, our cheeky red-haired rodent forces his finger into the barrel, and the hunter's best-laid plans backfire big time. The Mythbusters tried to get the same result in real life. They took modern rifles and plugged ballistics gel fingers into the barrels. The bullets won, hands down.
Look at the very tip
I'll
of the
be
barrel.
darned.
And while they got one or two bulges in their barrels, nothing could trigger that famous cartoon banana peel.
I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but I think we may end up revisiting this one.
Well, Adam, those chickens have now hatched, and they're coming home to roost. Since busting the myth, fans have been firing a volley of suggestions.
First, we should try this. It's an older gun with a Damascus barrel.
And what is that?
Well, up until the 20th century, they were making Damascus barrels, and that's where they would take alternate strips of steel and iron, twist it around a rod, and then weld it together. So it wasn't one piece of metal.
Okay, so let's get that straight. A Damascus barrel was made by taking strips of iron and steel and welding them together. According to fans, those weld points weaken the structure, and if the barrel is blocked, they'll give us our cartoon peel back.
Well, it looks like I need to go dig out the hand molds we used last time.
And I'll work on a remote trigger, because if this does indeed work, it could very well explode.
While the guys get to work, let's revisit the science behind this cartoon caper. Pull the trigger of a gun, and there's a small explosion. The expanding gases propel the bullet through and out the barrel. Block the barrel, however, and the gas has nowhere to escape. The pressure builds, and gun ruptures. Some fans might rupture too when they see what the Mythbusters are going to do with this collector's item.
Boy, you better marry my daughter.
This 10-gauge shotgun had both barrels fashioned Damascus style.
This one was made in 1877, so it's an antique. And we're gonna destroy it.
Grant mounts the shotgun on Jamie's special rifle rig and wires up a remote trigger.
I have a radio control system. That transmits a wireless signal to the receiver. The receiver sends a control signal to the servo. It's going to turn the head of the servo, which pulls a string. The string goes around the trigger and is captured on the other side by a hose clamp, and then that fires the gun. 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Meanwhile, you gotta hand it to Carrie. She's got hand making down pat.
So here we have a ballistics gel hand with a skeleton cast inside. It's been sitting up overnight, and the nervous part is over because it came out of the mold and looks all right.
Out in the Mythbusters' purpose-built bunker, the rifle rig is screwed down, and Carrie fits the finger into the Damascus barrel.
Another thing that I read off the message board was people were complaining that we didn't have a skin layer on the outside of our ballistics gel. So I've been recommended to use a finger from a glove to create a skin layer, which will make an extra seal. Here we go. One skin layer, an extra bit of authenticity, and at least one audience member, if not many, much more satisfied with our result.
Hey, Al.
Overseeing the experiment, firearms specialist Sergeant Alan Normandy. He always rides shotgun when the guys go busting gun myths.
So we have the shotgun set up. What kind of ammo are we using today?
Well, today we're going to go with maximum power, so we're going with a 3.5-inch Magnum 10-gauge rifled slug.
That's a big bullet.
It's a big shell.
It's the first round this museum piece has seen in quite a while.
This shotgun is absolutely unsafe with modern ammunition.
Fantastic! Fantastic!
All right.
Tori, Carrie, and Grant are revisiting the finger in the barrel myth. Fans say this antique shotgun with its old-fashioned welded Damascus barrel will give them a result worthy of Toontown.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow!
Hey, we got something.
The hand's gone.
Dang, I think the gun's ruined. That's pretty good. It's better than what we got last time.
First time round, all they got was a little barrel bulge. This time, the Damascus barrel's torn open and peeled back like cardboard. That's a better result, but it's still not the full banana. And unlike the cartoons, the guy who pulled the trigger still has a face.
Our shooter doesn't look harmed at all.
But the guy with the finger, little worse for wear, wouldn't you say?
Not so good.
It's obvious a flesh and bone finger isn't strong enough to cause a barrel to explode. So, Tori wants to take a slight detour on the road to Damascus barrel busting.
I found this piece of steel. It fits perfectly in the barrel, like so. I'm just gonna cut off a little piece, and then I'm gonna sculpt it to look like a finger, just because I can.
Being the model maker that he is, Tori is pretty handy at making a finger.
And there's my steel finger.
Tori, that needs to go into another orifice. Thank you.
I am gonna weld in the steel finger that I made into the good barrel. This way, we're sure that it's not gonna pop out when we take a shot.
The barrel is now well and truly blocked. Back in the bunker, the shotgun is remounted, and Carrie loads another shell.
Okay, we're hot.
We're set for a cartoon catastrophe.
Fire in the hole! 3, 2, 1!
The shotgun suddenly becomes a sawn-off.
That's not a banana peel. That's like loss of tip.
That just total shattered the end off.
But where's the finger?
End is gone.
We wrecked the gun.
Steel finger.
Gone.
Gone.
All right, well, we'll find the finger later.
Our hirsute hunter has suffered no ill effects, but the Damascus is done for.
So in our second test with the steel plug welded into the Damascus barrel, we didn't get any banana peeling effect. Now this piece may look like it's a banana peel, but it's not actually a part of the barrel. This is just a detail piece that goes between the two barrels of this double-barreled shotgun.
Once again, the finger myth gets the thumbs down. It's a musical mishap that could have come straight from the golden age of slapstick. Can a mute full of fireworks turn a trombone slide into a musical missile? For this raucous recital, Adam and Jamie are off to the Alameda County Bomb Range. Look at this. Isn't this so Mythbusters? Jamie's truck flanked by the bomb squad and the paramedics. Just like last time, Buster the conductor will have to face the music. He'll be propped up on a simple metal frame. Should he be buffeted by flying brass, he'll topple backwards. Now he just has to dress for the occasion. Hey, Buster, that suit's a nice, cut.
Butt's too big.
Last time they tried this, the trombone was on its own. This time, crucially, they've got a bust of Grant puckering up behind the mouthpiece.
This is ballistics material. It's got the same consistency as human flesh, human muscle tissue. That's behind this mouthpiece. He is snugged there. That is a committed trombonist behind this mouthpiece.
To make sure that the slide can launch smoothly, Jamie takes out his handy tube of lube and goes to work. And we suddenly find out yet another startling fact about his past.
The only time I had any kind of band instrument experience was I got a hold of an old tuba, so I mounted it in the bathroom when I was a teenager, and you could sit on the toilet and everybody in the house knew what was going on.
That's unique.
Hold it. At this point, there are so many one-liners, my brain's about to explode. Stuff about movements, bum notes, crotchets, and wind. Oh, no! Okay, better now. While we try to wipe from our minds the image of the Heinemann Cistern Symphony, let's take stock.
Here is a disgruntled or very ambitious trombone player. He's decided during the 1812 overture to fill his mute with explosives for the finale. He fills them with explosives, they blow up, they send his slide shooting all the way towards the conductor, boom, who falls backwards and into the audience. That's the myth.
With the bomb squad supervising, the mute is packed with black powder and loaded into the trombone bell. Places, please, everybody. We're ready to strike up the band.
Good to go. This is Mad Trombonist. Lips behind the mouthpiece revisit in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I can see the slide moved a little bit.
Just a little.
I'm having the most shocking sense of deja vu.
The high speed shows the mute flying from the trombone like shiny shrapnel and bouncing off Buster's cranium. But he remains unmoved. And as for the trombone slide, well, it's still firmly attached to the instrument.
The trombonist's lips don't seem worse for wear, but I don't think they made much of a difference.
In the name of due diligence, and because they love blowing stuff up, the guys reset for a reprise. This time, Jamie doubles the amount of black powder.
That's perfect.
This mute is going to be anything but.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The music's on fire.
Now that's a finale.
In the aftermath of the second bomb trombone, it seems the Mythbusters might have settled an old score with the fans.
Again, just like the last one, we can see the shockwave in the bell, and the slide didn't come off.
That's about the only thing that didn't suffer with this one, is the slide.
It didn't even knock the baton from his hand.
Which is barely hanging there.
This musical myth is looking more busted than Pete Townshend's guitar. Or is it?
I think there's one last thing we could do to put this to bed once and for all, and that would be to take our second backup trombone and solder or weld the mouthpiece so that no air can escape from it.
Okay.
Not just count on the lips, but make a complete blockage there and see if that works.
If you say so.
Try and have some enthusiasm, Jamie.
Don't believe the cartoons, friends. Shoving your finger in the barrel of a gun won't make the gun explode. Your hand, however, will.
The guy with the finger. A little worse for wear, wouldn't you say?
Not so good.
But that's not all, folks. Having busted the myth a second time, the Mythbusters now want to find out what will make a barrel bend back like a banana peel.
That's like loss of tip.
And the fans have a surefire suggestion.
So next test is somebody was shooting a 30-06 with the bore sighter still in the barrel, and that thing ripped to shreds.
I'm extremely familiar with the pictures of that. I have had so many emails sent to my inbox going, look, banana peel.
We got the same exact gun that happened with, so we're gonna set that up and try it the same way.
I really want to find out if that's real.
Do these photos show a real deal peel? Are they smoking gun evidence? The Mythbusters have their sights set on finding out.
With the bore sighter, you put it in, you turn on the laser, and where the laser goes, that's where the bullet should go. Then you get your scope, and you put your crosshairs on that laser point.
Of course, you're supposed to take the bore sighter out of the barrel before pulling the trigger, something our unfortunate marksman apparently forgot to do. Sergeant Normandy's got a theory as to how this scenario might work.
Perhaps the little rubber gaskets on the bore sighter create such an adequate seal on what is a fairly small diameter for the bullet that it creates so much pressure in the barrel that it blows it up.
Containment, combustion, explosion.
Exactly.
Okay, then let's see.
Okay, we are loaded.
They've got a brand new 30-06 hunting rifle with a bore sighter stuck in the barrel.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, what the heck?
I think the bore sighter bounced off the bullet catcher and hit the light.
Oh, wait a minute. We got a split.
Did we?
Yeah, it split the barrel.
Wow.
That's about a 3-inch split. The barrel's separated from the stock. The bore sighter's in bits, but still no banana peel.
Well, I'm feeling like it is possible. I mean, we have never gotten any kind of damage like this before where it's actually splitting down the length of the barrel.
Think about it. This has got to be a 1 in a million shot to create that banana peel effect. We've got a crack up the barrel. We've got the stock separated. I mean, under the perfect circumstances, that photo could be that 1 in a million shot.
Also, We don't know what the age of the gun was, what kind of abuse it might have gone through. This is a brand new gun.
That's a totally valid point. It's like he could have had that gun for years and it was already stressed. That's a great point.
All right, so I guess we call this one plausible.
Plausible.
I agree.
From one firearm myth to another that made fans fume.
Sniper scope revisit?
Yeah, I am very pleased that we found some things to retest in this one, because personally, I don't really enjoy making snipers angry.
Is that why you're wearing this thing?
Yes, it is. So, what exactly did we get wrong on the first try?
Well, according to some viewers, we used the wrong rifle and/or the wrong scope.
Oh, is that all?
This myth goes back to Vietnam. The story goes that U.S. Marine sniper Carlos Hathcock took out his VC counterpart with a single shot straight down the scope. But when Adam and Jamie scored direct hits on scope after scope, the bullets never made it all the way through, leading Adam to conclude,
we don't have the scope that Gunny Hathcock shot at, so we can't know for sure. I say we have to call this myth busted.
Fans went, well, ballistic.
So what was wrong with the scope?
Well, fans say that we were not using a period scope, which apparently has a lot fewer glass elements than a modern scope, and thus, by extension, should be easier to get through with a bullet.
Okay. What about the ammo?
Yeah, well, it turns out that the modern ammo we used, while very accurate, is designed much more efficiently to kill than the period ammo, which means it breaks up much faster. That we got a letter saying the period ammo would have made it through more glass than modern ammo.
It was a harder bullet.
Yes.
Okay, let's see how the Mythbusters aim up this time.
Did that sit there like that?
Fresh from helping out with finger in a barrel, Sergeant Alan Normandy will once again be calling the shots.
According to photographic evidence, this is the exact same model of rifle that Gunnery Sergeant Hathcock would have been firing against. Exact same rifle, exact same mount, exact same scope. This is not a replica rifle. This is an actual period gun.
It looks like there's some Russian writing on here. You want to see if you can translate?
There's Russian writing on the rifle. Lucky Jamie studied Russian literature.
Первое сражение заводе СССР в Туле 1928. So it means that it was made in 1928, and it was the first issue of the factory, I believe.
Alan's also scoped out a bunch of period-correct scopes. Put next to their modern counterparts, you can see that size does matter.
You can see that there's a size difference. There's not much of a difference in functionality. There's between 6 and 8 elements in each of these scopes. The light is moving similarly through them, but the lenses in this one are much bigger, which means they're much fatter. There's a lot more glass for the bullet to get through. There's a lot less glass for the bullet to get through in this scope.
Last time, the bullets were hitting the modern scope dead on, but were deflected by the heavy-duty lenses inside. That shouldn't be a problem with this scope.
If we can't fire through this scope, this myth is busted.
Grant's ballistic bust is on another tour of duty, this time as the sniper. His rifle and scope setup is authentic, exactly what Sergeant Hathcock's enemy target would have been using.
For this test, we're going to use this 30-06 rifle with an original 1968 vintage M72 173 grain round. This is the actual type of round that Gunny Hathcock would have used in his rifle.
30-06, 173 grain. This is a solid, full metal jacket round.
We've seen what these 30-06 bullets do several times in the past, and we know that, for example, this bullet right here will go through 2 thicknesses of the ballistics glass that we use to protect ourselves here. These really are powerful bullets.
Jamie prepares to replicate Sergeant Hathcock's killer shot.
Deep breath, let it surprise you.
Dude! Oh, man.
How'd I do?
Well, we obliterated the scope mount, for one. That's what I can see from here. I think we wasted a little energy on some of the metal.
Jamie was just off target. The bullet didn't make it through the scope. Instead, it smashed the casing. our sniper's still a clear and present danger. It looks like the old scope isn't as easy to penetrate as first thought.
It may seem like the period scope has less glass to penetrate, and it probably does, but here's the catch. The period scope has a metal ring that's actually quite thick that the bullet has to push all that glass through to get to the other side. It's a little more difficult than it might seem.
Adam's solution is typically straightforward.
I don't know, I'm starting to think that we should just place this thing at point blank for the highest percentage of just seeing what the bullet will do. I'm all for it.
But Jamie doesn't agree. He thinks Adam's taking a pot shot at his aiming ability. And soon our science-loving snipers are sniping at each other.
I was pretty centered. I just need to move it up a little bit. I don't like to change the variables every time we redo a test here.
Well, I wasn't trying to change variables, I was trying to eliminate them.
Well, by moving the desk closer, we're kind of like having...
By moving it all the way up to the barrel is kissing the thing, that's just removing the variable of aim. If you want to keep working with the variable of aim, I'm happy to.
Okay.
Jamie sets for a second shot.
Making ready for live fire.
He adjusts his aim just a fraction. And another 30-06 round thunders into the sniper's scope.
That looked like a good shot. Well, the glass is all obliterated. That's one good sign.
Adam admits admiration.
Well, that was a good shot, Jamie. That made it all the way through. The question is that our bullet?
Sure looks like it to me.
Really? Oh, yeah, there's the copper.
It melted some of the glass with some of the heat exchange.
Wow.
So that's definitely copper.
The bullet blasted straight through the scope, but somehow stopped before Sniper Grant's beady eye.
The bullet made it all the way through and obliterated the glass, but it still was just sitting right there.
Yep. Our little guy here is not happy at all, but he's not dead.
The period scope plus the period rifle and the period ammo all made significant differences, but I still want to call this one busted.
What do you think, Al?
I'm not ready to call it over just yet. I got one little trick up my sleeve. USGI 30-06 armor-piercing ammunition.
Let's do it.
Now, the next myth ripe for revisiting is one I don't quite remember. Can a hammerhead really explode? Oh, that type of hammerhead. Got it. Sorry.
You know what? It's always the little ones. You think you've tested them thoroughly, but the fans, they still complain about it. It's exploding hammer.
Oh, you know, I really thought we nailed that one.
I think we did too, but the people disagree.
Why?
Why don't we let the narrator explain?
Oh, okay then. Well, see, it all started when Jamie innocently used one hammer to bang another. "Don't do that," fans exclaimed. "A hammer can explode if struck by another hammer." Well, of course, that sparked a frenzy of flailing tools as the Mythbusters tried to blow a hammer sky high without success.
Looks like the handle's bent, but no shattering.
But according to fans, they got one or two things wrong. For a start, the modern hammers they tested were too soft. And when they fired up the homemade forge to try and harden a hammer, they didn't get the temperature right. Nag, nag, nag. And to top it all off, the anvil they used wasn't a real anvil.
What?
It was what blacksmiths call an asso, or anvil-shaped object.
So it looks like we need to get some pre-World War II hammers, some modern-day hammers that we can get all the way to transition temperature and then quenched. And finally, I think we need to get ourselves a real anvil.
Sounds like another trip to the blacksmith.
You got it.
So the guys are going to take another swing at this one. First, they'll take two modern commercial hammers, have them super hardened by a blacksmith, and see if it's crunch time.
Whoa!
Then they'll try it with antique, work-hardened hammers.
Let's see if fans are right.
And finally, they'll put the antique tools up against a real anvil. Now, last time around, Tori put together a top hammer-swinging rig,
Like Copalamo. It'll be like Bloodhounds.
which he promptly destroyed after the myth had been busted.
We need hammer rig. Unfortunately,
I've chopped it up and turned it into a chop saw table. You'd think we would learn.
While Tori puts the rig back together, Carrie and Grant are off to forge a relationship with a blacksmith.
You even look like a blacksmith. Amazing.
Well, thank you.
As president of the California Blacksmithing Association, Herb Upham knows a thing or two about swinging steel.
See here where a rather large piece has broken free from the top and has probably flown off at nearly the speed of sound.
Really?
Really.
Are you serious? The speed of sound.
The speed of sound.
And he has one or two hammer horror stories.
The chip flew off the hammer head and cut the artery in their left arm.
Oh my God. So, what happened?
They needed some immediate first aid because the artery where it was severed was squirting blood directly out of their arm.
Oh!
Modern hammers are a blend of metals, including tungsten and chrome, which softens the tool, making it less likely to chip and shatter. To make a hammer harder, you heat it to the point where the metal loses its magnetism. That's called the transition temperature. Then when the steel cools, it's harder, and so the theory goes, more likely to shatter. Now, the Mythbusters tried this last time, but their homemade forge just wasn't hot enough. Herb's propane-fueled forge is a different beast.
Herb, that's like the easy bake oven from hell.
Yes, it will toast your waffles to almost 3,000 degrees.
The brand new hammers are given the heat treatment, and when they no longer hold any attraction for a magnet, they're quickly cooled.
This hammer is now as hard as it's ever going to get.
All right.
But has the process made it any more shatter-prone?
It's in the danger zone. This, if you struck it or hit it on something, it would have a very high likelihood of shards coming off, shattering, and doing some real damage.
Great.
Excellent. Danger.
We'll take two.
Back at Hammer headquarters, Tori's reassembled the rig. It's powered by compressed air and a pair of pneumatic actuators.
In 3, 2, 1. Yes, it works.
Out in the blast chamber, it's hammer time.
The bang of the bang of the bang of the.
Herb's heat-treated modern hammers are about to swing. If the fans are right, we should be in for a smashing time.
I'm gonna attach them to the rig closer to the head, so that way there's no chance of bending. All that energy will take place at the hammerheads.
First time round, the guys worked out that a top human hammer swing hits with a force of around 50 pounds per square inch. 50 psi works out to be 795 inch-pounds of torque. Will that be enough to make those hammers explode?
We should probably define what an explosion is before we do this test.
Did you see the Death Star when it went out? Yeah. I want to see that, but like it's a hammer.
We want a shattering of hammerheads.
Yeah. We want it to look like it was made of rock candy.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Whoa! It broke off the handle.
Yeah.
Well, it busted, but it didn't explode.
No, in fact, there's no damage to the head.
If these hardened hammers won't explode, there's no way a hardware store hammer is going to even think about going west.
These are modern hammers with modern alloys that are specifically made not to shatter. They're made not to break into pieces. I mean, they're extra hardened. So if it's not going to happen with our hardened hammers, it's not going to happen with a modern hammer.
High five.
Don't get too cocky, guys. You might have hammered home the point on the modern tools, but antiques and anvils are still waiting in the wings. Adam and Jamie have one last shot at shooting a sniper through his scope. And they're going to take it using armor-piercing ammunition. This bullet has a tungsten carbide core. It's designed to drill through quarter-inch steel plate without fragmenting. They're down to their last scope. Jamie will have to be right on target. They stick a dot to the dummy's eye, so any damage will show up clearly.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You feeling good? You gonna make the shot?
Yeah.
It's make or break for this myth.
Deep breath on the exhale, squeeze slowly.
Jamie gets a bead on the enemy's eyepiece.
You took his wig off. Oh! Oh, Jamie!
Now we're talking.
Jamie's pulled off the perfect shot.
That hole is right down the middle of the scope. It couldn't be any cleaner than that.
I see a disintegrated dot with maybe a hole in the middle.
But what happened to the bullet? It's not amongst the scope debris, and there's no exit wound in the dummy.
Hole in the back of the head.
I gotta say, that's worth looking into. I think we should take it back to the shop, cut it open, do a real autopsy, see if there's a bullet in him.
Okay.
I'm driving.
They heft the head back to HQ. And with absolutely no surgical precision whatsoever,
Good, we're getting in there. That's good.
Adam carves himself a wedge.
All right, I'm gonna cut this chunk out.
I mean, don't let this guy near your fresh-baked apple pie.
Okay. Hey, look at that. That looks like debris a good 2 inches into the sniper's eye.
Sure enough, like an insect trapped in amber, the bullet is buried in the gel.
Well, gee, that looks like a bullet.
And that means the fans have scored a direct hit.
Well, that's definitive. This bullet made it all the way through one of these scopes and in far enough to be a kill. That's a plausible myth.
Yep, he's dead. Fans were right.
I'm really glad that we no longer have to worry about a 3,000-yard restraining order against angry sniper fans.
The Mythbusters have shown that a modern hammer, even a heat-treated one, isn't about to explode in the user's face.
There's no damage to the head.
So Jamie was never in any real danger. But what if our berate banger had been using historic hammers? Before World War II, hammers were fashioned from straight steel. Theoretically, the high carbon content makes them more brittle and therefore more likely to explode on impact. Tori takes the heads of 2 antique tools and welds them onto the swinging rig.
This next test should address 2 issues. One, pre-World War II hammers, which means they should have a higher carbon content. And secondly, they are seriously work-hardened. Blacksmith work-hardened, not just our shop work-hardened.
Let's see if the fans are right.
And 3, 2, 1.
The hammers go head-to-head.
Oh, that was a massive hit.
But apparently, even old hammers die hard.
Obviously, neither of these exploded.
No.
Not even a chip.
No.
Not content with sending an email, one blacksmith named Dorothy has actually sent in some pre-World War II hammers for the guys to test. She's sure her antique tools will give the guys their big break.
These have been work-hardened over many years, and she's actually retired them because she feels they're too unsafe.
Are these modern alloy hammers or these pre-World War II?
These are old hammers.
They're ready to go.
All right.
So are we.
Here we go. Oh, wait, I don't need this.
Don't worry, Grant.
Never can be too safe.
All right. In 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Well,
Nah.
It looked like they hit right on the face.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know? One of Dorothy's retired tools has given this myth its best crack at success.
It's a chip and a crack.
Yeah, that's not bad.
She wasn't lying. They're ready to go.
Surely, if it's subjected to a second blow straight away, it'll shatter like honeycomb.
You know, this is probably our best chance of getting an exploding hammerhead.
That's true. There's got some serious fissures and weaknesses in there.
Yep, this is it.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
That hammer's lost its head, but still, no explosive shattering.
I mean, if you hit a hammer and you saw a crack like that, you would obviously stop using it.
Absolutely.
You ready?
Yeah.
Tori, Carrie, and Grant are still trying to make a hammer explode. They've really been putting their heads together. But to date, their best result has been a single fracture.
I think that does it for hammer versus hammer.
Yeah.
Maybe, Grant, but fans want one more test. Hammer versus anvil. And they want to see a real anvil this time, not the lightweight copy you tried to pass off in the original story.
This is 260 pounds worth of heat-treated tool steel that is a real anvil.
Now they're looking for a way to slam a hammer down on it. The sharpest tool in the shed's been struck by an idea.
Decapitation hazard, everybody.
This powerful rotating rig was once used to cut a sword with a sword.
What I need to do is rotate it 90 degrees, so that way, instead of doing this, the rig will do this.
This new hammer-heaving hunk of metal will also be powered by compressed air.
The really good thing about it is that it can be scaled up. We can start out at human pressure, but then it has the ability, thanks to the huge actuator, to go to superhuman strength.
Tori attaches an antique hammer. Remember, the older and more work-hardened the tool, the harder and more brittle the steel.
All right, you guys ready?
In 3, 2, 1. Does that look like anything happened?
Hammer hits anvil with maximum human force, 795 inch-pounds of torque.
Holy crap. There's a huge crack in the head of this. It's very faint, but you can see right along there is a hairline crack.
Maybe, but there are no chips, no steel shards, and definitely no explosion.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Superhuman strength? You got it.
Grant ups the air pressure to 100 psi. The rig will now deliver more than 1,500 inch-pounds of torque.
Way faster, way stronger than any human could possibly swing a hammer. 3, 2, 1.
The god of thunder himself couldn't have connected any harder.
Well, the head didn't explode.
Yep, that was a massive hit.
I thought that was going to be it. I mean, we took every single factor into account. Work hardened, pre-World War II, real anvil,
Thanks.
superhuman strength.
Do you want to stop talking for a sec? Look at that. It opened the crack up bigger.
That is no chip even. That's not an explosive shattering. I would have thought this would have done it.
Time to down tools, people. This myth has gone under the hammer.
I feel like we really busted this one the first time, and I think that still stands.
I totally agree. Hammerheads will not explode if you hit them against each other or on an anvil, whether the anvil's real or not.
Yeah, and we've never denied that the chips can fly off the hammer, and those chips can be extremely dangerous and potentially lethal, as we've heard in some cases. But as far as an explosive shattering, it's just not going to happen.
Adam and Jamie have blown the whistle on the mad trombonist myth. Now they're orchestrating what they hope will be a fitting finale.
One last thing we could do to put this to bed once and for all, and that would be to take our second backup trombone and solder or weld the mouthpiece so that no air can escape from it.
Our mustachioed maestro takes their one remaining mouthpiece and with all the delicate skill of a good drummer, bashes a bolt of metal into it.
What I've done is plug this up physically, and we're going to actually solder it into the end of the trombone, so there's no other way for the gas to escape other than through the slide.
Then Adam takes over with solder and flame.
I put a bolt in there and it's solid solder. And it's soldered right into the body of the trombone. This mouthpiece and this trombone never shall be rent asunder again.
The trombone is now sealed shut. Will that be enough to give the fans the result they're looking for?
Good to go.
Adam's mug is looking smug.
I do think it is part of due diligence to put this thing to bed, but I don't think it's going to do anything. It's not going to send this slide out towards Buster. Just no way.
Bold as brass, isn't he? All right, let's see what happens.
This is Mad Trombonist, final test, final revisit, welded shut mouthpiece in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, the trombonist's down and Buster hasn't budged. But hang on a cotton-picking minute.
The slide came off our trombone.
Where'd it go?
Jamie, it's up there, dude.
That's right, a full 70 feet away on the side of a hill.
Only on Mythbusters.
Well, there's a lot of people cheering at their television sets right about now. I was all arrogant and saying, no, it's not gonna work. This is just stupid. I can't believe we're doing this.
That's right, he did say that.
It's not gonna send this slide out towards Buster. Just no way.
The slide took off like a Stinger missile, somehow missing our conductor altogether, but probably knocking out the doorman.
Well, that's it. It definitely did leave during the explosion. Go right past Buster. You know, it's weird having a job where you really like being wrong.
That's true.
But, I mean, that's just awesome.
But despite that spectacular result, the guys aren't about to change their tune.
This doesn't change the status of the myth. We've already shown that a person whose lips are basically tied to the mouthpiece didn't put enough back pressure to cause the same result. So only if you had a metal person whose metal lips were welded to the mouthpiece would you have had the same result. It's still busted.
But it goes to show the fans are right to make overtures if they think the Mythbusters are off-key.
Based on what I've seen, the complaint the fans had about our diligence the first time we did this test seems to be correct.
Well, I still gotta say the myth is busted.
Oh, no doubt. I still put this easily in the busted category, but I am very pleased to see that the fans' concept and theory about the reason this slide could have left is actually correct.
Yeah, well, we're done.
All right.
On this episode of Mythbusters, Jamie and Adam get that sinking feeling.
Oh, man. Oh, that sound is so wrong.
To test the myth that if your vehicle plunges into the drink...
Oh, my God, it's coming up under the windshield. Wow, I can feel the pressure.
Are you done, or is there a way to escape?
That is intense!
And meanwhile, in the biggest build of its kind in history...
This is gonna be the biggest piece of paper ever.
Grant, Tori, and Carrie attempt to squash the myth
Flat as a pancake!
that it's an impossible task to fold a piece of paper more than 7 times.
So it sounded so much easier on paper.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Ow, 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 ow.
And Jamie Heineman.
It's almost too exciting.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Cue dramatic music.
Joining them, Carrie Byron.
That's gonna be so cool!
Grant Imahara.
Listen to that baby purr!
And Tori Belleci.
Paramedics are nowhere to be found.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Underwater car escape. Something tells me this involves a car in the water.
Shockingly, that is true. This is what I've been wanting to do almost since we started doing this show. The myth is that you're in a car, it goes over the side of a bridge or something into the water and it starts to sink. The myth is you will not be able to open that door until the cabin of the car fills up with water, and then you can open the door and escape.
Sounds like you might be cutting it kind of close, though.
That's exactly what we're going to find out.
It's the stuff of nightmares and spectacular movie stunts. But this sinking scenario is a real-life life threat. So, if you're in a vehicle that takes a dive into the drink, is it possible to escape, or would a watery grave be your fate? The myth is, if you're trapped in a sinking car, you have to wait until the cabin fills up with water and the pressure equalizes before it's possible to open a door and swim free.
I think it's pretty obvious what the plan for this one should be.
Yep. We got to get a real car, we got to put it in the water, and get inside it and go down with it.
Really have always wanted to be the dude in the car. You got to let me be the dude in the car.
You can be the dude in the car.
Yes!
Dude, better you than me. But before he gets his feet wet, Adam first sets up a small-scale pressure test. He fills a 3-foot-deep cylindrical tank with water. It's an interestingly improvised, rubbery contrivance that makes perfect sense to him.
On the right here is a box which represents my car. And like a car, it will let water in, but slowly. It'll leak out of a lot of the corners and edges. And when you see that happening, hopefully this unit will demonstrate that the pressure's higher here on this drum that's in the open water than it is on this drum that's in the car.
Adam places a small piece of Perspex loosely on the underside of the box that will represent the door of his car.
Ready?
Yep. Each foot the drum is lowered is equivalent to half a PSI of pressure. In the real world, that's a crushing 1,000 to 2,000 pounds of force on a door.
That's the pressure inside the car, that's the pressure of the water outside the car. If you're inside this car, you're trying to open this door, you can't, because the pressure outside is higher than the pressure inside. Pressure differential. It's happening.
Pressure differential occurs because water exerts greater pressure than air. When a vehicle sinks, the water presses on the doors, holding them shut. When the cabin fills with water, the inside pressure becomes the same as the outside, and it's only then its grip is released. After building up and up, the two lines finally meet.
Watch this door, watch this door.
And release.
There it goes.
To test this theory in a real-life situation, the plan is to suspend a car from a crane. Adam will be the trap driver in front, while Jamie will be in back wearing a rebreather. Then the car will be lowered into the watery depths, with safety divers monitoring the entire operation. Fresh from the classifieds, Jamie has found a classic American sedan with power windows. It runs great.
Never to start again.
Now to pull it apart.
First thing we need to do is remove the engine from the car because any oil, any fluids that would foul the water is going to be a problem.
First, he cuts the welds that hold the engine in place. Wisely putting safety before style, Jamie torches without his beret. Then he ties a chain around the engine that is attached to a forklift. Time to give it a gentle tug. Looks like it doesn't want to come out.
Well, it's holding it.
Maybe it just needs a little coaxing.
What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen somebody work on a car with an axe?
His opponent has been wounded and is starting to weaken.
It's coming.
After a protracted battle, the engine finally succumbs. Jamie is victorious, but the thrill of the kill has gone to his head.
I had to remove the engine from the car to clean the car up, so I did.
Well, there's your problem.
Now that the engine is out, he needs to add its equivalent weight back in.
This thing right here is our engine surrogate. We need to simulate the amount of weight that it represented because the car might settle into the water differently if we don't.
700 pounds of weight is lowered into the cavity.
This is Jamie's new hydrogen fuel cell engine.
And with the weighting checked off, it's time to make like Keith Moon and drive the car into the pool. To conduct their test, Campolindo High School in Morega is kindly letting us use their aquatic center. Go Cougars!
This is a high school diving pool, and this is where we're going to sink our car. It's about 13 feet deep right here, which should be plenty for us to do our test. It's nice and warm. It'll be great.
Jamie's auto arrives on location. The engine cavity has been steam cleaned, so every trace of oil and grease is gone and won't foul the waters.
Where's the engine?
They attach heavy chains under, over, and in between the body of the car and fasten them to a hook suspended from a crane. This vehicle may not be able to drive, but it sure can fly.
Don't let it go too fast.
No, I know.
You're going to have trouble stopping it. There we go.
They park it on the side of the pool.
Lovely.
Then the crew mounts underwater cameras both inside and out for a fisheye view of what's happening beneath the surface. Aside from his burning enthusiasm, Adam has a burning question for safety diver Sean.
All right, Sean, so I'm gonna be in this car. It's gonna start filling up with water. I'm gonna hold my breath, but when I run out, what's the backup?
Well, the backup is sitting in your passenger seat right there.
That
40
guy.
cubic feet of air waiting for you with a 5-foot-long hose. Remember to purge it and breathe normally.
That's
until
already
we
hooked
get you
up?
out of there. It's ready to go.
And Jamie will be sitting here in his rebreather with this standing by in case I need it.
Correct.
Jamie isn't in the back just to look pretty. He's a certified dive master with 30 years of experience and 3,000 dives under his weight belt.
I'm just going to be sitting there relaxing, waiting for Adam to freak out, and then I'll be right there with his regulator.
So as not to skew the test by adding extra air, Jamie will be using a rebreather instead of regular scuba tanks. Rebreathers recycle exhaled breath and therefore don't create bubbles. It's a self-contained unit that's very 007. Adam's starting to lose his cool.
I'm actually a little freaked out because I'm gonna be like holding myself up off the dashboard. I'll be my face planted into the windshield in this thing. I didn't take that into account, and it's gonna make this a lot more difficult to stay focused and calm.
Let's go do it.
The safety divers swim into position. And Jamie has some final sage words of advice.
Adam, I only have one thing to say to you.
Yeah.
Don't pee in the pool. Because I'm in the car there with you.
Time for Adam to get inside for the ride of his life.
You ready?
I'm all set.
So, wearing no scuba gear, 13 feet underwater, does Adam think he'll sink or swim?
I think it's entirely likely I may need oxygen before this test is complete. I can't get it into gear. Is that a problem?
Jamie and Adam are testing the myth that if your car swerves off the road and into a body of water, to get out alive, you have to wait until it's completely submerged and full of water before you can open the door.
So did you know last year, AAA estimated 11,000 vehicles went off the road and into the water, and as a result of those accidents, 300 people died.
Holy cow, that's a lot of people. I thought it was more like a freak accident.
No, apparently it's a lot more common than that.
Well, maybe we can help raise awareness a bit as to what these people are facing.
And what better way to raise awareness than to raise themselves in a car into the sky and plunge into a pool?
What the are we doing?
Remember, when Adam goes 13 feet under, he won't be wearing breathing apparatus. The paramedics are on their toes, and Adam has his escape strategy all worked out.
I'm going to try to start opening this door the moment I see the water get above my glass. Now, if the myth is true, I won't be able to open that door until the water level inside the car gets to the same point.
Deep breaths, Adam, deep breaths. It's way too late to put on the brakes.
I couldn't stop now if I wanted to.
As the water rushes in, Adam is getting that sinking feeling.
Oh, man.
The crane chains go slack, and the car is sinking on its own. The 700-pound fake engine is taking it down nose first, exactly as it would in a real situation.
The water's up to my butt now. All right. Okay, it's coming past my waist. Now I can start to see under the water. Oh my God, it's coming up under the windshield. Wow, I can feel the pressure. All right, I only have a couple more breaths here.
Adam's never this quiet. So what's going on down there? The water is leaking in from every open crevice in the car, and Adam is now fully under. He holds his breath, tugs on the door, pushes his whole weight against it, but nothing happens. Finally, he can't hold his breath any longer and signals for Jamie to pass in the regulator. When the pressure ultimately equalizes, he opens the door and swims to the surface. But it was too late.
Woo! That is intense, no matter how you slice it. I died. Let's just put it that way.
Well, that's put a dampener on things. From the time the water hit Adam's knees to when he surfaced took just 1 minute and 51 seconds. But that's a long time when you're drowning.
The fact is, even though you do go vertical, you don't feel like it because the water is filling the cabin at that point. So you're kind of floating. I held my breath, I don't know, for what felt like 30 seconds, trying to push open that door, using my legs, bracing up inside the cab.
Well, you died.
Yeah, I died.
Jamie's passive observer view was a little eerie.
I'm just sitting there watching the guy drown. He's like just going nuts on that door. He's really using up his oxygen, and it didn't take him that long to run out. You don't want to be in a car when it goes down like that. It's scary.
The bottom line is Adam ran out of air before he could open the door.
That myth is confirmed. I could not open that door until the cab seemed to be full of water for a while.
Yeah, you were giving it all you could, and you just weren't able to do anything with that door until we started to level out. That's the point that you opened the door.
Yeah.
And that was quite a while.
Differential pressure can be such a downer. But now, let's cut to a new myth.
All right, this myth has been around forever.
Okay, what is it?
You can't fold a piece of paper in half more than 7 times.
I don't believe it. Let's do it.
That's why I brought a piece of paper.
All right, let's see. Show us.
All right, that's 1.
This myth is a Mythbusters fan site special request. It's a theory that most people first hear in elementary school, and Carrie is finding out it isn't child's play.
Don't break the table.
There's 7. Come on, Carrie, 1 more. 1 more, you can do it.
Pump it.
Not giving up yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
8 doesn't, I don't think 8 worked. I think that's 7.
You know what, there's gotta be a way to fold this piece of paper more than 7 times.
Okay, well, let's break this down and figure out what it takes to fold it 8 times or more.
I have a feeling you're gonna get math involved again.
Correct, Carrie. It's called exponential growth. Every time you fold a piece of paper in half, it gets twice as small and twice as thick. A piece of paper folded just 7 times quickly multiplies to 128 layers. 8 folds doubles again to 256 layers. And the theory is, this is too thick to bend.
Folding paper is so exciting.
To add even more excitement, the team is going to try to bust this myth by making it a friendly competition.
Okay, so the challenge is each of us has 2 hours to take these pieces of paper and see how many times we can fold them. The person that folds them the most wins.
Using standard letter 8.5 by 11 office paper, our first contender, Tori Balachi, steps up.
First, you must massage the paper to get it relaxed so that it'll fold easier. It's 1.
Tori's basic method of folding and rotating is smooth all the way, until he gets to number 7.
This is a tricky one here.
to bend the paper to his will, he needs reinforcements.
Where's the mallet?
Just a gentle nudge is all it needs.
Number 8.
Is he about to wrench this myth open already? The pressure is on to bring it home to 8.
8. Got it.
Or did he? His fellow competitors are not convinced his brute strength technique really worked.
I think you managed to wad it in half 8 times, but look. That's not half.
There's one.
that's
not a fold.
Oh, and you cut the paper.
You cut the paper.
Cut the papers. I'm sorry, dude.
Nope.
Grant's thinking along different lines.
I'm going to try folding along the diagonal and see if that gives me an advantage.
But Grant can't even crack the 7-fold mark.
Okay.
All intellect thrown out the door, it becomes a Tyson-esque battle between a man and a piece of paper.
Okay, there's almost 7. Obviously, the diagonal's not going to work.
Carrie's tactic is to focus on the fold.
My way of tackling this 7-paper fold problem is to hopefully use a little bit of compression, a little bit of steam, and a little bit of sanding to make that last fold, which seems to be the problem, a little bit easier.
A homespun touch might be just what this myth needs. After ironing a perfect crease, she rubs it with fine sandpaper.
It's just gonna be a tiny bit thinner. I was just thinking maybe just that like microscopic little edge it could give me.
Her idea may just iron out the kinks in this competition.
Hey, when you're done with this, I was wondering if you can come over and iron my newspaper.
But she too runs out of steam at 7.
7 times. That's it. This ends up a spit wad.
Meanwhile, Grant has really been pondering this paper puzzle.
Okay, so I think that this is actually a dimensional problem. And here, this is a piece of 20-pound, 8.5 by 11, like office paper. And it is 3/1000ths of an inch. So, if I make that thinner, theoretically, I should be able to get more folds in the same amount of space. And that's why I have this. This is tracing paper, technically still paper.
Isn't it a little early in the game to start cheating?
Still paper.
A cheat? Quite the contrary. Grant sees himself as a purist.
No hammer, no clamp, no sanding.
Plus, he has a cunning plan to fold lengthwise repeatedly, then widthwise repeatedly.
Now for the folding in half.
If you fold a piece of paper in alternating directions, it doesn't constrain itself with each fold. So it's easier to keep folding.
There's number 8.
8.
But someone still doesn't want to concede defeat.
22.
23.
Grant, Tori, and Carrie are trying to burn a hole in the 7-paper fold myth.
You got something you want to say, Grant?
As a matter of fact, I do. I think it's clear that I won the competition with 8 folds, and not only did I win, I busted the myth.
You know what, though? You got 8 folds, but you changed the method of the folding. The obvious way would be to fold it in half, turn it 90 degrees, and fold it again. Every time we tried to do that, we couldn't get more than 7 folds. I mean, there might be some truth to this myth.
Well, if we use a really big piece of paper, I think there's a possibility that we could get more than 7 folds.
Okay, then let's get the biggest piece of seamless paper we can find and try it again.
All right then. They roll out the biggest seamless piece of paper they could find, 12.5 by 15 feet. In theory, increasing the paper's dimensions should make it easier to reach the elusive 8-fold goal.
You want to have big biceps? You can do this. Do this exercise.
For the first couple of folds, the paper is a pushover, but it's shrinking with surprising speed.
Gets real small real fast.
Sure does.
This is 6. This
starting to get feisty.
I don't know about you guys, but it's not looking good for the Mythbusters.
They reach the 7th fold. Now to go for the number 8 and break the myth.
All right, you're making a mess of my paper.
So this is 7. We're supposed to get one more fold?
Maybe.
Good luck.
But no matter what sick methods of intimidation they try, the paper doesn't break.
I like to use the method, don't you?
Ladies and gentlemen, the pulp is victorious.
I have to say, this is not looking like an honest 8. It's looking like an honest 7. But unless it just stays in that folded position, I think this 8 might be a little sketchy.
We're stretching it.
The team is all torn up, even using a piece of paper the size of a room, 288 times larger than the letter-size paper. They couldn't crack the 7-fold ceiling. So now what?
This is 6 times thicker than the tracing paper. If we could learn anything from this little exercise, it would be we need to go thinner and we need to go bigger.
Bigger? You got it, Carrie. No one knows space like NASA, and they have plenty of it at an empty airship hangar they've given us clearance to use at Moffett Field. At more than 200 feet high, 1,000 feet long, and 300 feet wide, our crew will really be able to explore the outer reaches of this myth. Their mission? To fold a piece of paper that's almost the size of a football field. The biggest attempt of its kind in the world.
It's huge.
I don't know if this is going to be big enough.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's not a piece of seamless paper on the planet big enough, the plan is to get 17 individual rolls and lay them out side by side. Covering 170 by 220 feet, the team will join them together with double-sided tape. Then they'll use whatever methods necessary to try and fold it into a submission.
Basically, you're going to have to fill this whole area.
Yeah, well, we have 170 feet this way and 220 this way before we get to any equipment. So will that work out for us?
Yeah, it's perfect to scale up an 8.5 by 11 sheet.
So this is going to be a long day.
We have a lot of work.
Then let's roll.
All the way back right to this corner right here.
The paper they're using is special order.
This is the thickness of regular office paper, about 3/1000. What we tried to do in the shop, where we couldn't get 7 folds, was twice as thick as this. And when you're talking about trying to achieve this myth, thickness of the paper is really important.
Going larger and thinner might just give them the edge they need to beat this myth. They position the first roll, give it a push, and they're off.
This is going to be the biggest piece of paper ever.
One down. 16 more to go.
Their first 220 feet of scroll has been successfully unrolled. To secure roll number 2, they need
double-side tape.
Inch by inch, they press the sticky stuff along the edge of the paper.
Keep it in line.
Now, this, folks, is an example of highly focused, synchronized taping teamwork in action. Time to truck in roll number 2.
Coming down.
Roll down, tape down. I think we get the concept.
I hear this is good for your back.
The art of paper folding is an intricate and time-consuming pursuit that is also often very rewarding. As they set up for the biggest paper folding attempt in history, our team is having difficulty appreciating this.
Maybe I just lie here and it'll get itself done.
The problem that we have right now is I don't think any of us is realizing exactly the kind of scale we're talking about for this experiment. Essentially, this is a sheet of paper the size of a football field, and just maneuvering that, even seaming it together so it's one piece of paper, is going to be a major, major challenge.
Better put them in lockdown so they can't escape.
So it sounded so much easier on paper.
Back at the pool, Jamie and Adam are testing ways to escape a car that's plunged into the drink. They've already discovered that if you wait for the cabin to fill with water so the differential pressure equalizes and releases its grip on the doors, it could be too late. Now they're going to try out a modified survival technique.
Oh, here we are, day 2.
The first maneuver on their cheating death checklist is to try and open the door before the car starts to sink.
I figure for this particular technique to work, you need to do it right the minute you hit the water. If you hesitate, it's all over and you gotta ride it out.
Here we go.
Adam's plan of action is,
I'm just gonna wait until the water gets up to my ankles, and then I'm gonna try and open the door. There we go. Oh man, oh, that sound is so wrong.
the water rushes in.
Okay, I'm starting to see it on the floor, and it's coming up to my ankles. Now I'm gonna try and open the door.
And Adam rushes out.
Surface exit via the door, totally viable. I waited until the water was up to the top of my shoes, and I was still able to push this door open.
The water rises slowly upwards. Next, he's going to wait until it gets to his waist.
Okay, past my shoes, halfway up my shins. All right, now I'm looking at, my God, it's at my knees. I'm not gonna be able to open this door. All right, wait.
This one's no pushover. As the water level climbs, so does the amount of pressure. And Adam has to brace himself against the opposite door to force it open.
I was able to do it.
But only just. This time, he's going even higher.
I'm gonna wait until I see water hit the top of this window. Then I'm gonna use all my strength against the opposite door to try and push it open. Dude, I'm gonna have dreams about this tonight. All right, water's getting to the top of the window here. All right, here we go. It's almost at the top, almost there. 3, 2, 1, go.
The differential pressure on the other side of the door has become too strong and holds it shut. Adam gamely pushes back, but he's like a krill fighting a whale. It's not long before it's R.I.P. for our little crustacean.
I think we found the cutoff point. Exiting the car via the door after it hits the water is a viable option, but you have this very small window. By the time you can see water halfway up your window, it's pretty much too late.
Back over at Paperfold HQ, the pigeons living in the rafters have left some pointed messages on the team's blank sheets.
It's everywhere.
Nasty.
They'd better tread very carefully. The art of paper folding, known as origami, is believed to have originated as long ago as the 1st century AD in China. Masters of the craft believe it is a pursuit in which you can unlock the secrets of creation.
It looks like a big giant diaper.
That might be a stretch for our novices here today, but finally they reach the last joint.
All hands on deck.
Disperse yourself at even intervals.
Yeah, we gotta space out.
Yeah!
And so the paper becomes one.
That went so much better than I
That's a
thought.
piece of cake. I thought this was gonna be hard.
Looking down from a bird's eye view, it's an impressive sea of white. No wonder those pigeons couldn't resist.
Ooh, look at this ocean of paper. I think this is going to be probably the biggest attempt to fold a piece of paper more than 7 times.
Actually, in 2002, there's this high school student named Brittany Gallivan, and for an extra credit project, she did the 7-paper fold and got more than 7 folds.
What? How?
She used toilet paper and folded it lengthwise, but the toilet paper was 4,000 feet long.
How many folds did she get?
She got 12 folds. She had to use a shopping mall, and it took over 7 hours to fold.
Wow, that's impressive. She may have beaten the 7-paper fold, but she did it lengthwise. I still think the spirit of the myth is folding it in half, turning it 90, and folding it again.
That's true, and within the parameters of the spirit of the myth, that record is still up for grabs.
I say we do it. We just gotta be careful we don't get any paper cuts.
With the paper build finished, they can finally begin folding. It's socks only as the whole Mythbusters crew grabs an edge.
Everyone ready? All right, here we go.
Slowly.
Slowly.
Slowly they pull back the paper, being very careful where they step. But the pigeon droppings aren't their only worry.
My new worry is that this paper's gonna rip when we start trying to fold it. I mean, it's really thin. And the size of these pieces of paper, so heavy, I just see ripping for days.
Is there an ill wind blowing?
It's already a really, really difficult task. The paper has got the littlest breeze and it starts to fly.
One rip and their best laid plans will be shredded.
Uh-oh, we got a situation.
If you drive your car into the drink, you can't get out alive unless you open a door at precisely the right moment. So is there another window of opportunity?
So we know it's pretty much impossible to open the door once the car is submerged and underwater. The question everyone asks after that is, well, why didn't you open the window? That's what I'm going to do, a shop test to find out. I have one electrically powered window and I have one manual powered window. I'm going to put them under the same kind of strain that they'd experience underwater and try and open them.
The 350 pounds Adam is adding is equivalent to the pressure the window would be under at a depth of just 2 feet.
I do not know of a more visual way to make clear how much pressure you're dealing with when you put things underwater.
Then he tries to crank it open.
I should point out that I'm in a really good position for leverage to open this window.
There's not even a sliver of a crack.
There it goes. It just failed. Yeah, the gear just slipped. Under that kind of pressure, there's so much force pushing the glass against the frame of the car that the manual lever is going to break.
Maybe electric windows have more power, but the common perception is they don't even work underwater.
This is the electric door, and the first thing I want to do is dump the electric door in this container with the battery and see how long the electrics hold out for.
Okay, here we go.
Battery's on the bottom.
They let it steep. After 45 minutes, surprisingly, it's still going strong.
So you shouldn't be counting on the electrics to allow you to open up the electric window, but it certainly doesn't short out immediately like I thought it would.
So it's not out of the question that power windows could still work underwater. But what about the effect of differential pressure?
You ready?
Uh-huh.
The burden of 350 pounds pressing down on the glass is a real pain.
No, it's not budging. You can see it flex.
Yeah, you can see it trying, but it ain't going nowhere.
So with electric or manual windows, neither would you.
Automatic windows, you are just as screwed as you are with manual windows. 350 pounds of pressure. That's only 2 feet underwater. It's like the bare minimum you'd be encountering. As long as there's still air in the cabin of the car, you would not be able to open this window.
But Adam isn't prepared to expire a third time.
Now that we know you can't open that window because of the pressure, the question remains as to how to open that window. And I'd say you break it. The question is how.
Their plan is to try to break the glass using various items you'd likely have within your reach inside a submerged vehicle. For starters, keys.
All right, you ready?
Go for it.
Adam smacks the glass, but it doesn't crack.
I'm actually able to get a good solid hit on that. Nothing. I'd say keys are busted.
Next on call, a cell phone.
You're just pounding for your life. You're screwed.
Then Adam suits up for another attempt.
So Adam, this is like you've just stolen a car and you got a little carried away and escaping the cops, and now you're underwater, so you're in trouble.
Right, is that my motivation?
Yeah.
Right.
So busting an escape hole might be possible with steel-toed boots.
Oh, ooh, that's so cold. Okay, I'm gonna get to kicking this window out right away.
But the window doesn't crumble. If he had just carried out his community service sentence, he would have lived.
No.
Nothing.
Nope.
None of the items that would be laying around randomly in your car worked for us to break a window. So we get to try the commercially available ones. This is a hammer thing with a point on it, and this is a spring-loaded punch.
They try the underwater emergency hammer first.
Oh!
What a difference.
Wow!
One hit.
That was instantaneous.
I'll be darned. Well,
that works.
Amazing. A product that does exactly what it says on the box. Next up is a store-bought center punch device, a tool that's normally used to dent a surface prior to drilling.
Put it up against the glass and push, and it does that.
Yeah.
And luckily, I have one more car door.
A new door is submerged, and they're ready for the count.
3, 2, 1. Wow, my hand just went right through.
The reason the store-bought products work is because car windows are made of tempered glass. This means they've been heat-treated so that their surfaces are under compression. Fracture it, and this tension shatters.
That's lovely. The products meant to get you out of that car did exactly that perfectly on the first try each.
It doesn't take much, but it has to be the right thing.
Yeah, exactly.
The guys are completely sold on the commercially designed escape products.
Well, I've got a center punch in my toolkit, and I think one's going to find its way into my glove compartment.
At last, a release. Back over at NASA, our team is finding out that folding a football field-sized piece of paper isn't exactly a breeze.
For instance, the fact that it turns into a giant windsock with the littlest bit of a breeze. There's air trapped underneath it.
But they managed to rein in the billowing parachute without any tears for an official Fold 1.
Let it fall. Pull the slack. Oh, that was beautiful.
They reposition for the next crease.
We're gonna fold that direction.
It's like trying to fold the world's biggest bed sheet.
It's crumpling in weird ways. It's not folding smoothly.
But the team manages to smooth out the wrinkles and make folds 2, 3,
Hey, notice we're all getting a little closer?
4, 5,
Everybody to this side for 6.
and 6. Neat and tidy tuckings.
It's actually like an airbag.
However, with each pass, the additional layers make it harder to heave over. And at Fold 7, everyone and everything is starting to puff.
A lot of air. Yeah, and it's not going down. There it is.
Yeah, push your foot.
7 is squashed out. Now, the team is about to go for 8. If they achieve this, they will bust the 7 paper fold myth.
See how everybody's very quiet? Because we're all anticipating busting this myth. We folded it 7 times. We're about to go for number 8.
Here goes number 8. Looking good. I think we're gonna do it.
The paper tries to dig in its heels, but is losing its grip.
Come on. And we did it! Yeah! 8! 8!
It sure feels satisfying to beat a paper myth to a pulp.
If you draw a line all the way down, you'll be able to intersect every layer, and that is a true 8 folds. And that busts this myth.
There's no stopping our out-of-control paper pushers now. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Carry trucks in a giant rolling pin to flatten this piece of puff pastry some more.
Flat as a pancake!
As smooth as rolled dough, it folds back easy as pie.
9.
9!
To achieve double digits, the paper is too heavy for the team to lift themselves, so they stick a fork in it.
Drive in. Drive in.
Whoa!
That is a definite 10.
Topping 10 is going to be tough. Thanks to their buddy Exponential Growth, the paper is now 1,024 layers thick. It takes every ounce of strength they have to bend it.
You got it? That feels like an honest 11 to me.
Nice! Yeah! 11!
Not only did they bust 7 folds, they turned it up all the way to 11.
You definitely put this one to bed.
Absolutely.
Well, as far as our definition for the Myth goes as the fold, we've got it long, we've got it flat. If we do any bit more, it's just gonna be a semicircle. We got 11 folds out of a football-sized piece of paper. We busted a Myth, and we're gonna go home before the sun completely goes down. 11 folds.
I didn't think it was possible.
Should we go to the NASA gift shop?
Yeah.
If you drive into a body of water, you don't get more than one chance to escape. So is there a best hope scenario? Jamie and Adam are trying to find out.
Something tells me we're not quite done yet, are we?
No. Now, we have a whole roster of survival techniques that we've heard about for getting out of a car once it's sinking in the water, and I think we owe it to the fans to try them all out.
So we're going back to the pool?
We are.
Okay. I'll get my wetsuit.
Excellent.
They've done their homework at M5. But it's way more exciting diving back into real-life situations. Next, if your windows jam or it's too late to get them down, you've got to go for broke.
The next survival technique we're going to try is breaking the window. Unfortunately, we can't break the window because it's a pool and, you know, people would get glass in their feet or something. So what we've done is rig the window with a lubricant and with high voltage so that we can really positively pull it down.
The high voltage trigger should be enough to counter the differential pressure.
All right, here we go. That sound again. Here we go, rushing in past my feet. Wow, we are dropping really fast. All right, I'm sinking really fast now. I'm about to hit the switch. In 3, 2, 1.
Adam hits the switch and water enters the cabin like a flood. But he rides out the torrent and escapes.
I lived. The water rushed in just as I thought it would, and it was quite intense. But I held my breath. I only had to hold it for a few seconds because pretty much very quickly the cab filled up. I was able to just go out the window and come to the surface.
By smashing the window, Adam survived. So in case of emergency, break glass. As the silent observer of Adam's numerous dunkings, Jamie has had time to meditate, and he's had a vision. He calls his revelation
simply patience. The idea being that if you sit there, you relax, you conserve your energy and therefore your air, you'll be able to apply your energy when you need it, right at the last minute when the car's equalized and there's not going to be any problem getting out of it, instead of sitting there fighting the whole way and then you drown.
Adam is at peace with Jamie's guidance.
Let the car fill up. Let it settle on the bottom. Then casually open the door and swim to the surface. It's the maximum conservation of energy technique. It's very Jamie.
Gone through this before. You can totally relax.
Adam centers himself inside the cabin. As the water level rises, he goes with the flow and serenely lets the car fill with water. He's under just as long as he was in the first test, but now he's not using up oxygen trying to yank open the door. The emergency air tank remains untouched. Now that's calm under differential pressure. When the cabin equalizes, he gently pushes open the door.
I survived! Woo! The Mythbusters technique worked! Woo! How many minutes was I down?
1 minute 37.
1 minute 37. I could have been down for another 15 or 20 seconds. That was beautiful. It was so, it was very cool. The longest period of time for the car to level out. Once it did though, I still felt like I had plenty of breath. I just cracked the door, gave a thumbs up to the camera, and sauntered up to the surface.
Jamie has a final, watery rumination.
Of course, in the real world, this technique's a little more problematic. Everything's happening so fast, you don't know what the depth of the water that you're in is. Best is to open that window before you get water up to it, and then you're golden.
In the words of a Zen master, in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few. Looks like the guys have narrowed down this myth, just so.
Well, how are we going to wrap this one up?
Well, the original myth we started with, that you can't open the car door until the cab is full of water, is absolutely confirmed. And we've actually looked at 4 really viable survival techniques.
Of course, the best one is just don't drive into the water in the first place.
I'll try and remember that. My personal favorite is your Zen technique.
It worked. It worked like a charm.
That was awesome.
I was just sitting there watching you go. You're looking at your watch, you're kind of chilling out.
Totally. Actually, I find it really relaxing to chill out. I'm going to finish up by doing a little more meditating in the car at the bottom.
Okay.
On this episode of Mythbusters, we unravel the secret world of ancient martial arts masters, the ninja.
Come, silent walrus, let us storm the castle.
As Adam and Jamie attempt to walk on water, snatch a speeding arrow.
That's perfect.
Shadow Warrior style.
Robo hand.
And stop a lethal samurai sword with their bare hands.
Master, he hit me in the head.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Ow, 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 ow.
And Jamie Heineman.
It's almost too exciting.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Cue dramatic music.
Joining them, Carrie Byron.
That's gonna be so cool!
Grant Imahara.
Listen to that baby purr!
And Tori Belleci.
Paramedics are nowhere to be found.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Looks like you finally got your dream show, Adam. It's a whole episode devoted to ninjas.
I know, it is so cool.
You can jump around, make cat noises and karate chops and all sorts of adolescent behavior like we know you love to do.
I am so psyched about this one.
And so you want to go change into your outfit too now?
What makes you think I have a ninja costume?
I don't know, something tells me.
Let's look at some stock footage first.
The origin of legendary Japanese warriors, the ninja, is shrouded in mystery. It's believed they were peasants who developed unorthodox combat techniques to defend themselves against the powerful samurai class. Their skills were so extraordinary, they were reputed to border on being supernatural.
So, what do we got?
Well, Jamie-san, we are going to be testing ninjas' agility, strength, reflexes, and weaponry by putting their supposed mythical skills to the test of modern science.
You mean like catching an arrow?
Exactly. And there's walking on water.
What about the build team?
They're gonna test whether you can stop a sword with only your bare hands.
Well, maybe we should start by trying to find a real ninja.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Fortunately, modern-day ninjas aren't concerned about being covert, and the guys find the Bujinkan Dojo in San Francisco listed in the yellow pages.
Okay, so let's play with that to start with.
Chief Instructor Dale Seago has been teaching feudal battle skills here for more than 20 years.
Hi, Dale.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Dale. Good to
Hey,
see
Dale.
you. So this is ninja training going on?
Yeah. Well, this is all military close quarters combat stuff from Japan's pre-unification Civil War period, so like 1600 AD and before. Really, the stuff that we do is based on timing, positioning, tactics, and psychology, rather than speed and power.
I was hoping you'd just show us, like, what a ninja would do if I tried to attack them.
Okay.
Is now the time to tell Adam Dale is 15th Dan, and there is no 16?
Well, hopefully Adam won't get hurt too badly. A little bit is good.
Just do whatever.
Okay.
Adam hits the mat in record time.
I was to do it so that I locked him up.
As he falls, Dale gives Adam some pointers on the way down with the famed ninja throwing star.
I wasn't actually using the points, just this, but it would have, say, ripping out here, right? Yeah. And we took him down. I had it in here, too.
Right in the back? That's good.
The point where he fell down, I was ripping across here, and he came down at a point where he actually was landing on it like this on the back of his neck.
That's pretty efficient. It's Jamie's favorite part, watching me get my ass kicked.
Adam and Jamie has enjoyed his schooling in the art of the Shadow Warrior.
Will you come back to our shop and do some of this on high-speed camera for us?
I'd be delighted to.
Awesome. Okay, I'm done.
Next, Adam disappears to get some covert essentials.
Hello, how are you doing?
Very good. How are
Welcome
you?
to Tiger Claw.
There's even a martial arts superstore, and it has plenty of mercenary merchandise to choose from.
All right, the Ninja Row is down here.
The Ninja Row. That's great.
Just check out some of their red light saboteur specials.
They're called tabby boots. Have the split toes, so you can climb up ropes and stuff. And they're very silent. These ninja foot spikes. They're great for walking on ice and for aerating your lawn. We have shuriken. You need lots of shuriken. Every ninja has many shuriken.
These are rubber shuriken.
Well, the metal ones are illegal.
And for the totally 80s enigma.
This is like wearing a t-shirt that says Witness Protection Program.
All undercovered out.
That's the whole thing?
The whole kit.
It's back to the lair to test their 3 ninja myths, beginning with the tale of running on water.
Well, barring any magical powers, which we can't really test on this show, ninjas definitely didn't just walk on water. But they might have had some help. Our researchers have turned up a thing called Mizugumo. So I'm going to build a set of these and see how effective they are.
Mizugumo, meaning water spider in Japanese, were flat wooden discs that ninjas strapped to their feet. The theory is the wide surface area distributed their weight evenly on the surface of the water, so they didn't sink. So what kind of wood would a ninja cobbler have used?
I've got some pine-based light-density fiberboard here. It's pretty much perfect for our uses, so I'm going to use this as our stand-in for the Mizugumo wood.
Adam measures and cuts out 2 circles of pine board. Then he slices each of them into 4 separate pieces.
That's good.
One by one, he stains the sections with a brown pigment and painstakingly sands them back. Paint on, paint off. Such is the mysterious way of the former movie prop maker who, for no particular reason, wants his water shoes to look worn in.
Looks a bit like old wood now.
Lastly, he places a rectangular block in the middle of each circle and secures the pieces together using twine. It's an ancient jigsaw that makes for a puzzling pair of footwear.
I didn't expect it to fold like that. But I wonder if that's not actually part of its function.
Jimmy Choo can rest easy, but these replica ninja shoes may just float like boats.
I can't wait to see how these work.
All right, we know ninjas have speed and quick reaction time. This myth is about strength.
Ideas. A ninja's being attacked by a swordsman. Swordsman's coming to swing at his head. Ninja catches the blade in his hands without cutting his hands and without being chopped in half.
You mean like this? Oh, you're not supposed to let go of it.
That's precisely why we're not starting with real swords.
Precisely. The team learned just how dangerous real swords can be in a previous myth when they built a
Decapitation hazard, everybody.
pneumatically powered mechanical device that could whip around with the same force and precision
Blind blades are not good.
as a samurai with a point to prove.
Well, I guess it's time to dust off the old sword swinging rig.
I think we're gonna have to turn it on its side because I think it's more like a head swing and maybe calibrate it to human speed.
All right, cool. So which one of us is gonna catch it?
Not me.
People say I'm not that quick.
All right, well, maybe we should make a sword catching rig. Maybe two hands that come together like that, and we'll calibrate it to human force.
Sweet.
Sweet.
This is gonna be so much fun.
First, they need to make fake hands to attach to their rig.
We're gonna try to make some hands that are as flat as possible so that we will have as much surface area as possible to be able to catch that sword.
So, who will be the appendage model?
How big are your hands?
I think we should use Belechi's hands. More surface area.
How many weeks am I gonna have to sit through watching you guys play ninja?
As long as it takes for us to finish this one.
Carrie gets to work and mixes up a batch of alginate to make molds.
You're holding your hands flat like this?
No, I got something else going on. I got a surprise for you guys. You're gonna love it.
After 20 minutes, the gel is set.
Go higher.
And Tori can break free.
Nice. Looks good.
Meanwhile, Grant's brought our ninja's nemesis, the samurai sword-swinging rig, out of storage and has started putting it back together.
The basic idea behind this is big air ram pulls on the chain. The chain is wound around the shaft. As it pulls, spins the shaft, sword swings really quickly.
Representing our aristocratic samurai warrior is a pricey reproduction Japanese sword. Representing our ninja peasant is a humble ballistics gel head.
I like it. I love it. It's good, homeboy.
They align the blade so it sweeps in a downward motion between the arms.
And if the hands miss, it'll get caught right here in the skull.
Love it. That's great.
Carrie has made multiple ballistics wax reproductions from Tori's hand molds and slots her first set into the rig.
Now we can also get that applause we always wanted.
Mythbusters with a live audience.
Yay!
I like it.
Perfect.
The belief that some people possess the ability to walk on water has been around for centuries. So why not the mythical ninja? Adam and Jamie arrive at the Bamboo Reef Dive Center to try out their replica feudal foot floaties.
Can we use your pool for our water shoes?
You bet. Go for it.
Cool.
Thanks.
Adam vanishes into the ladies' room. And just like magic,
These are my special device for storming the castle, walking across the water.
All right then.
they may look unfathomable.
Tie my feet in within an inch of their lives.
But these flat wooden discs were modeled on an exact replica of Japanese feudal times footwear.
When we started looking into whether ninjas could walk on water, the first piece we came up with is a museum piece called the Mizugumo, supposedly for water walking. I'm about to find out.
Being pre-Velcro, Jamie's nautical knot-tying skills are a big help.
Not many people know this, but Jamie comes from an ancient line of 9 generations of shoe tires.
Come, silent walrus, let us storm the castle. I will don my safety gear.
Adam dons his padded suit and psychs himself up for the challenge. Did you ever hear the legend of the nearsighted ninja? Nope, me neither.
I have a feeling how this is all gonna turn out.
Just like a little intuition, like spidey sense.
So what does the wise, silent walrus think of Adam's water walking chances?
I think Adam's going to sink like a stone. They are made of wood. They do float, but unless he's going about 80 miles an hour when he touches the surface of the water, he's going straight down.
The pool waters are as still as glass, and all is quiet. It is time for Ninja Savage to stride forward and walk across its surface.
The first step seemed kind of promising.
Promising may be a stretch. In order for it to be called walking on water, there needs to be more than one step. But ninjas are no quitters, so Adam has another tactic to try.
To me, it seems like it's all going to be a function of my ability to move my feet crazy fast, like a cartoon. Which might be possible.
Despite his increased momentum, the shoes still weren't able to support Adam's weight. But it was comical.
I believe that the moment I hit the water, I was sinking in the water. These may have slowed my descent, but that's really the best that can be said for them.
Looks like Adam's Ninja Turtle aspirations are all washed up.
I don't know about you, but these seem a little cumbersome to me.
Yeah, I don't think you're going anywhere on water with those things.
The important thing is that I look damn good.
Well, it turns out that mitsugumus were never really intended for walking on water. They were more for like rice paddies or mud flats, and they probably worked okay.
Kind of like snowshoes.
Exactly. However, you know, ninjas also were not at all above trying to encourage the belief in their supernatural powers.
Ah, right, the masters of misinformation. I've heard they would do things like place posts underneath the water as they were escaping a shogun castle to make it look like they were walking on water. They wanted people to fear their magical powers.
Exactly.
The Mizugumo shoes may have sunk like the Titanic, but the guys might just rescue this myth yet. Could ninjas stop speeding swords with their bare hands? To find out, the team is building a mechanical device that's part sword-swinging samurai and part sword-catching ninja.
That looks good.
To calibrate it to move with realistic human strength and speed, they need to do some tests. Grant hangs a force plate on a C-stand that represents the blade the ninja must catch. The force of the ninja's hands will be set to the person with the greatest strength.
And do it like your life depends on it.
Thanks for that motivation, Grant.
Go.
Go.
And with a mighty firm smack peaking at 1,000 newtons, the most determined to stay in one piece is
the pain.
Grant.
The pain from the initial hit. Well, there you go.
You're all full of newtons.
You are full of newtons.
Yeah, fig newtons, maybe.
The team sets up for their next test to determine the speed of the sword swipe.
Take this sword, throw it down as hard as you can on the ninja, and we'll see who's the fastest. Don't think of it as a competition, but it is.
Your kung fu is no good.
Suddenly, Adam ambushes the trio. It was a classic ninja move. Tori steps up to take the first swing. The rig will be calibrated to whoever's the quickest.
Whenever you're ready, Tori, then we'll show you how it's done.
Oh!
I'll come back.
Master, he hit me in the head. You teach him a lesson.
Warning, sword blows to the cranium may cause headaches. Next, will Adam's attempt have more of an edge?
Master Savage sword swinging trial, take one.
Wow.
Look at that.
Ninja's cool black stalker wear is getting shredded. Finally, it's Grant's turn.
The ninja must go to the bathroom before he swings his sword.
He hasn't looked this incensed since Star Trek was canceled.
Master Imahara, sword swinging test. Take one.
Nice.
They compare their times on the high speed, and once again, Grant aces the test.
How many frames is that?
That is 24 frames and 96 milliseconds.
Nice work.
Way to go, benchmark.
Thank you.
I think it was the face.
That's about 47 miles per hour.
Our young grasshoppers have learned much of the way of the ninja.
You have graduated to the next level.
Next up in our ninja bits, can you catch an arrow with your bare hands?
How are we going to do that?
Well, I figure we should take some of our arrows downstairs and you can shoot them at me and I'll just try and catch them.
So you'd actually let me shoot at you with a bow and arrow?
Amazingly, yes.
All right.
Legend has it that a ninja could do this dexterous trick with ease. So Jamie and Adam want to get a feel for it themselves.
I'm going to string a regular bow and set up an arrow with a tennis ball on it and shoot it at Adam, or at least off to the side of Adam. We'll put Adam in a protective suit in case I either get frisky or miss.
Jamie is an experienced archer, and even though he's not using a real arrowhead, this is not something to try at home.
He's going to be shooting from over there into this garbage can. I'm going to be standing here, we'll catch it on high-speed camera, see how fast I can actually catch this arrow at.
Jamie marks out notches on the shaft. The further he pulls back, the faster the rod will travel.
Whoosh! All right, I'm ready if you are. You want to start slow?
Yep.
All right.
Jamie starts out at Mark 1.
2, 1.
The arrow eludes Adam's grasp.
I don't have enough time to anticipate. It's like by the time you let go and I've moved.
Still at Mark 1. This time, Adam tries to move in sync with the arrow.
Hey!
Good job.
You know, I anticipated when you were just about to do it, and I just started moving, and we worked, it's like working together.
It's a beautiful thing. Next, Jamie ups the ante to Mark 3. But the arrow keeps sailing on by. Has the guy's unified martial arts magic peaked already?
Got it!
Even though Adam's form was impressive, the speed was lacking. Their tennis ball projectile was traveling at 58 miles an hour, a third of the speed of a real arrow.
You've got a couple of things here that are throwing this off. For one thing, this is, what, twice or 3 times as heavy as a normal arrow would be because of that thing on the end of it.
Right.
I really think that we need to figure out some other solution.
To test this myth at a true-to-life rate, the guys have to bounce around a new strategy. Back over at M7, the team has finished putting their mechanical sword-catching rig together. Now, to set it to move at a real-life rate.
We don't want it to be superhuman, and we don't want it to be subhuman. We want it to be whatever a person could do, and then we'll be ready to try and catch a sword. Calibration first test at 100 psi. In 3, 2, 1.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, the speed and force of the ninja's arms was exactly the same as Grant's best time, but the replay reveals something undetectable to the naked eye.
There's a bounce back which could let that sword get right through there.
As the hands hit together, they bounce off each other and jiggle like jello, opening up an unforeseen headache.
The force is causing him to bounce away, and it's allowing a gap which is going to allow the sword to go right through and bury into the guy's head.
To try and stop the handshake, they're going to strengthen them from the inside. Building up the bones may add extra beef.
First you slice the hand in half, and then you get to beat the metal, you stick it in.
Tori has a big saw over there, and he's taking out these tiny little pieces of metal and putting in big, thick girthy pieces of metal. That way when these things hit, argh!
Tori also has another quiver-containing idea.
What I'm thinking is maybe what we do is put some kind of a latch so that when the hands come together, it keeps them there. And it's not adding any more pressure. All it's doing is keeping the hands together like you would be able to do if you were using your muscles.
He attaches 2 kickstands to the arms that will fall and lock into ratchets and fastens pneumatic rams on either side of the hands.
This thing's starting to look like a monster. Pretty soon you're not going to recognize it.
But it's function, not form, that counts.
Here we go in 3, 2, 1.
Well, they look nice and sturdy and stable.
Yeah.
They check it out frame by frame.
Stay together.
Come on.
Stay together. Yeah! Baby!
That's
There
it.
we go.
Right now, now what we have to do is catch a sword. That should be easy.
With their rig set to human speed and pressure, Grant adds a final touch that will trigger the entire system.
When the arm passes through, it actually activates the hands clapping.
Let the recreation of the battle between the 2 ancient warrior classes begin.
In 3, 2, 1.
That's what I'm talking about!
High five. It seems our mechanical ninja thwarted the flash of samurai slicing steel straight away. Or are we jumping to conclusions?
You know what my guess is? Why is that? It bounced off the table and then shot back up into the
So you got it on the rebound!
And everybody knows being caught on the rebound doesn't count.
That's so sad.
I was like shocked that we actually caught it. I was like, how is it that easy?
Ha, so true. But moving on is the best remedy. Grant adjusts the timer so the hands will trigger sooner.
Hopefully this time, the adjustment will get it so that the hands clap right on the sword.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
He stopped it with his head. Dude, look how deep that went. It's all the way down to his eyebrow.
Whoa, that definitely split your skull.
The hands slam shut quicker, but not quick enough.
Oh, we just missed it.
Okay,
All right,
so
so
it's just.
We just need to pull it back just a hair.
So close.
Just a hair.
So they tweak the timer just a hair.
Ninja sword catching rig in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
That looked good.
It looked right.
It looked really good.
This time, the sword comes to a stop, but only because the hands closed a fraction too early and the blade got stuck in the ballistics material.
We're 5 milliseconds off.
All right.
5 milliseconds. Do you know how fast 5 milliseconds is? That's ridiculous.
All right.
Faster than you can blink your eye. Much faster.
Such an infinitesimal amount might not make any difference to their results.
Thinly sliced palm.
So, do they call this myth busted right here, right now, or go for absolute precision?
I think maybe we have to get it the perfect timing before we can actually say anything, otherwise people will yell at us.
Jamie and Adam are targeting the myth that a ninja can pluck a speeding arrow out of the air.
You know, I was only able to catch these arrows at 60 miles an hour, and I'm not trained at this, but still, your average arrow travels like 3 times that fast.
If we were to build a mechanical hand, I could do that. You know, I can make it grab as fast as it's physically possible to grab something.
Or even faster if it turns out that's not possible.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll build a super accurate arrow shooting rig, you build a hand grabbing rig, and we'll see what the limit of the human ability to grab an arrow is.
Okay.
Before they build their new rig, Jamie and Adam want to study the physical capability of a master of martial arts. Up close and personal. Enter the Dale, our feudal battle skills expert.
How are you, sir?
Hi, Adam. Good to see you.
Thanks for coming by. So, have you seen the supposed skill that ninjas possess of being able to pluck arrows out of the air?
Well, only in the movies, because from what I've been taught in our training, the idea was to
get out of the way or use cover to hide from them, or, or wear armor if you're on the battlefield.
Very sensible, but even so, Dale is willing to let the guys time the swiftness of his highly trained hand.
When you're ready, just go like that, and we'll fire the camera and see how fast it happens.
Okay,
about there. Whenever you're ready. Did you get it?
If you blinked, you would have missed it.
Wow, this is 500 frames per second, so you closed your hand in about 35 milliseconds. That's great. That gives us a really good baseline to try and get our robot to equate to. And I think it makes it a lot easier for our mythical ninja to actually catch it.
Many thanks, Sensei Seago, for lending a hand to the smith.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Dale.
Jamie's beret doesn't come off for many reasons, but one of them is to weld. His job is to make a mechanical hand that's as fast as Dale's.
This is a trick that I've used before on various kinds of movie things where I need a fake hand. A motorcycle chain is actually very sturdy, and if you run a line along one side of it that pulls taut, the whole thing wants to curl up like that.
Jamie welds 5 pieces of chain together to form the fingers of a hand. Then he attaches it to a metal stand and threads the links through with long laces.
These things that I'm putting in here right now would be equivalent to tendons, but instead of going to a muscle, they're going to a pneumatic actuator.
The actuators will provide the force that will clamp the fingers and thumbs shut in a vice-like grip.
This will be protecting Jamie's shop in no time.
You have 3 minutes to comply.
While Jamie completes the catch, Adam works on the throw.
I've hard mounted the bow to a steel frame. I've got a trigger mount that can pull back the string, and all this will be attached to a timer, a super sensitive timer that will also trigger the hand catching.
The timers will allow the guys to fine-tune the release and hand grab to the millisecond. Now, to see if his aim is true.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. That's great!
Now to line up the ninja in front of the samurai. Adam and Jamie's arrow-nabbing device is part man,
That's perfect.
part machine.
Well, that ain't moving.
That's not going anywhere?
All ninja.
Robo hand.
Your move, creep.
Adam's built his shooting rig, and it's all set up with timers to coincide with my hand rig, which, for this myth to be true, this hand should be able to actually close quickly enough at human speed to grab the arrow.
Arrow catching rig, test number 1. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The fist closed too late. Adam goes through the numbers.
Off by 200 milliseconds.
Both the arrow and hand were moving at accurate real-life speeds. The arrow clocked 170 miles an hour, and the hand grab was just 2 milliseconds slower than Ninja Dale.
Given the speed that this hand is closing, it pretty much matches our ninja's high-speed whoosh hand closing. So this is actually a really good analog for a human catching an arrow.
Adam adjusts the timers to his precise calculations.
The arrow to release 200 milliseconds after the hand starts to activate. So that's 1, 2, and it's 200 milliseconds. That ought to do it. Arrow catching rig at human speed. 3, 2, 1.
But they soon learn you don't become a ninja overnight.
Oh wow, the arrow overshot the hand. The grab should be closed there. That's 30 more milliseconds. 3, 2, 1.
It went over the top of it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. All right, 3, 2, 1. I wonder what happened.
Too fast for my eyes.
I know.
Finally, they achieve a perfectly coordinated shot. But even though the rig was working at the correct human and arrow speed, the ever-elusive projectile slips through the hand's grasp.
That tells me that at human speed, it's not fast enough to grab the arrow.
I think that's exactly what this says. I think you're absolutely right.
I think our only choice at this point is to make the hand go faster.
To ramp it up.
That's all there is left.
All right, I'll get to rigging.
Hi, ikimasho. That's let's go in Japanese.
We have a technique for speeding up the hand, so this will move so quickly you won't even be able to see it move.
Very ninja. The trick is to spring-load the actuators so they hit the quick-release, superhuman hard and fast.
Okay, now I preload the cylinders. It's a lot of force. Here we go. It's all gonna happen in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. That is perfect! Superhuman ninja strength!
Got it. At bionic speed, RoboHand finally manages to defend himself.
Our robot hand is closing 5 times as fast as a human could possibly close their hand.
And that's what it took.
It finished before the tail feathers got there, but any slower and it wouldn't have caught that arrow.
So, the hand of a mere mortal could never have achieved this feat.
Myth is busted. This is what it would take to catch an arrow.
RoboHand.
RoboHand! Now, just all we have to do is build the rest of our superhuman ninja robot, and we can take over the world.
Okay, you do that.
Trying to walk on water. Wearing an exact replica of supposed ninja water walking shoes. Adam got nothing but wet.
Well, you were right about these water shoes, man. Even with these on, I sank like stone.
Yeah, they pretty much sucked. I guess that means the myth is busted for me.
Well, it may be, but now we have to figure out what it would take to walk on water. And personally, I'd like another crack at making my own set of water walking shoes. I think it's possible.
This time, Adam is thinking out of the box and making a modern-day pair of ninja shoes. His 21st century Mizugumo materials are a pair of snowboard boots, aluminum, and packing foam.
This is a deadly weapon!
His idea is oh so simple, yet oh so calculated.
To make my water boots work, I am exploiting the principle of water displacement. I weigh about 200 pounds. I'm going to try and displace in excess of 200 pounds of water. I've calculated that 4 layers of this gives me about 2.2 cubic feet per foot of water displacement. That equals about a total of 265 pounds of buoyancy.
He traces outlines of the boots onto the foam, cuts out a hole, and wedges them inside. Then he sprays glue between the layers.
Awesome! I could not have gone better.
Sometimes the things you learn in kindergarten stay with you forever. Time to take his shoes for a dry run.
Dude!
His runway strut needs some work, but he thinks his clogs are kicking. To keep the foam from breaking apart, he tapes aluminum sheeting to the base and rivets on a lightweight rail to keep everything rigid.
I've added enough strength that it can support my 200 pounds out at either end, and it only has to support half that. So there's a little bit of flex, but no breakage.
To ensure a smooth gliding action in the water, he shapes the tips so they scoop upwards. The final touch is to paint them in a timeless shade of ninja noir.
I'm painting these black because I want to say that I want to be invisible, right? I mean, it's like in the modern society, no one knows who you are. That is the essence of the ninja, right?
Right. To find out, it's back to the pool.
These look like fun.
Well, this is Ninja Shoe 2.0. This is my attempt. What do you think?
I think it's going to be real hard to stay upright on those puppies.
There's only one way to find out. Yeah.
Adam boards his tanker ships and is ready to launch.
had any dignity, that would have been humiliating.
Just as well, because we want to see that pratfall again. For his next attempt, he tries a gentle sitting start.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, I'm stealthy as the night. Oh. Don't I look like silent death? Bringing justice in the night?
Our far from soundless assassin is trying his hardest to move forward.
My paddles don't seem to be working, man.
But it's like being stuck on a nautical treadmill.
I don't know about these ninja shoes, man. What do you think?
I think they suck.
They don't suck.
Harsh, but true. The samurai have won this mission, and Adam accepts defeat.
I give up on my ninja shoes. They're not stealthy, they're not easy, and they don't move.
You've seen this ninja battle trick in 1,000 B-grade martial arts movies, but is it possible? To find out, Carrie, Tori, and Grant built a sword-catching machine that so far hasn't cut it.
He stopped it with his head.
But the timing of their rig is only off by less than the blink of an eye, and Grant's got a plan to make it perfect.
And that's this. It's a timer, and this will give me millisecond resolution so I can dial in the delay exactly.
Grant makes the minute adjustment they need, and our ninja is prepared to make his final attempt.
This is it. I can feel it. This has got to be it.
In 3, 2, 1.
Something came off the hands.
Yeah, it was really close.
Once again, the sword slips through our ninja's fingers. But were his reflexes right on?
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, keep going.
Let's see. One.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. We got it.
That's it.
The timing was right.
Thank you.
That is it.
Thank you very much.
You can't get any more perfect on the timing than that.
And you still can't catch the sword.
That's it. Look, and it just slides right through.
With their mechanical ninja operating under ideal conditions, there's nothing more they can do in the workshop. So it's time again to consult our real-life ninja, Dale.
Nice to meet you. So I notice you have all your fingers. Have you ever tried to catch a sword with your hands?
We prefer to get out of the way. I mean, we may take the sword away, but there's an offline evasion first.
A wise tactic. But to put this myth to the true test, Dale is bravely allowing Carrie to swing a sword towards him. Don't worry, the blade has been dulled.
All right, so he's just coming at you like this. So let me just get the spot.
Wow, you have a lot of confidence in her. A lot more than we do.
For extra protection, he's wearing shuko on his hands, reproduction ninja climbing claws.
So go like this.
Yeah, you'd be starting with your left foot forward, and then taking a step, getting some momentum, and kaboom.
Okay.
Don't hold back, Carrie.
Carrie summons up her best kaboom.
Jeez, that's
Did I get
scary.
you or just the sword?
No, that's scary though. Okay.
You almost got him that time. Wow.
With 40 years of training under his black belt,
That's some force behind it.
Dale blocks her blows using just one hand. And Carrie wasn't going easy on him.
Do you feel that maybe my swing wasn't hard enough?
It was hard enough. I actually, there was a little bit of a bruising here because this doesn't have the leather liner that the historic ones would have for a little extra padding.
Dale's preferred sword catch technique is different to the one we're testing. So what's his take on the bare, double-handed approach?
What do you think about, catching a sword like in the movies like this with your bare hands?
That's something I wouldn't regard as impossible, but for the most part, pretty silly. I mean, the idea of trying to stop it this way with all that kinetic energy still coming here is probably not a good idea. If you were to attempt it and try to make it work, it'd be best to catch and receive, so you're absorbing and redirecting the force.
shake your hand goodbye, but I think I'll just wave and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys. High five, huh?
Look at that slice.
Back at the shop, armed with Dale's input and the sorry condition of their fake hands, what conclusion has the team come to?
So, yeah, bare hands.
The timing was perfect.
And the hands came together at the perfect time with the most human strength we can muster and still couldn't hold on to it.
Are we calling this one busted?
Yeah, pretty much unless you're a movie ninja. I don't think that you can hold on to the sword. There's just too much velocity behind it.
Yep, we gave this one our best shot.
So you mean all those ninja movies were not true?
Attempting the mythical ninja trick of walking on water, Adam went nowhere but under. But as the silent observer of his numerous dunkings, Jamie's had time to think, and he's come up with a mysterious solution.
There is something that I've come up with that you can walk on it. It does have a lot of water in it. I'd like to see how that works.
His covert concoction is 200 gallons of water and 1,000 pounds of powdery cornstarch. Trusted myth-turn Jess is in charge of getting the consistency just right. Some blue food coloring completes the recipe.
Okay, we're good. Are we ready to pour?
Yeah, ready when you are.
The mixture is tipped into a large plastic container that represents a deep samurai moat. Adam is perplexed.
What is this stuff?
It's water. It's got something else in it, but it's water.
It's a Heinemann version of water.
Yeah, and you're gonna walk on it.
No way.
Way. There's nothing Adam would rather do than play in a giant tub of goo.
Look at this!
Finally, the container is filled to the brim, and our ninja novice soaks up some advice from Sensei Heinemann.
I think you ought to get one good stride across it. As far as hanging out there and walking around or even hopping, I have my doubts.
All right, well, I want to go.
Adam scales the imaginary wall and is ready to cross the water obstacle.
Think like those movies where they're walking up bamboo and stuff, you know.
All right, here we go. That is so cool!
Hey, it worked.
It sure did. Adam ran across the surface. The reason is the cornstarch and water combo is a non-Newtonian fluid, and these kinds of fluids change their viscosity. Cornstarch is made up of long chains of molecules. If you add water, it slides between the chains and separates them so it flows like a liquid. But if you add pressure, the water is squeezed out and it behaves like a solid.
It looks like a liquid, it pours like a liquid. But when you want to run across it, you're fine because the impact of your feet is enough to change that balance. All of a sudden you've got a solid that you're dealing with only for a second, but it's long enough for you to move across the top of it without sinking into it.
I'm just gonna go back and forth a couple times because it's really fun.
Adam shatters the perception that shadow warriors don't know how to have a good time.
Dude, it's a lot of work. Being ninja is a hard job. Woo.
It wants to let you go down, doesn't it?
All right, so this is just to show there's no trickery involved. This is actually a liquid. I'm gonna step into it. I'm gonna sink. Then I'm gonna change my clothes. Oh, oh, that's funky. Oh, dude, that feels so wrong.
So it's a far-fetched idea for feudal Japanese times. But corn was introduced to Japan around the 16th century, right around the time ninjas existed. And it sure was fun.
Oh, come on in, the water's great.
Of course, this is a little on the silly side. I mean, yes, it's a liquid, but are you really going to have large quantities of cornstarch mixed up and sitting around someplace? I suppose maybe next to a cornstarch factory in Asia somewhere, and you happen to be a ninja and you happen to be trying to sneak around. It's a bit of a stretch.
All right, so this is the end of the line for walking on water. What do you think?
It's busted.
Totally busted. Let's go home.
All right.